This man was reborn as a great-grandson of his best friend. And it's the offshoot of offshoot. Extremely low status. And his best friend was by now hanging on the wall. It turns out that he was one of the 5 brave men who crushed the Demon King 300 years ago. But in the battle for the Demon King's city, he was seriously wounded to protect his best friend. When he was dying, he asked his best friend Behemoth to defeat the Demon King. His best friend agreed to his request, and swore by the name of the warrior, "I will defeat all the demon lords." Until 300 years later he turned out to be a great-grandson of good friends. In this life he was named Eugene Reinhardt. In his memory, Behemoth wasn't interested in women. But now he is the offspring of his best friend. But after all, friend is also a man, he can understand. But the only thing he couldn't understand was that his best friend had married 108 wives. He gave birth to more than 300 children. This also led to his being a collateral descendant. The real sword cannot be used before the family lineage ceremony, nor can you practice magic power. But even so, he also developed a strong body, strong physical skills at the age of 13, and today was his last day using the wooden sword, because tomorrow is his bloodline ceremony. Just by chopping with his wooden sword, he smashed the wooden stake to pieces. The father, who saw this, was both horrified and accustomed to it. He had lost count of the number of stakes his son had broken. And are those strong muscles really something that a 13-year-old can have? He even suspected that even if he were to fight him, he would probably lose, although it was his own son. But his words and actions were not at all like those of a child. And there's no innocence in his eyes. And Eugene was still complaining about the poor workmanship of the village blacksmith, only selling these poor quality things. We should bring him in and beat him up. "Father, you're still too kind." Father sniffed and coughed twice and said, "I'll be sure to warn the blacksmith." Then he turned his words around. "Eugene, don't fight with the children of the direct line at tomorrow's pedigree ceremony." Because in his opinion, the children of the direct line had been trained with iron swords, and can train with magic powers. Even if Eugene is good, he's no match for them. Eugene came around at this point. He understood that this was a despicable way to prevent the collateral line from overtaking the direct line. The so-called lineage ceremony is a traditional ceremony that the Reinhardt family holds every 10 years. Children between the ages of 10 and 15 are gathered in the direct family line. Then the strongest one is selected through a duel. Eugene patted the back of his father's hand, saying, "I know." But in reality, he was thinking about how to thwart his best friend's offspring. There were 3 direct and 6 collateral lines in this pedigree ceremony. In the direct line there was 1 firstborn son and 2 twin illegitimate sons. And the collateral descendants were not worth anything to him. With this in mind he cut the wooden man off again. He began to look forward to how strong is the offspring of good friends. Day 2, he set out on his journey to the direct line as scheduled. On the road, his mind was sorting through the information he had acquired over the years. After his death, Behemoth became the Duke of the Empire. Senia became the youngest lord of the Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Mordor. Ennis, that nasty woman at heart, became a holy woman in the Holy Empire. Even the foolish moron founded a kingdom with his own name. It seems that several of them are doing well after their own death. But why is the Demon King still alive today? Damned Behemoth. Didn't you say you'd defeat all the demon lords? Why did you make a contract with the Demon King? What is his plot? But when he got out of the car he found that no one from the large direct family had come out to greet him. Only one servant was cleaning up. At this point, the accompanying steward showed him the way to the guest room to rest. But when he arrived at the guest room, a lovely maid had been waiting for him for a long time. Nina, the trainee maid, will be looking after Mr. Eugene during this time. And after that she pulled out a bell. Just ring this bell. She can fulfill all of Eugene's requests. Eugene didn't expect that either, that the direct line would assign her such a beautiful maid. But the reborn man naturally guessed the conspiracy, having the trainee maid serve Eugene. If Nina makes a mistake, everyone would accuse him of not watching his underlings. It's really open and honest bullying. But Eugene won't sit still either. He instructed Nina to take him to familiarize himself with the martial arts arena. Nina was a little surprised by that. She had been sent to serve Eugene in anticipation of all kinds of unreasonable demands. She was also prepared to sacrifice herself. But she didn't expect Eugene to just want to go to the martial arts arena. On the other side, a pair of twins are discussing Eugene with a teasing face, and ready to go after Eugene together. And at that moment Eugene was exercising in the martial arts arena. Even with a weight of 800 kilograms. He is also very flexible. In his previous life he never neglected to exercise. After his rebirth, he would train even when he was physically exhausted. Even if I get injured during training, his wounds will heal quickly. The more Eugene practiced, the stronger he became. The physical quality of the descendants of friends is so strong that it is beyond imagination, and the maid on the side was more surprised than he was. She didn't expect Eugene to have sandbags tied to his arms and his spear, and still so flexible. Suddenly a discordant voice came from behind Nina. Turning back to look, felt overwhelmed by a sense of dread. She said trembling, "Sean, young master, Shire miss, why are you here?" The visitors were the twins who had just been talking about Eugene. Sean pointed to the martial arts arena and asked Nina with an arrogant face, "I'm asking you a question. What's he doing?" At this point Eugene also noticed what was going on over here. He pinned his spear directly to the ground and looked at Sean with an unhappy face. "Can't you see that, dumbass?" He finished and continued his training. Sean froze in disbelief at the sound of his voice. Shire was fanning the flames. "Brother, that hillbilly called you stupid." Sean heard his sister's mockery, instantly angry. He shouted for Eugene to apologize to him, but he didn't expect Eugene to be very quick to say he was sorry. This time Sean was confused. The punch hit the cotton. Should I keep throwing tantrums or not? But soon he was yelling at Eugene to kowtow to him and apologize. Eugene sighed helplessly and said, "Everyone is a friend. Is this necessary?" But Sean got worse when he heard that. Shouting viciously at Eugene, "Don't think that just because your last name is also Reinhardt that you're in the same class as me. I'm a straight Sean Reinhardt. Hello, I'm Eugene Reinhardt. Please take care." Sean listened with a gloomy face, while Shire introduced himself with a sunny face. "Hi, I'm Shire Reinhardt." At this point Sean notices the wooden sword on the ground next to him. He angrily picked up the wooden sword and shouted at Eugene, "I want to duel with you." Eugene kindly reminds Sean not to say the word duel so easily. But Sean thought that Eugene was afraid to fight with him. Eugene's face sinks when he hears this. He thought to himself, "I'll help best friend teach this kid who doesn't know how to behave." He removed the sandbag from his arm. Clang! The heavy sandbag smashed the ground half a meter deep. Sean panicked at the sight of this. He quickly asked Eugene what he was doing. Eugene threw another sandbag at Sean and then said, "Throw out your handkerchief." Then he proceeded to take off his weighted undershirt. Clang on the ground. And Sean was already stunned. He didn't expect Eugene to train in something so heavy. He felt that his own chances of winning were slim. But thinking that after all, it was he who had invited Eugene to a duel. "If I renege now, my sister will laugh at me for the rest of my life." He held back his fear and threw the handkerchief at Eugene. But the moment he threw the handkerchief, Eugene then shot Sean in the stomach. The pain was so intense that he vomited up his overnight meal. Shire saw the situation and cursed Eugene despicable, how to sneak attack brother. But Eugene was alright with it. Because the moment the handkerchief was thrown, the duel had already begun. Shire was speechless for a moment. Had to question Eugene is not secretly training magic. How else could you have such a fast attack speed? Even if my brother hadn't been careless he wouldn't have been able to react at all. Eugene smiled a playful smile when he heard that. It seems Shire's eyes are not an ornament, but he can't train magic before the bloodline ceremony as a sideline. So there is no such thing as cheating yourself. And the moment his attack was about to come, her brother had actually reacted. Instinctively, he leaned his body back, thus weakening his attack. Eugene knows Sean's future still has a lot of room to grow, but being a descendant of his best friend is not enough. And that's when Sean also stumbled to his feet and yelled at Eugene, and Eugene smiled and went up to Sean and educated him. Since he lost the duel, then it's time to humbly admit it, or else you'll be sorry for the honor of Reinhardt. Sean trembles with shame when he hears it. At that moment a butler heard the commotion and came over. Sean could no longer hold back his tears when he saw the visitor, crying and calling each other's names. "Hazel, I lost. I asked that hillbilly for a duel. But I lost." Hazel sniffed and saluted Eugene respectfully, holding Sean. He introduced himself as Hazar, who was in charge of teaching young Master Sean. Eugene guessed that the other man was a knight stationed in the direct line. Then he introduces himself with the same forcefulness. "I'm Eugene Reinhardt from Quito." Then Hazel asks Eugene what just happened. Eugene told Hazel what had just happened. Sean not only provoked him, but also insulted his father. So Eugene had no reason to refuse his duel. Hazel ponders for a moment after hearing this. He couldn't fault this reason at all. He had to leave with Sean after apologizing to Eugene. After returning to the room, Nina reported the itinerary of several young masters to Eugene. Everyone will be there tomorrow night. When Eugene knew that everyone was there, it was not far from the day that he would attend the bloodline ceremony. From now on, the descendants of best friend may be out of luck. After all, he never thought he would become a descendant of the best friend. What a terrible rebirth. And Sean's mother, Inisa, upon hearing about this, not only did she not comfort Sean, and stabbed him with a stick, chastised him for initiating a duel with a sidekick and losing. Inisha grimly questioned the butler. Is it true that Eugene didn't train in magic? After hearing the butler's affirmative answer, Inisa slaps Sean again. She shouted in anger. You lost to a child with no magic training. Your father will be back soon for the bloodline ceremony. What face do I have to see him? Then she turned her head and looked at the housekeeper with an icy gaze. Although I would like to kill you directly, but you are after all my husband's favorite knight. Hurry up and reinforce Sean's training. Don't make a fool of yourself. The butler had to calm Sean, who was sobbing, and left the room. After they left, Inisa looks aside at Shire again, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She instructed Shire to make sure she got along with Eugene. Shire was very confused as to why her mother was making her do this, but agreed to do it anyway. But in reality, Inisa was just trying to save her own position. Although at the moment she wanted to kill Eugene outright, but if she did that, she must be the first one to be suspected, and then the family guardians will be drawn in. She would never let that happen. The next day, Eugene trained in the martial arts arena until late afternoon. The other children from the sidelines came to the direct family one after another. At this point, Nina panicked and ran to the show ring with her clothes in her arms. She told Eugene, the master of the house is almost at the door, to go out and meet him at once. Eugene looked over at Nina, who was fumbling around, and sighed. I'm sure I'll be late if I change now. He wiped the sweat off his face and decided to go straight through in these clothes. Soon, everyone in the family stood at the entrance to the manor to greet the head of the family. Eugene stood in the crowd and surveyed everyone there, and at the forefront is the Grand Dame Taos, and the guy next to her is the eldest son of the direct line, Lid Reinhardt. Second Lady Inisa and her twins followed closely behind. And finally, the Giffords, the second brother of the head of the family. A few moments later, the figure of the head of the family appeared before the eyes of the people. The name is Gilead Reinhardt, and behind him is his third brother Jywin. The first thing Gilead did after he dismounted was to look at his eldest son, lovingly consoling Liddell, growing taller. Hasn't the strength grown a lot, too? Liddell lowered his head and said vaguely that he had been working hard. Gilead's face immediately sank at the sight of his eldest son's appearance. It seems that the eldest son is still as weak as ever. But when he looked at his illegitimate son was a warm embrace. There is no mention of strength at all. Then he looked at Eugene, who was standing aside, and then invited several of the side children to have dinner with him. By the way, about the lineage ceremony. At the dinner table, Eugene noticed that in addition to the Reinhardt family members, there was also a blonde man at the dinner. Shire curiously asked Gilead who the guest was, when Gilead told him where the guest was from. Everyone in the room stared in amazement. And Eugene spewed out a mouthful of tea. He was the contemporary Tower Master Robelion. In other words, he is the apprentice of the apprentice of the apprentice of the Red Tower Senior. He never expected that he could run into someone here who was related to his best friend. At this point Gilead looked at Eugene with a serious expression. I heard that my son insulted you and your father. This statement was made. The beaten Sean immediately lowered his head in a cold sweat, and Eugene replied without condescension, yes. And he's not displeased at all now. Is it because you won the duel? He won't hold a grudge even if he loses. If he fails to keep the honor because he's not strong enough, then I should bear it all. Gilead smiled happily at that. This side family is much better than his own sons. Sean, however, was not so lucky. Gilead turns his head and solemnly tells Sean to apologize to Eugene immediately. Sean had to say sorry reluctantly. Then Gilead turned his words. He asked Eugene how he was trained. After Eugene told him that he had trained it all himself, everyone in the room was shocked. And the corners of Gilead's mouth rose slightly. It looks like this bloodline ceremony is going to be interesting. After dinner, Gilead then began to announce the bloodline ceremony. But he was going to change the traditional lineage ceremony a little bit. In his opinion, the pedigree ceremony is to find out the qualifications of the Reinhardt children. And children of collateral families cannot use real weapons, nor can they train magic. This also leads to the fact that there is no possibility for a sideline to win over a straight-line child. So this time he brought in Balorian, to make it a fair fight for all. Balorian snaps his fingers lightly. A model of a virtual maze is presented on the table. This time, the ritual was an adventure in the magic of the labyrinth made by Valorian. Each person will enter through a different entrance. Defeat the monster leader in the center of the maze to win. To reach the center of the maze, you must pass various traps and defeat various monsters. After the ceremony, a score will be given based on everyone's performance. The winner will be able to take any item from the underground treasury of the direct line. Eugene's eyes immediately light up when he hears this. It seems that the current head of the family is much kinder than his best friend. After the party, Eugene came again to train in the martial arts arena. And that's when Gargis and Dazara, who are also from the side family, also came here. They still didn't believe that Eugene would beat Sean in a duel, so they're going to cross-examine him. Gargis takes off his coat, showing Eugene a muscular body. Here, you can touch it. Eugene was frozen in place. In his heart, is this guy an idiot? But the mouth tells him he doesn't need to. Gadget, the confident face to introduce his family, has a secret medicine. It can grow muscles without any side effects. Are you interested in? Eugene was in a cold sweat when he heard that. Are you here to sell drugs? At this time, Dazara also came over with 2 spears. And you have the nerve to say there are no side effects. Eat that medicine, whether male or female will grow a beard. I heard you used to spear when you fought Sean. Then let's have a match. She finished and threw a wooden spear to Eugene. Eugene grinned. He also wanted to test the strength of the other side kids. At the command of Gargis, the official start of the duel, Dazara instantly rushed towards Eugene. But suddenly there was a sense of crisis in her heart. She stopped in her tracks. Eugene's unintentional majestic aura made her feel suffocated. In her eyes, at this moment, Eugene was not the least bit flawed, and Eugene was impatiently telling Drizella to hurry up. Drizella smiled and felt underestimated. She rushed towards Eugene regardless. No matter how hard she attacked, Eugene can easily solve all. Even Eugene was mentally evaluating Dazara. It's really impressive to reach this level without magic. There is still a lot of room for future development, but it's still not its own rival now. After testing Dazara's strength, Eugene stopped letting go. With a flick of his gun, he knocked Dazara back. And Dazara came up behind Eugene with inertia. And she raised his spear and charged at Eugene, but Eugene stomped on him instead. The wooden spear was pointed straight at Dazara's face, and Eugene was victorious. He thought he would be cleaned for a while, but they followed him all the way to Eugene's room. Had to get Eugene to join the 2 of them. Gargis consider. Sean and Shire of the immediate family will definitely join forces against everyone, so he wanted to bring Eugene along to fight them, and then cooperate to defeat the boss in the center of the maze. But Eugene said with an unconcerned face that he could defeat the boss by himself. This arrogant tone made Dazara on the sidelines irritated, but she held back in order to get Eugene to join her. Eugene wondered why they wanted to defeat the boss so badly. It turns out that in the bloodline rituals of the past years, the collateral line never wins over the direct line. But this time it was different. The 3 of us together can definitely beat the direct line. Don't you have any heart? 3 days later, the bloodline ceremony begins. All gathered at the entrance of the labyrinth. At this time, Valorian was performing the spiral pill. Next second, a few rays of light landed in front of Eugene. Valorian told the crowd, "This ball of light will manifest itself as a weapon according to the imagination of the crowd." The people began to try to make weapons. Shire was the first to make a short sword. She asks Valorian if he can make animals in addition to swords. Valorian tells her that it is forbidden to create life and magic. On the other side, Gargis also created his own giant sword. Dazara's weapon was a spear. Sean's weapon is a sword. And Eugene's weapons were a short sword and a shield. However, he didn't have time to test out the weapons before he felt a sudden, seeping chill. Turn your head and look. It was Shire who gave him a big smile. This made Eugene uncomfortable inside. I don't know what she's laughing at all. When everyone's weapons are made, Valorian gave each one a blue pendant. He could sense each person's mental state. If something unexpected happens, Valorian will immediately intervene to get him out. After saying that, he signaled for the bloodline ceremony to begin. The crowd stepped into the labyrinth at the word. At this point, Shire is still greeting Eugene with enthusiasm. Eugene was so scared that he went into the maze. When he saw the narrow and long terrain of the labyrinth, he couldn't help but recall that in his previous life he and his friends had explored many mazes. Eugene tested the performance of the weapon here. His short sword was just about ready to be used. The reason he chose the short sword and the shield, because he predicted the narrow, long terrain of the maze. And this weapon combination is just right for this terrain. And it's just a maze for kids to complete the challenge. It's definitely not very difficult. Thinking about this, Eugene strides deeper into the maze. This teenager actually has feelings for a goblin. But the kobold slashes at the boy with his sword. Liddell had to raise his sword to block. But no matter how much he tries to awaken the kobold's feelings, it doesn't help. The kobold is decapitated with a single blow. The kobold explodes into a cloud of light and dissipates into the labyrinth. Liddell looks at the kobold's dissipating light with great satisfaction. Outside the labyrinth, Berolian looks at an excited Liddell. It looks like Liddell is interested in magic. Gilead, beside him, tells him, Liddell has loved magic since he was a child. Compared to his own great ancestors, he seems to worship Xenia more. But he had to give up his love of magic because he was the eldest son. And this time, Berolian was asked to perform the bloodline ceremony. And because he wanted Berolian to take Liddell as a disciple. On hearing that, Berolian told him he'll take Liddell for their friendship. But whether or not he becomes his disciple depends on Liddell's magical talents. Just then, Gilead let out a cry of surprise, pointing forward with a look of disbelief. Eugene faces the giant kobold without fear. The moment the kobold raises his fist to Eugene, Eugene crouches down and raises his shield. Then he raises his short sword and keeps moving it around the kobold, ruthlessly slashing the kobold's skin, killing the kobold in the blink of an eye. The pair outside the labyrinth are dumbfounded by the speed of the kill. Gilead's eyes are glowing. It's as if he's found some kind of treasure. At only 13 years old, he was able to take down a giant kobold on his own. Beside him, Berolian was also shocked by Eugene. He originally made the giant kobolds to train the children to sneak away when they see an opportunity. He didn't think Eugene would be able to take it down so easily. Gilead is all smiles at this point, though he was only a child. But if he's gifted, he can defeat a troll. And these children have a common name. That's genius. The two then look back to Sean in the maze. He hasn't suffered any injuries along the way. Every time he came across a trap, he threw a rock to find his way out. Gilead marvels at Sean's good nature. But what he doesn't know is this: before the bloodline ceremony, the second lady gives him and Shire the map of the labyrinth. As a result, they know the inside of the labyrinth like the back of their hand. Gadgets, on the other hand, were not so lucky. He's covered in trap arrows. He was punched out by a troll. 2.5 years of free rotation in the air. After landing, Gagus immediately adjusts his form. Dragging his giant sword, he charges at the kobolds again. The sword cuts off the kobold's ankle. As the kobold falls to the ground, Gargus leaps to the kobold's chest. He plunges his sword into the kobold's heart. On the other side, Sean has encountered a giant kobold, but he didn't choose to fight them head-on. Instead, he threw a rock to the side. He quickly rushes forward while the kobold is distracted. But no sooner had he turned a corner than he was confronted by his sister Shire. Looks like they're not far from the center of the maze. And to think Eugene embarrassed him in front of his sister the other day. He was determined to make Eugene pay. And that's when something occurred to Shire, a harmless-looking brother. Will we encounter ghosts in the labyrinth? Sean's face darkens at the sound of her voice. Couldn't help but gulp. He braced himself and told his sister not to worry. Whatever comes up, he'll kill it with his sword. But the next moment, there was a hand around the corner. A figure covered in blood crawls out. Sean is suddenly scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but howl, waiting for his eyes to settle. It's a collateral, Zara. Sean's heart palpitates as he asks Zara why she's ghosting him. And Zara pats his chest and complains. Sean's sudden startled him. But Zara was actually planning to sneak up on Sean. Seeing his plan fall apart, Zara turns his head and tries to escape. Shire reacts immediately. She yells for her brother to hurry up and catch up. Sean hears this and curses Zara for making him lose face in front of his sister again. So he grabbed his weapon and led his sister after him. However, during the pursuit, the three of them accidentally arrived at the center of the labyrinth. A giant minotaur crouches in front of the three of them. Just as they were getting nervous and didn't know what to do, Eugene's voice suddenly rings out from behind them. Why are you three here together? Shire sniffs and turns his head to Eugene in a panic. What are you doing here? The corner of Eugene's mouth turned up slightly and said, I was waiting for you guys. Because I'm curious. Who's going to get here first, after me? This boy could have killed the Minotaur alone and gotten the reward. But he's giving it up to a bunch of kids, only because he thought it would be too easy to defeat the Minotaur on his own. And the other kids had gone through a lot of trouble to get to the Minotaur. Eugene thought they'd be pathetic if they weren't given a chance to fight in a real battle. Sean heard this and was instantly enraged. But then he thought of the time he lost to Eugene. He's powerless to refute it. Eugene begins to introduce the Minotaur to the crowd. It's on standby now. The Minotaur will attack once it's in range. Eugene has arranged for the Minotaur to confront the men in the order in which they arrived here. The first one is Zara, and then Sean, and finally Shire. Dazara hears about Eugene's arrangement and goes down the road in fear. He couldn't believe Eugene had set himself up against a minotaur that big. The corners of Eugene's mouth turn up slightly. You can forfeit if you're afraid of losing. At that, Dazara pulled out his hand and said, I'm not going to forfeit. Then she tied her handkerchief to her forehead as if she were dying. She picks up her spear and walks slowly toward the minotaur. Sean looks at Eugene with an indignant look on his face. I will defeat the minotaur before you do. Eugene hears this with a devious smile. If you can beat it, then I'll call you Big Brother from now on. Heard that, Sean was instantly energized. He believes he's more than capable of defeating the minotaur. Then the corner of his mouth turned up slightly and he said, you better be telling the truth. On the other side, the minotaur suddenly opened his eyes. And Dazara has gotten within range of its attack. It's the first time he's faced a monster of this size. Dazara clenches his teeth and overcomes his fear. It took him a long time to get here. There's no going back. Dazara charges at the minotaur without warning. The moment the minotaur's hand slaps down, she accelerates violently and dodges the minotaur's attack. Then she grips her spear and stabs the minotaur with all her might. However, the hard skin of the spear prevented the spear from advancing an inch. Zara alone cannot penetrate. The minotaur takes this opportunity to grab Dazara. Just when she thought she was going to die, the minotaur threw her out of the way. She falls hard in front of Eugene. Shire wonders why the minotaur didn't continue to attack. Eugene explains, the minotaur is just a magical illusion. It's not a real monster. The moment it catches you, it's already a winner. Seeing Dazara lose, Sean picks up his sword and rises slowly. He taunts Eugene before the fight, you've got to see this through. The strength of the direct line and the sideline are not at all on the same level. Eugene didn't reply to this comment. He just smiled a meaningful smile. Sean was furious to see Eugene's disdainful attitude again. He immediately pushed his magic and said, keep your eyes peeled. It's under his control. Magic continues to pour into the sword. After a few moments, a blue halo forms on the sword. Dazara's eyes widened in surprise. She knows that Sean is using sword energy now. A blade of magic that can cut through anything. It takes at least 10 years of magical training to achieve this level of power before the sword's aura becomes visible. She didn't realize that there was such a big difference between her strength and that of her direct lineage. Eugene, on the other hand, was only slightly surprised when he saw it. To be able to utilize sword energy at such a young age, looks like Sean does have some talent. And yet the next moment, Sean's sword energy suddenly disappears. No matter what he tries, he can't get his sword energy back. He didn't understand why he couldn't gather sword energy when his body clearly still had a lot of magic left. But Eugene already had the answer in his heart. Before the bloodline ceremony begins, the head of the family had said, he wanted to know the qualifications of all the children. It's not about direct or collateral lineage. So when Balorian was making this labyrinth, there was a deliberate rule against using magic to attack in the center of the labyrinth. This ensures that direct and collateral lines can compete on relatively fair terms. Eugene looks at Sean with a sneer on his face. If you're afraid of losing, come back here. Don't be a hero. Hearing this, Sean glances behind him at his expectant sister and the bitchy Eugene. He was instantly enraged. He believed he could defeat the minotaur even without his sword energy. Then he charged at the minotaur. And he watched as they fought the minotaur. In order for Eugene to call himself Big Brother, Sean charges at the minotaur alone, head-on. Sean uses his stance to maneuver around the minotaur's attacks. But even with his best efforts, he can't really hurt the minotaur. All he can do is turn into a tickling tool and leave shallow wounds on it. Sean was going to cut off the minotaur's loins when it wasn't looking, but he didn't realize he'd be grabbed by the minotaur instead. And then he's thrown hard toward the door. Eugene grinned at the sight. As expected, Sean will lose against the minotaur. Eugene turns his head to look at Shire behind him. It's Shire's turn next. I didn't expect Shire to turn it down without hesitation, because she knew that there was absolutely no way she could defeat the minotaur without being able to use her magic. Hearing these words, Eugene thought to himself, this little girl is a lot smarter than her brother. Then he grabbed his short sword and shield and walked toward the minotaur with a confident look on his face. Eugene's heart wasn't in a panic at the moment. Instead, he's thinking about what to do about this minotaur. And the moment he stepped into attack range, as if the minotaur sensed the threat, it swings its fist toward Eugene, but it's dodged by Eugene in a flash. He then runs up the minotaur's arm, a leap onto the bull's head. The minotaur sees this and throws a punch at Eugene, and Eugene jumps out of the way in an instant. The large fist smashes heavily into its own head. The minotaur grimaces in pain. Eugene sees the moment and starts to fight back with his sword. The minotaur's neck goes wild. There was a wild explosion of green blood. The trio of spectators outside the arena were dumbfounded by now. They didn't expect Eugene to break the Minotaur's defense by landing all of his attacks in the same place. Eugene has already taken his stance. He's ready to give the Minotaur a killing blow. Just see him stab the Minotaur in the throat. The green blood suddenly soared outward. The Minotaur hisses in pain, then it falls to the ground with a heavy thud. Eugene shook off the blood from his body. With a playful look at Xian, he said, "I defeated it. Did you see that?" And Xian was too shocked to answer. He knew that even if he could use magic to defeat the Minotaur, but there's no way it's as simple as Eugene. A strange feeling came over him as he watched Eugene's back. He didn't understand what this heart-pounding emotion was. When the bloodline ceremony was over, everyone's weapons began to dissipate. The labyrinth is gradually returning to its original form. Outside the maze, Gilead laughs. To Roblin, he keeps praising Eugene's amazing talent. He was able to defeat the Minotaur without ever practicing magic, but Roblin thinks it's not a good thing. This blood ritual. He had wanted to work on the children's cooperation. That's why he summoned the Minotaur. This is a tough monster to deal with on your own. And the traps he created were easily passed by Eugene. He even suspected that Eugene was an undercover agent sent by a rival clan. Gilead sniffs and laughs. From what he could observe, in the last few days, Eugene has been undergoing rigorous training in the martial arts arena, and he made it a point to send someone to the countryside to inquire about it. That kid is also known as a tough guy in his hometown, so it can't be an undercover agent of a rival family, said with a look of excitement on his face. He didn't expect to find this treasure boy in this blood ritual. Maybe he can make the Reinhardt family shine. Yet Roblin grimaced. It is precisely because Eugene is superior to the children of the direct line. So he's worried that Eugene's magic will shake up the direct line. What would you do if he wanted to become the head of the direct line? Gilead hears this and for a moment is at a loss for an answer. Then he waved his hand and said, "The head of Reinhardt's house should be inherited by the best heir. If my children are so weak as to be robbed of their birthright, then they're not qualified to be Reinhardt's householder." Upon hearing these words, Rob Elian has a suggestion for Gilead. That is to take Eugene as his adopted son. After all, the children of the collateral line win over the direct line in the bloodline ceremony. Just in case this point is exploited by someone with ulterior motives, I'm afraid that would be a disaster. Gilead's eyes light up when he hears it. This is indeed the way to go. But before that, let's congratulate the triumphantly returning teenager. When the bloodline ceremony is over, Gilead stares at his own son with a displeased face. He didn't realize his oldest son hadn't even made it halfway through the labyrinth. But then he turns around and praises the crowd. He had seen the valor of the men in the labyrinth. He was expecting a rather difficult trial. But he didn't expect everyone to do well, especially Eugene. Not only is he great at dealing with traps and monsters, but he also defeated the Minotaur by himself without a scratch. Hearing the Lord's praise, Eugene bows to the head of the family to thank him for his praise. Gages, who was on the sidelines, was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe that this scrawny-looking Eugene was able to fight the trolls without a scratch. If Eugene was given his own sideline of muscle growth agents, then he could definitely build an even stronger body than he has now. And Gilead had expected the children to spend 2 days in the labyrinth. But he didn't expect everyone to get through the labyrinth so quickly, so there was no preparation for the feast. He told Roblin to take the children back to rest. The feast will be held tomorrow, but only Eugene was left behind. He's taking Eugene somewhere. On the road, Gilead once again praises Eugene as a weapons genius. Not only did he defeat the beast in the labyrinth with his sword and shield, but he also used a spear when he sparred with Dazara in the martial arts arena. Eugene is a little surprised to hear that. "I didn't think the head of the family would even know about this little thing," Gilead told him, "though the symbolic weapon of House Reinhardt is the sword. But our ancestor, Belmont, was skilled in a variety of other weapons as well. That's why they're called masters of weapons." But aside from the ancestors, there was one other person who was proficient in all types of weapons. That would be his good brother, Hamel. Actually, compared to Belmont, he prefers Hamel. Eugene was a little surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect this patriarch to like himself in his previous life. Immediately asking Gilead why, Gilead tells him, compared to Belmont's perfect look, he prefers Hamel to have a human side. Though Hamel has always been second in a million years, but he never gave up. He's always trying to outdo Belmont, even sacrificing himself for his partner at the end. Eugene was embarrassed to hear this. He rubbed his head very shyly. And he's very narcissistic about the fact that he likes Hamel, too. Soon the two of them arrive at the location of the underground treasure trove. Eugene is the first to arrive at the underground vault besides the previous heads of the family. The treasure trove contains various treasures accumulated by the Reinhardt family over the centuries. And it also includes the Belmont legacy. Gilead had already made nice with the Senate guys. Eugene can pick a treasure from the treasury to take with him. At that Eugene inquired, "Is Belmot's holy sword in there too?" Gilead laughs out loud. He immediately guessed what Eugene was thinking. Although the holy sword was in there. But there's nothing Eugene can do to take it away, because the holy sword is the symbol of House Reinhardt. It cannot belong to anyone. And after the great Belmont, no one was ever recognized by the holy sword again. Eugene felt a pang of regret at this statement. When the two of them arrived at the entrance to the underground treasure trove, Gilead bites his finger, dropping blood into the mouth of the golden lion in the doorway. The golden lion's eyes light up blue. With a loud boom, the door to the treasury was slowly opened. In order for Eugene to freely choose treasures, he lets Eugene go in and pick it out himself. And he waited here for Eugene to come out. Eugene bows deeply to Gilead, thanking the Lord for his care, then quickly headed deeper into the treasure trove. However, just as he entered, he changed his face. He stares at the holy sword in the center of the treasury and grins. So first, he's going to take out his good buddy's holy sword. Rumor has it that this sword was given to G.1 by the gods of mythological times. It has long been sealed in the central temple. And Belmont is the only master it recognizes, though the sword was used almost exclusively as a torch. But in the crusade against the Lich King 300 years ago, Belmont stabbed the fifth evil lord in the heart with the sacred sword. At this moment, Eugene looked at the holy sword in the phalanx, and a thrill ran through his heart. Now he can't wait to pull out the holy sword. Yet even with all his strength, the sword doesn't move. He shakes his sore arm. Looks like we're going to have to find some other treasure. Eugene found a bunch of great treasures in the treasure gallery. The devouring sword Ethelphi can feed on sliced magic to increase its power. But only Belmont can use this sword. Not good enough for Eugene. Courageous spear Culpus, though it takes some time to release the skill, but it's as powerful as Dragon's Breath. Stormbringer Wild, the sword of the Wind Elf King. Eugene looks at the vast array of artifacts, but he didn't find his favorite, the Moonlight Sword or the Magic Spear. But it's been 300 years. The powerful artifacts must have been taken long ago. He had no choice but to choose the Storm Sword Wilder among the remaining artifacts. This sword, when held in the hand, can drive the wind spirits. It can even summon the Wind Elf King, because it's especially hard to get started in elven magic. So even good wizards have a hard time with lower level elves. But you don't have to worry about that if you use a storm sword. But Eugene is in no hurry to choose. He decided to take a look at the other treasures. When he gets to the gems and decorations area, a necklace makes him stare in disbelief. He picks up the necklace and examines it. He was sure that this necklace was the same one he had been wearing in his previous life. It's the only thing his parents left behind. Since the necklace is here, that means the good brother collected the body for him. Looks like the good brother didn't leave him behind even after he died. But he couldn't figure it out. At the beginning, several people clearly agreed to eradicate the Devil King. Why did Bermut break his promise at the end? What oath did they actually make with the Demon King? And to keep his relics here, could it be that their own deaths halfway through the battle caused them to not have enough power to defeat the Demon King? It seems that he still needs to investigate this matter before he can do so. Eugene looks at the pendant in his hand, though the treasury is full of artifacts. But he didn't want to leave his relics behind. Gilead looks surprised when he sees Eugene's choice of pendant. So many artifacts in the treasury. Why did Eugene choose this unassuming pendant? He takes the pendant from Eugene. No matter how he looks at the pendant, it's a piece of junk. Even if you sold it, you couldn't get a normal longsword for it. And he didn't even know that there was this pendant in the treasure trove. He picks up the pendant and tests it on the golden lion in the doorway. This pendant is not registered in the treasury. Gilead asks Eugene, "Do you really want to choose this pendant?" Eugene has decided he wants this one. Only he knows what this pendant means to him. At that, Gilead stopped trying to persuade him, but he had to have the pendant appraised by Roblin before he could give it to him. Maybe there's magic hidden in it that even he can't see. Because this pendant is not part of the treasury's registry, so he gave Eugene special permission to pick out another treasure. Eugene is frozen in place when he hears this. He didn't think the head of the family would be so open-minded, so he bowed deeply to Gilead, and then turned his head again and ran deeper into the treasury. He grabs the Stormbringer Wild that he just chose. As the sword's edge is revealed, Eugene smiles at this. "A little baby, you're mine now." This boy clearly chose the sword of the Elf King, an artifact, but he was despised by his peers. Because his companions love weapons full of power, he reluctantly tells his companions, "This sword is called the Stormbringer Wild. It's an artifact blessed by the Elven King. You can summon an elf to aid you in battle by injecting magic." Heard Eugene's explanation, Zara immediately realized how short-sighted he had been. But then she turns around and excitedly asks Eugene, "Is there a magic spear Fintos in the treasury? It's known as Bermut's most powerful weapon." Though Eugene would have loved to have gotten his hands on the spear, but he didn't see it in the treasury. Gadgets immediately countered Dazara's point upon hearing it, because in his opinion, the magic weapon Bone Crusher is the strongest weapon. Eugene was lost in thought as he watched the bickering duo. These two weapons are the weapons of the 4th-ranked Brutal Demon King and the 5th-ranked Killing Demon King. It's true that he didn't find any sign of these two magic weapons in the treasury. But these two weapons were, after all, used by the Demon Lord. Maybe they're sealed away somewhere by the good brothers. Looking aside at the bickering duo, Eugene shakes his head. The magic spear and the bone-shattering hammer are both of the same level. There's no way to tell the difference. But if I had to choose the strongest of the good brothers' weapons, he would choose the Moonlight Sword without hesitation. Because the sword's mission is to destroy everything, whether it's a cruel demon lord or a killer demon lord. All died under the breaking light of the Moonlight Sword, but right now he still needs to familiarize himself with the Stormbringer in his hands first. After all, this is the first real sword he's gotten since he was reborn. Eugene lifted up a faint sword aura. It was as nimble as a snake in the moonlight. The sound of swords lingers throughout the arena. Inside the room, Gilead and Roblin are studying the pendant that Eugene has chosen. But no matter how much Roblin probes, he didn't find anything different about the pendant. He questioned Gilead suspiciously. Was this necklace really found in a treasure trove? Sure it wasn't a joke by that Eugene kid? Gilead looks very serious at that. He told Roblin, this pendant was indeed found by Eugene in the treasure trove, and he has no reason to joke about it. If he hadn't asked Eugene to pick another treasure, maybe he wouldn't have gotten anything. It's too risky. That makes sense to Roblin. He still wants to explore the pendant a bit more, although it has been determined that there is no magic on this necklace. But most items in this world contain magic. It may be possible to read the memories of the magic left in the pendant and find out where it came from. Gilead's interest is renewed at this statement. He also wonders why such an ordinary pendant is in the treasure trove. Roblin placed the pendant in the center of both palms. As a blue glow flares up, the memory of this pendant surfaced in his mind, and the last image was 100 years ago, buying the pendant from an old man, stored in an underground vault for the next 100 years. Gilead was relieved to hear this. It looks like the pendant can be returned to Eugene. It's the first time Roblin has ever seen the look on Gilead's face. He seems to have taken a liking to the boy Eugene. Gilead laughs a little. Both a genius and a servant of Reinhardt, there's no reason why he shouldn't like Eugene. So he was prepared to take Eugene as his own, as Roblin had originally proposed. But to Eugene's surprise, he's been spotted by Uncle Sam. It turns out Uncle Sam's name is Jiwon Reinhardt, Gerard's third brother. He's still single for reasons unknown. Has been traveling with Gilead all his adult life. Eugene looks at Uncle Sam in front of him and gets a bad feeling, but he bowed respectfully. But Jiwon took him in her arms. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "You're the collateral who defeated the direct line? My son, I have finally met you." Eugene couldn't help but get goosebumps. He quickly changed the subject. "Are you here to fetch me to meet the head of the family?" Jiwon sniffed and laughed. He said, "Brother originally planned to send other knights to pick you up, but I heard that you defeated the direct line of children in the blood ceremony, so I took on the task myself. I wanted to meet you in person." After some conversation, Eugene has a newfound appreciation for Jiwon. He's got a lot of personality underneath that unruly exterior. Eugene guesses he's still single because of his personality. Luckily, it's not because of any particular fetish. Soon Eugene follows Jiwon to the door of the study. He knocks gently on the door. Immediately, the voice of the Lord came from inside. "Come in. It seems the Lord has been waiting here for a long time." Jiwon even winks at Eugene before going in. Eugene wondered on the spot if he jumped to conclusions too soon. When Eugene walks into the study, he is immediately greeted by the head of the house. This time, he was called here to return the pendant to him. He told Eugene. Roblin reads the magical memories on the pendant. There is no magic attached to this pendant. As a comrade in arms in the former life of Xenia, he knows that the magic of reading memories was invented by Xenia, so he pretended to be unaware and asked Roblin what memories he had read. Gilead doesn't hold back at all and tells Eugene. This pendant, about 100 years ago, a family member purchased it on the streets of the capital. When this statement is made, Eugene was instantly shocked. How is this possible? This is the same pendant he wore 300 years ago, and he's been wearing it for decades. There's no mistaking it. But there's no way Roblin could have lied. Then the only explanation is that there's new magic attached to it, and it fooled the Tower Master. But he couldn't figure it out. Who the hell would do that? And with the power to fool the Tower Master, could it be Belmont? Thinking about it, he was never sure, so he just stopped thinking. All that matters now is that he can take the pendant. After 300 years, he has the pendant from his past life. Eugene couldn't wait to put it around his neck. At this point Gilead coughs dryly. Eugene, I didn't call you here just because of the locket. Actually, there's one more thing that you might find surprising, but it should be a good thing for you. Eugene's eyes narrowed at his words. He guessed what the Lord said before the family head could say anything. Eugene was the first to speak. My lord, though Shire is both kind and sweet, I don't want to get married just yet. In his mind, he clearly beat his brother up and made a fool out of Shion from time to time. She's not mad at him, she's close to him. So this is all about marriage? Think about it. Eugene feels like everything is becoming clear. He had thought Gilead was a nice guy. He didn't realize he was planning this behind his back. He immediately said he's too young now. It's not a good time to talk about marriage. Gilead sees Eugene blah blah getting more and more out of line. Gilead interrupts his fantasies. He's not thinking about marrying Shire off to Eugene. At this moment, Eugene wanted to find a hole in the ground. It's so embarrassing that your toes could dig the floor out of a house. What the hell was I thinking? How can a 13-year-old possibly talk about marriage? Eventually he figured out a plausible explanation on his own. It's that his intellect followed his body to the level of a child's. Gilead, on the other hand, took Eugene's words as a complete joke. He told Eugene bluntly, I just want to take you as my adopted son. Eugene hasn't gotten over his embarrassment. And now he's got a nuclear bomb of a message. Eugene wants to say no, but Gilead saw right through him. He smiled slyly. If you don't agree, I'll tell Shire what I just said. There are 10,000 alpacas running around in Eugene's heart right now. What the hell am I gonna do? This now makes Eugene even more speechless. Being reincarnated as a brother's descendant is humiliating enough, and now he's going to recognize the descendant of a good brother as his father. He feels like it's getting harder and harder, though it was a good way to stay in the immediate family of development. But the topic still hit him a little too hard. How's it going? Do you want me to tell her about it? Eugene blushes again. It's a real shame. At this point Gilead stated, if you agree, you can bring your family over as well. Eugene worries, wouldn't I have two fathers in that case? Gilead says it's not as complicated as he thinks. It's just a matter of bringing his family over to live with him. Gilead is also the father of 3 children. He wasn't trying to take the children from Eugene's father, Benjamin. I haven't met Benjamin yet, but Gilead says he'll honor him like a brother. After hearing Gilead's impassioned speech, Eugene is stumped. It seems there's no escaping the identity of the righteous son. A long silence. Eugene asks Gilead, what will happen if I refuse? Gilead jumps out of his chair at this statement. He felt that Eugene's question was somewhat amusing. He looks at Eugene with a smile, though some of the words came out of his mouth with some embarrassment. But he doesn't think he's that kind of person. If Eugene had refused his offer, he'll just feel sorry for himself. That's all there is to it. He'll respect Eugene's choice and wish him well in the future. After feeling his kindness, Eugene still feels it's not his decision to make. He needs to hear what his father has to say. Gilead immediately said that the dinner would be postponed for now. Wait till he sends for Eugene's father. Eugene agreed to his proposal. And by the way, he asks Gilead what exactly he just said was good for his future. Gilead thinks about it and tells him there will be many good assistants to teach him to practice. All kinds of resources will be sufficient. Eugene wonders, if I become your adopted son, can I study directly with you, my lord? If he is to learn, he must learn from the strongest. After all, he's curious just how strong the current generation of Reinhardt House Lords would be. Yet Housemaster Gilead told him, he's not the strongest man in the family at the moment. Eugene is surprised that the head of the family is not the strongest person in the family. He rushed to ask, who is the strongest person? Gilead tells him, it's his brother, Kiddo. Once upon a time, he was indeed the strongest of the family, but now Kiddo is even more powerful. Eugene didn't expect. Kiddo, whom he just met, is the strongest in the family. That's when Gilead asked him, did you ever get away to practice magic from your father? Eugene says, if you don't say anything about this, I don't even plan on practicing magic. It's as if he can see his embarrassment. Gilead reassured him that he had trained too hard. That's why you didn't notice. Gilead couldn't bear the thought of such a great talent ending up buried for financial reasons. That's the main reason he wanted to take Eugene as his adopted son. It was in the immediate family that Eugene would have a better environment to train in. He then instructed Eugene to train well. We'll wait for Benjamin to arrive. Eugene also feels that the discussion is almost over, so he gets up and says goodbye to Gilead. After coming out, Eugene, who was going to hang out for a while before going back, suddenly smelled perfume in the air. Is this his nose committing a crime? Follow the perfume. Eugene senses someone hiding behind the pillar in front of him, since the woman hasn't moved. It seems she's been waiting here for a long time. As he rounds the corner, the woman also appeared in front of Eugene, pretending to be a chance encounter, the variant that the master of the house could not afford to lose. Looking at her look of being surprised to meet Eugene, Eugene couldn't help but spit. Her acting really sucks. I could see right through her act. But on the surface, Eugene saluted her. It's better to do the right thing and not let anyone catch you in the act. Annie's going to be polite before she gets to the point. But Eugene asks her point blank, "Are you waiting for me here for something?" The corners of Anne's mouth twitch at being poked and prodded. Almost couldn't hold back her temper. But thinking that Eugene was from the country, and now the champion of the blood ritual, with Eugene's talent, he's going to grow up to be amazing. It's better to be on good terms with him than to be his enemy. A marriage with Shire would be great. No nonsense from and after a quick thought. Ask Eugene point blank what he talked to the head of the family about. Eugene, for his part, said, because it's a matter to be discussed with the head of the family alone. So he didn't dare to say it casually, seeing that Eugene wouldn't say it. And to make the subject so sensitive. And was quick to explain that she was just asking. Nothing more. She said she also wanted to apologize to Eugene on this visit, as the opening of the bloodline ceremony is imminent. That's why the whole Sean thing's been dragging on. And Eugene tells her. The misunderstanding with Sean has long since been resolved. After all, her son was almost bent by Eugene. Annie compliments Eugene on what a mature kid he is. It's good to think so. Now that you've cleared up your misunderstanding, then we must get along. Eugene said happily, of course I will. After all, we are family with the same last name. But Annie cringed at the word family, although the words are right, but it's coming from someone she finds repulsive. It made her feel very uneasy. Eugene interrupts her musings to ask, can I go now? And hastens to smile. It's okay. I'm sorry to have kept you so long. Ignoring her, Eugene turns around and heads for his quarters. This woman has been wary of him since day one. She's also been very vocal about her distaste for him. Eugene wants nothing to do with her. Annie stood there silently watching Eugene's back as he walked away, but her expression is very somber. Hey, kid, don't let me find a way to torture you. This young man is a presence that scares his old man. At only 13 years old, he's already got a muscular body. And now Eugene has made his old man proud by winning first place in the pedigree ceremony. 2 days later, Eugene's father, Benjamin, has finally arrived. He still can't believe it. His own seed came in first place. The thought that his own child actually won over the firstborn, he couldn't help but wet his eyes with tears. Eugene was a smart kid from the time he was a kid. He had a lot of talent. But he couldn't have given Eugene any better help. He thought Eugene would be beaten up by the children of the direct line during the ceremony. Let him understand that the gap between the direct line and the collateral line cannot be bridged from birth. While he's still thinking, a call from Eugene comes from up ahead. Standing by Gilead, Eugene waves happily at him. Seeing the innocent smile of his son, Benjamin has put all his worries behind him. He rushes forward and takes Eugene into his arms. So what if it's a direct family? They're still being outdone by my lovely son. He hugged Eugene with tears in his eyes. I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be your father. Eugene is comforting him as if he were a child. Didn't I tell you I'd bring you good news? You still don't trust me? He rushed to apologize to Eugene. You did say that. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. The father and son talked for a long time. Benjamin realizes that the head of the family, Gilead, has been standing next to him for half a day. He rushed to introduce himself to Gilead. And apologizes for being so late in saying hello. Gilead doesn't care about that. He also introduced himself formally to him. He said he hadn't been able to entertain him properly. They exchange pleasantries. Benjamin is flattered by the graciousness of the current head of the family. Gilead then politely invites him to his room. Benjamin responds in kind, but he still looks at his son with fondness. After all, we've only just met and parted. After taking his seat, Gilead tells him about the proposal to take Eugene as an adopted son. Benjamin is surprised. He thought he had misheard and reconfirmed it. Gilead tells him that Eugene, if he takes him as his adopted son, you'll also be seen as a full-blooded person can live here. Think for a moment. Benjamin suddenly rises and bows to Gilead in apology. He thanked Gilead for thinking so highly of his son, but as a father, he has to think about Eugene's future. He thinks that even though Gilead means well, but the rest of the immediate family would have ostracized Eugene. Listening to what he's saying, Gilead tells him, although I don't want to limit Eugene's future, but there is a tradition in the immediate family. A collateral child can't be the head of the family, not even if Eugene becomes an adopted son. So as long as Eugene isn't greedy, you can grow better here. Eugene, as an adopted son, can be a brother to my son, and my daughter. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, Eugene's growth here will open up more possibilities for his future, Benjamin said. He needs to ask Eugene what he thinks before he decides. Why is this old father hugging his son and losing his voice? Just because the head of the family adopted his son as an adopted son. He was worried that his son would get a bad rap in the immediate family, so he responded to the head of the family. Need to ask Eugene's opinion before responding. Eugene here is practicing his swordplay. And Benjamin is coming from the distance with his head hanging down, and Eugene sees that sad look on his face, and realized that he knew about his adopted son. But Eugene sheathed his sword. Ask him what happened. What's with the look? Benjamin walks up to him, but catches a glimpse of Eugene's storm sword at his waist. It was a sword he couldn't afford even with all his savings. I hate to admit it, but it's true. With mixed feelings, he tells Eugene, Gilead intends to take you in as his adopted son. If you become a full-fledged adopted son, you'll have a better future ahead of you. But if you're a parasite, there might be a lot more difficulties in the future, too. Eugene said indifferently, I know all about that. I've discussed this topic with the head of the family before. He smiled confidently and said, But father, didn't you always think of me as Eugene Reinhardt? Benjamin heard him emphasize his full name. He understands his son's decision. I couldn't help but wet my eyes with tears. He told Eugene solemnly. Your name was given by me and your dead mother. Don't forget it. Eugene stated, even if I become a straight adopted child, Benjamin Reinhardt is the only biological father I've ever had. Reassured by Eugene, Benjamin no longer holds back. Holding Eugene in his arms, he lost his voice and cried. Eugene felt that although being a direct adopted child had a lot of concerns, but the benefits would be greater. Though he has no thoughts of becoming head of House Reinhardt, but others wouldn't see it that way. For example, the first wife, Dixie, and the second wife, and couldn't stand him. Eugene calms his father down and tells him to go home and rest. Benjamin leaves, lost in thought. Eugene thinks, facing dissatisfaction and making things difficult. There are two ways to resolve it. One is to ignore it and ignore it. Let them scream, let them rage. Or go head to head. Prove yourself with strength. The next day, the immediate family dinner. Housemaster Gilead invited the side families to the ceremony. Benjamin, alone with his wine, is suddenly called to a halt. The visitor compliments his son on his excellence. He also congratulated him on becoming a full-blooded man. The other one recommended him a muscle growth supplement. Passing by, Eugene sees a couple of guys having a nice conversation. He's looking at the big guy who's posing and showing off his muscles. Eugene didn't even have to guess that it was Garja's father at that moment, and appeared in the corner of the hall with Sean. She scolds Sean to behave properly and not embarrass her. Sean was so scared that she held her head up. She instructs Sean to always compare herself to Eugene. It's ridiculous for a direct line to lose in a family ceremony. You can't help it if you're ashamed of yourself. But you can't be negative. No matter who laughs at you, you're still my son. It's the right bloodline. That's something you should keep in mind. Although Eugene can't be the head of the family, but you can't let up. In order to become the head of the family, you must work harder. And remember to get along with Eugene. Hearing that last sentence surprises Sean. Annie tells him that brothers should love each other. And then, you'll make him an asset to get you to the head of the family. Sean is confused. Just remember to get along. But he's embarrassed when he thinks about getting along with Eugene. Shire here finds Eugene and asks him, We're brother and sister now, aren't we? She went after Eugene and asked if he could call her sister. Eugene says they're just a few months apart. Why do I call you sister? Shire mutters in displeasure. She was born 5 seconds after Sean and became a sister. Eugene, on the other hand, thinks it's different. A determined Shire chases after Eugene and asks him to call her sister once. Shire's not letting up. Eugene then mentally spits. Let him call a 13-year-old girl his sister. He'd rather die than agree to that. It's a shame to even think about it. And that's when the householder's room. The people were discussing Liddell's worship of his master, but it was rejected by Barolian. He stated that he would not take Liddell as a disciple. The young man was surprised to see the man in front of him. Barolian refused to take him as his disciple, because he needed to practice summoning magic for a long time, and Liddell hasn't been tested by the system on Alatha's side. But he said, what if he has the potential to learn summoning magic? Barolian tells him, then you're a representative of Reinhardt in Alat. But if you don't have the talent to beat other mages, I will not take you on as my apprentice. But Barolian communicated with Gilead when he was in the Red Tower. Liddell, if he's going over there, he will protect Liddell from condemnation and discrimination. Prepare a suitable environment for him to practice his magic. This makes Liddell's heart sing. It doesn't matter if you can't be his apprentice. If only I could escape this depressing home, just so long as I can learn magic. But he's afraid Gilead will object. He can't help but steal glances at Gilead. Gilead told him not to think about him. Just make your own choice. And that's when his mother, Disney, came up to encourage him. Your father has given you a chance. Just accept it with gratitude, though you've loved magic since you were a child. But Liddell. Dixie took a serious turn and said, "You're the son of my Disney. You must have the determination to be the head of the family. Even if you go to a lot, you must not forget." Seeing her scowl, worried she'll scare Liddell, Gilead's voice stops her. Disney said indifferently, "It's just a little nagging from a mother to her son." But inside she's very upset. "If we send Liddell to Alad, that crazy bitch Annie's gonna be so happy." But she didn't think it could be helped. Liddell's character doesn't match his identity. He was born weak and unable to take care of himself, and he was pure and good, going to Alad to learn magic and grow with other magicians. It might be better for him. So Dixie told Liddell to remember him as the firstborn son of House Reinhardt. The rest was up to Liddell. But if she knew Lyde would be like that in the future, she might regret letting him out. So the day after the party, Balorian took Liddell and left the house to travel to Arnold with him. The other children of the collateral line went back to their respective families with their parents. Benjamin and Eugene are the only ones left in the empty compartment. And today is the first time Eugene has practiced magic since he was born again. There are two types of magic, aura cultivation and body cultivation. Aura cultivation is the transformation of aura through breathing into one's own strength cultivation. Physical cultivation is the accumulation of aura by exercising the body. Both are not easy, but aura cultivation is superior. In his previous life, Eugene started out as a physical practitioner, but at the suggestion of Xenia and Belmont, changed to aura cultivation. And the magical practice of the Reinhardt family is physical practitioner. Eugene arrives at the appointed place to see Kiddo waiting for him. There's a aura vein here that only full-bloods can use. It was created by Belmont 300 years ago. Eugene was also very impressed. Kiddo tells Eugene, "Despite his help, the first time you practice, Eugene should have a hard time." Sean and Shire begin magic initiation at age 6. It took 4 days to feel the aura. It took Liddell a week. The children of the sideline are usually introduced at the age of 4, but it takes a month to feel the aura. But Kiddo told Eugene not to worry. With the vein in his help, it shouldn't take long. Eugene asks him, "In that case, how long would it take to feel the aura?" Kiddo thinks 10 days or so should be about right. Eugene ostensibly marvels at 10 days to feel the aura. That's pretty impressive. But inwardly he spat, "What the hell 10 days? Not even 10 minutes, kid. Take a guess. How long does it take Eugene to feel the aura? How easy is it to get started in magic in this world? Just sit down on the ground with your legs crossed and the aura will come to you." Kiddo shows Eugene the exclusive cultivation method of the immediate familyage. It's the White Inferno style, created by Belmont. Eugene looks at his form, though the name of the move wasn't clear before. But he's seen Belmont in this state before. The aura surrounds his body, forming a white flame-like presence. It looks like a lion's mane. In his previous life, he couldn't get past the white flame after all. Kiddo reminds him that auras are not immediately perceived. It's good to start practicing breathing first. Without looking up, Eugene tells him that he can already feel the aura. Kiddo thinks he's getting too involved and getting the wrong impression. So he gathered his magic orbs and prepared to test him. And the ball kept changing positions, and he pointed them out exactly where it were. Eugene opens his eyes in triumph. "How much longer do you want to test it?" Kiddo's shocked. Being able to perceive the aura in 10 days is considered excellent, but Eugene's talent is far too strong. At this point, Kiddo has no choice but to go straight to the next section. He leads Eugene to feel the aura enter his body. He had Eugene try to swallow the aura from the aura vein. Flow in the direction of white flame style. Slowly bring the aura to the heart and concentrate it. Sensing that Eugene has entered the state, Kid slowly releases his grip and steps back. Watching the aura surround Eugene's body, he is actually initiated. Kiddo thinks, that's more than good enough. The body is just beginning to accept the aura. It's time to slowly try to tune into Reiki. But Eugene is already in control of his aura. Kiddo feels like he's going crazy. Eugene, on the other hand, feels like he has the memories and experiences of his past life. It's not that hard to do, even putting aside those factors. Eugene can feel it too. This body is very good at absorbing auras. Unfortunately, the body is still too young. There's not much aura that can be absorbed. That's as far as it goes. And Kiddo looks numbly at Eugene. He doesn't know how many times he's been shocked. The average newly initiated spirit core is only the size of a sesame seed. It takes time to get bigger. But Eugene's core is bigger than a pea. In the end, Kiddo can only send Eugene a message. "You're a real monster." Eugene asks him if that's a compliment. The corner of Kiddo's mouth twitches, sort of. On the way back, Kiddo popularized the white flame style of follow-up practice with Eugene. After the white flame pose reaches a certain level, the aura core will automatically split. Your body will be able to store more aura. Spirit cores are called stars. The founder of the white flame, the great Belmont, the only person ever to reach the 10th star, Kiddo said. Both he and Gilead are currently at the 6-star level, although the 3 in the direct line are all 1 star. But Xian and Shire should reach 2 stars next year. They started when they were 6 years old, and it took them about 8 years to reach the 2nd star. As for your words, as long as you're not lazy, you should be faster than them. Eugene happily said he would practice with all his heart. But he smiles inwardly. This body is gifted enough to crush his previous life. He wouldn't have wasted that talent unless he was crazy. Thank you very much, Belmont. Thanks for leaving the white flame. I'll be able to do a lot more from now on. Back in the immediate family, Eugene asks Nina to bring him the Stormbringer. He's going to try to summon the Elf King. He concentrates and pours his newly cultivated aura into his sword. The winds of heaven and earth suddenly rose up. A tornado appeared out of nowhere. At that moment a puzzled voice came out from the dark clouds. Are you Hamel? Eugene didn't expect to actually summon the Elf King. And why does he know I'm Hamel? Why does the boy hate the revered Elf King? The Elf King he just summoned saw right through him. Eugene questioned him. Why do you know he is the reincarnation of Hamel? The Elf King told him, I remember your soul. No matter how much time passes or how many faces change, the soul doesn't change. It's been a long time since I was summoned by Ned. I thought I was being summoned by a descendant of Belmont. Instead, I felt your spirit. Listen to him talk about Belmont. Eugene asked him viciously. Why didn't Belmont kill the Demon King? After my death, you continued your adventures in Mordor with them. You should be well aware of that, shouldn't you? Tempest told Eugene. And he's not sure what Belmont has in mind. He lowered his sword during the battle with the imprisoned Demon King. Eugene was shocked to learn this. Why would Belmont do this? Tempest continues to recount that the fighting there was fierce. The companions were wounded and fell. Only Belmont and the imprisoned Demon King remain standing. But at the critical moment he withdraws the NID from his hand. He didn't kill the imprisoned Demon King, and he didn't go to the destroyer Demonling. Eugene was furious when he heard this. I didn't think this would happen after he died. He questioned Tempest. What exactly is the pact that Belmont signed with the imprisoned Demon King? But Tempest told him. He doesn't know the contents of the contract. Eugene curses angrily. How could you not know? Tempest stated, the only people who knew the contents of the contract were those who were there at the time. When Belmont sheathed his sword, he could no longer enter the site. Eugene was furious to hear this result. Do I have to ask for Belmont's body? Yet that's when Tempest tells him, there's no time. He could not have summoned himself with his scarce aura. It was Tempest who forced the door open. Now that door is closing. Next time when you're strong enough. Tempest disappeared before he could finish his sentence, leaving only Eugene, still cursing angrily. Suddenly Eugene's nose bleeds. He feels weak and dizzy now. And then he fell to the ground, unconscious. Nina panicked and didn't know what to do. Eugene is then taken back to his room and sleeps until late at night. He looked at his hands, which were trembling. He felt that his own little spiritual power had been completely squeezed out. Nina comes in and sees that he's awake and finally lets go of her heart. And tells him that the head of the family and Kiddo are waiting for him to wake up. I'm going to invite them over. It wasn't long before the two of them arrived in Eugene's bedroom. Gilead questioned him. What happened to the vision that appeared during the day? Was the elf summoned? Eugene knew that the vision had been seen by many. Saying nothing is not an option. So he selectively told them that the Elf King had come. The two thought they were just summoning ordinary elves. I didn't realize Eugene was so powerful. He's got the Elf King all over him. He said it wasn't in his power. It was the Elf King himself who summoned him after a long absence. Sid was surprised. No one's been able to summon an Elf King since Belmont. Eugene also said that the Elf King thought he was too weak, so he waved his hand and went back to the Elven realm. Gilead was pleased. It was only during the day that I heard of Eugene's instantaneous introduction to the White Flame style. He even summoned the Elf King this afternoon. Then he gave Eugene a few days rest. Next, he'll have Kiddo continue to teach Eugene to practice. He was going to continue traveling with Kiddo after the family ceremony. Kiddo also expressed his willingness to continue teaching him, and of course, Shire and Xion will be joining him. And the duo who heard about Eugene's instant introduction to the White Flame style 1-star. It's finally getting serious after all the excitement. How fierce are the stimulated twins? It's late at night and they're still practicing. Shire can't help but compliment Eugene on how good he is. 1 star already in 1 day. It took them a long time to get to this level in the first place. Xion contradicted her. It didn't take long, did it? A month is a long time for them to get started. Shire re-emphasized that Eugene was initiated in less than a day. Sean, who was already holding his fire, didn't want to talk any more nonsense. He charges at Shire with his sword. The two of them then fought. It's a good fight. Over here Eugene waits for the head of the family and kiddo to leave, taking out the NID and preparing to try summoning the Elf King again. And this time, only a lower level Pokemon was summoned. He was greatly disappointed. He asks if the elves heard what their king said. However, the elf just stares straight at him without responding. Eugene then remembered. A low-level elf is not intelligent enough to converse. He then viciously asked the elf to relay the message to Tapestry. I'll kick his ass if he tries to lie to me. How dare this man disrespect her king? The elf frowned in anger. Then she gave Eugene a hard time and went back to the elf world. Eugene recalls what he learned from Tempest during the day. He was the only one who died in the city of the imprisoned Demon King. All the others survived. But only Belmont and the imprisoned Demon King know the contents of the contract. One of these days he's going to go to Helmet and figure it all out. Not only that, he's got to look for clues in the places where his former companions have retreated. But he's too weak now. There's no way to get to those countries. He's got to get his ass in gear. Until the day he's strong enough. He's going to find out. It's been 4 years. Eugene's muscles have grown even more muscular. At 17, he's getting more and more handsome. He couldn't help but wipe his mouth when he looked at himself in the mirror. Now his white flame style has reached the 3-star level, but he feels that his strength is still not enough. To make use of this gifted body, not only do we have to rely on the skills of your previous life, you have to learn new things to do so. He tells Sean that he's going to go to Aloth to learn magic. Sean asks him what the fuck he's talking about. Can't you practice in the clan? Eugene has a smug look on his face. He was practicing normally in the morning. And it turned out like this. After that, he did a power burst. The white flames generated by the resonance of the 3 spirit cores were dazzling. Sean was stunned speechless by his action. Reacting in shock, he says, "Don't be ridiculous. Is that any way to behave? I'm still a 2-star. Eugene, who started 7 years after him, has broken through to 3 stars. He was jealous. Eugene waved his hand dashingly. I'm a genius. You don't understand. Sean is so pissed off at him, he wants to kill him. Eugene says they're brothers, so don't be so cruel. Sean taunts him. Brothers still beat me to death every day? Eugene teases, you who? Who begged me to spar with him every morning? Sean blushes at his comment, unable to refute it. He could only change the subject. Why are you suddenly going to Aloth? He asks. Did you forget about Little? He didn't even become Barolian's apprentices because he weren't talented enough to go over there, even though he got into the Red Tower through connections. But after 4 years, he haven't accomplished anything yet. Eugene warned him to keep his mouth shut. Scares the shit out of Sean. But Sean talked him out of going to Aloth to learn any magic. If he did go to Aloth, Shire would be devastated. Why is the girl biting her lip in sadness? It's because the man she's loved since childhood is about to leave. And the man doesn't know what she's thinking. Eugene passes by Shire's door. Shire calls out to him. Ask him if he can talk to her. Eugene said, come out if you want to talk to me. Shire thinks she's sweaty from her training, decisively rejecting his offer. Ask him if he really wants to go to Aloth. Eugene says he wants to study magic. Shire doesn't understand. You could have recruited magician in the capital to come. Besides, my brother and I might overtake you if you're not around. Eugene says that couldn't be better. It'll be more fun practicing against you guys. You're practicing alone back there. It's been a while since I practiced against you. Shire looks like he's got something. Ask him, if I'm willing to spar with you, can you stay away? But Eugene, the idiot, rejected her offer outright. Shire's pissed off and can't do anything about it. She can only ask how long he'll be gone. Eugene says he doesn't know. But it shouldn't take more than a couple years to get back. Shire's not happy to hear he's going to be gone that long. Tell him it's going to be hard to leave home. Besides, Benjamin will be sad. Eugene thinks his father is now familiar with the immediate family. He hunts occasionally and has less flab on his body. He can do it himself. Shire almost blurts out that she doesn't want him to go, but changed her mind and said that her brother didn't want him to go. Eugene laughs, even then I'd still go. You have to practice hard. Hearing him so adamant, Shire is completely out of reasons. She quickly pokes her head out and asks if he's really leaving. Eugene waves his hand at her without looking back, leaving in style. Shire is sad to see him like this, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She mumbled something there. Actually, I don't want you to leave. Eugene comes over to the master of the house and explains to Gilead his plans to go to Aloth to learn magic. Gilead is surprised. At his age, reaching 3 stars in the white flame style is unparalleled. If he continues to work hard, he'll reach the 4-star level as an adult. But Eugene said, if I stay in the immediate family, I won't get any growth. I'm not sure if I have any magical qualifications. But if I learn magic, it'll help me with my aura training. Simply learning something new is an important experience for him as well. He believed it was never pointless. Immediately afterwards, he bowed to the head of the family, hoping to promise him. Seeing him so determined, Gilead could not say anything. All he could do was warn him not to touch anything about black magic. There are black magical towers where black magicians gather in Aloth. Although it's not like it used to be, people don't think so badly of them. But as a descendant of Belmont, we unconditionally exclude black magic. No need for Gilead to remind. Eugene knows about all the dirty things those people did 300 years ago. He told Gilead not to worry. He also has a pretty deep distaste for black magic. How hard is it for an ordinary person to get into a magician's house? The entrance fee for the courtyard would be $100,000. It's $1 million to get inside the house. And Eugene is now in front of such a house, when he was just in the immediate family. Everyone came to see him off on his long journey. Eugene stands in front of the portal and says goodbye to everyone. His father is crying his eyes out. Shire hid behind it, his little blushing face unable to look him in the eye. He's ready to leave, and he sees his father's face. He could only comfort his father. Wouldn't it be better to send off your son with a smile on his face when he's already decided to go away? Benjamin wipes away his tears and sends him off with a smile on his face. Eugene doesn't hesitate. He turns and walks into the town of teleportation. The Pentagon, capital of the magical kingdom of Aloth. 5 magical towers were built around the palace. Eugene in his magic car looks down at the street below. His mind is full of thoughts. Although he has been here in his previous life. But it's so different now. Of all the kingdoms, only Aloth has a castle in the sky. While highlighting the superiority of Aloth's magic, it's also a symbol of wealth. The guide introduces him to the hanging magic of these 15 castles in the sky. All built by Xenia herself. Eugene asked him, was this aircar created by Xenia as well? The tour guide proudly says, of course it is. But don't worry about the old magic. After hundreds of years of continuous improvement, very low accident rate, no bad reviews, Eugene is spitting in his pants. It's because the person who fell has no time to give a bad review. Then Eugene stops the guide from continuing with the other attractions. He asked the guide to take him to Xenia's home. The guide introduces him to. That was Xenia's home before she died. After Xenia left a note to go into seclusion 200 years ago, she left the house and never came back. Eugene asked him, is it true that no one knows where Xenia has gone since then? The tour guide said it was true. Her whereabouts have since been divined by many magicians and disciples of Xenia. But no one can find where she hides. And the guide told Eugene a tidbit of information. He thinks Xenia went to Mordor 200 years ago, 100 years after Hamel's death. Xenia seeks to avenge the death of her partner. That's why she left Aloth. Because Hamel had a crush on Xenia. I heard that Hamel confessed his love to Xenia before he died. Eugene's face was very ugly when he heard this, angrily telling him to shut up in a hurry. The tour guide has the good sense to stop telling the story of this scandalous love affair. But again, he recounts additional speculation about Xenia's seclusion. It is rumored that Xenia, who loathes black magic and demons, before she went into hiding, she fought against the creation of the Black Tower. She was assassinated by a magician who believed in black magic. Eugene was rather disdainful of this. How could a mere black mage hurt Xenia? But he couldn't help but guess. Though black magic won't do. But what if it's the work of a demon king? After all, Helmut has been absorbing backup from Allah through the Black Tower up until now. So Xenia was an eyesore in the Demon King's position. It's not surprising that he'd want to kill her. The speeder has finally reached its destination. With all the talk, Eugene doesn't know if Xenia is still alive or not. There's a lot of activity in front of Xenia's house. It's crowded with people coming to pray. The guide told him, these are the candidates who want to enter the Tower of Magic. But because they don't have the money, they have to stay out here and pray. After all, the entrance fee to the courtyard is over $100,000. If you want to go inside the house, it'll cost you over $1 million. Eugene asked him, will anyone go in there for that much? The guide says, yes, and very much so. Because legend has it that praying to Xenia's portrait in the hall will help them pass the tower exams. Come to the door. The guard at the door checks Eugene's ID card. Eugene Reinhardt's identity scares the guards. He opens the door to the house for him. Finally, we've arrived at our former partner's house. Eugene was very excited. He's going to take a good look. What that little girl has done all these years. There was a time when this 300-something-year-old girl wanted to get married and have children. But she ended up living alone for over 100 years. Never married. Eugene walks in the home where Xenia has lived for over 100 years. Thinking back to a little bit of that time, Xenia asked him what he wanted to do with his life. A flowery age for such hard work in this shithole. When it's all over, you have to pursue your own happiness. The Hamel of the day said he didn't think about that sort of thing. Xenia told him, Molong, that fool, wants to be king. Hamel thinks Molong is crazy. Does he think the king can be whoever he wants to be? Xenia disagrees with him. Everyone has the right to dream. Not to mention people like us, who may not be around one day. Hamel asked her if she was drunk. How dare you say something so melodramatic? He even asked Xenia if she saw his goosebumps. But in reality, he's feeling a great deal of inner turmoil at this point. Sure enough, he has been a duplicity man since his previous life. An angry Xenia scolded him for being incomprehensible. Instead, Hamel asks her what she wants to do. Xenia froze at his question. There were no words for a while. She thought about it for a moment, but she said she wanted to be like a normal person. Just get married, have kids, and grow old. Eugene looks at Xenia's portrait and sighs. Didn't you say you wanted to find a nice man, get married, have kids, and grow old? Why is it that in the end you'll be living alone for over 100 years? The depths of love. Eugene can't help but hold out his hand, wanting to touch Xenia's portrait, and a guard sternly stopped him in his tracks. Eugene is annoyed at the interruption. Can't you see I'm being lyrical here? But he didn't come here for the portrait, so he turned his head and left for the next place. The basement of this home is a huge study. Eugene thinks there might be clues left behind by Xenia in the magical books piled high on the bookcases. But the guard from earlier reappears to prevent him from touching the books. Eugene was so angry he wanted to go up and slap him. Looks like everything is off limits here. It's gonna be hard to find the clues. Eugene remembers that the original pendant wasn't recorded either. Maybe it's because of his presence that he saw it, as the Elven King can recognize his soul. The pendant may also appear because it sensed his soul. He doesn't know who orchestrated his reincarnation. But if it was Xenia, it would have left clues. Then Eugene, having searched the area, returns to Xenia's portrait. Apparently, the search was fruitless. He can't figure it out. If he's envisioned it correctly, there should be a clue in front of him. Watching the guards turn away, Eugene prepares to make his final move. Hey, Xenia, if you're not happy, come see me. He turned around and left without stopping, but he had mixed feelings. If you're really alive. This man is on fire at the moment and just wants someone to cool him down, because his big brother was openly playing with a succubus. He's disgraced the family after coming out of Xenia's former home. Eugene can call it a day and go home after he asks the guide to take him to the Red Tower. After getting on the magic flyer, Eugene asks the guide if he knows anything about his big brother, Liddell. But the guide is in a difficult position. He said the young magician Liddell had a great reputation. He's halfway through his sentence, but he looks like he's about to say something else. Eugene knew there was a story there. He reassured the guide that he could tell it without fear. He swears on his honor that he will never reveal that the guide told him this. Then he took a turn for the dark. If you're going to lie to me, think about the consequences. With Eugene's assurances and threats, the guide has to give in. He told Eugene, I hear Liddell comes out of the demon tower every night. At this, Eugene ponders. Liddell is 2 years older than he is. He's 19 years old, he shouldn't be a glutton for punishment. The guide saw his misunderstanding and emphasized it. It's to play with succubus. Eugene realizes, it's a playdate with the succubus. I thought it was something big, but suddenly, he clenched his fists in anger. He wanted to hurry up and find Liddell and ask him to eat shit. He's furious, and he asks the tour guide, this isn't the demon city. Why does a succubus exist here? The guide panicked and explained it to him. This isn't the demon city, but there's a black tower. There are not only human black magicians, but also many demons. There's a street in every city. Several stores there have succubus as their signage. And he'd heard that Liddell frequented them regularly, to have in-depth conversations. Eugene asked him where the street was. The tour guide says you don't normally see it. It won't open until the full moon on the 15th. This whole thing is making Eugene very unhappy. He came to Alat with his own business to attend to. He didn't want to have too much contact with Liddell, who he hadn't spoken to. But that asshole had the audacity to go and play with a succubus. The eldest son of a direct descendant of Belmont. He's mixed up with the demons. Eugene wants to punch him in the face. But it's all rumors at this point. He'll have to confirm it before he'll be able to kick his ass. Liddell, you're not only a talent scum, you're also a character scum. Don't let me catch you in the act. Just wait for the full moon on the 15th and watch Eugene beat up Liddell. It wasn't long before Eugene arrived at the Red Tower. Someone is already waiting for him. The woman says she's glad to see him, and asked if he was Eugene Reinhardt. When Eugene responds, the woman bows and curtsies. She introduces herself as Hella, while awkwardly telling Eugene their tower master had been prepared to greet Eugene in person. But something went a little wrong. However, before she could finish her sentence, there was a violent explosion above the tower. This man was once a cute little boy. He's been hollowed out by playing with succubus for so long, that's why he's the way he is. When Eugene arrived at the Red Tower, something went wrong. The room above the Red Tower exploded for no apparent reason. A plume of smoke billowed out. Hela, who received him, said, "Because they mainly study summoning magic, so the failure rate is higher." The words are just coming out. 2 demons came out of the broken window, but as they were about to flee, they were grabbed by 2 large hands that followed them. And with a firm squeeze, they went home to their moms. It was the Red Tower's master, Balorian, who prevented them from escaping. Balorian turned back to question the cadets. "How did you manage to summon the Shadow Legion?" He's furious. Ask them if they know that the shadows have no sense. They just go around attacking people in the city. The trainee apologizes for being scared by his fierce look. But Balorian didn't spare them. "Tell them to pack up and get the hell out of here." Balorian glances down to see that Eugene has been here for some time. He then landed in front of Eugene with a grim look on his face. Then he immediately smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Eugene. "I didn't realize how big you've gotten in just a few years." Eugene complimented him on how much he's still the same. "It's enviable." Balorian explains it's because he practices magic. That's why he looks so young. Eugene also exclaims, "It's true that it's not the same as it was 4 years ago." Now that he had cultivated his aura, he could clearly sense that the Balorian at this time was very strong, though not as strong as Xenia. But it's not bad for the Red Tower. Balorian listens to Gilead talk about Eugene wanting to learn magic. He states that magic is difficult though, but he thinks Eugene will do a good job. And that's when he's chatting away when he suddenly notices movement from behind the door. At his shock, a thin man steps out. This man is Lidrenhart, whom we have not seen in 4 years. Eugene was not happy to see him looking like that. After being played like this by succubus, there is still a face to show? Balorian asks him, "Don't you say hello to your own brother?" Liddell says he doesn't know what to say. Without waiting for him to finish, Eugene's face grimaced as he stepped forward to offer his greetings. Liddell responds awkwardly. Now he's even more tender and unable to take care of himself. Seeing the awkwardness of the situation, Balorian told him to get back to his studies if he was okay. "Don't go wandering around." Balorian apologizes to Eugene when Liddell leaves. "Just came and showed him so many bad things." He then asks Eugene, "Gilead says you don't want to learn magic from me, right?" Eugene says he doesn't want to give him any trouble. Besides, if he'd studied directly under Balorian, too, it would turn a lot of people against the Reinhardts. So he wanted to master the art of magic on his own. Seeing him like this, Balorian didn't force him to do anything. He even assigned Hera as his assistant. Allowed him to stay in the tower during his stay in Aloth. "Just do whatever you want." Eugene is happy to hear that. He immediately requested a visit to the library in Tali. A month has passed since then. Eugene was up early and late every day studying magic in the library. Also used free time for aura training and sword training. Even so, he's energized by a little sleep every day. Now he's read all the magic books in the library. He's going to start trying to see if he can get started in magic. 300 years ago, Xenia created her own laws of magic. After becoming the master of the Green Tower, her descendants continued her laws. Circulate the aura from end to end and magic is created. When the circle storage exceeds the maximum value, the circle will get bigger and the level will increase. In addition to the different systems of elven magic and black magic, most magicians use this law to begin magic. Eugene finds Hela, his assistant. He's ready to start experimenting with his introductory theories to see if they work. Why is this girl so afraid of this man? Because the man doesn't follow the existing laws of initiation magic. He wanted to experiment with his own magical theories. To keep him safe, Hela can only be ready to rescue him at any moment. Because if there's a hint of an aura storming out, serious injuries or death on the spot. But Eugene still says he wants to try the Reinhardt family's method of running the aura. Hela tells him, martial arts and magic don't run on the same aura. No magic can be created without running the aura in the same way as magic. Eugene smiles confidently. That's why I'm doing this experiment. I'm trying out the possibilities. That's why I've been reading the beginner's grimoire for over a month now. Seeing that he can't be talked out of this dangerous move, Hela has to give in. Already Eugene begins to build up his strength, beginning to experiment with the white flame style of running introductory magic. White flame style stores aura in the form of a star at the heart. Magic stores aura in a circle. They are different in form, but the essence is the same. And by using a star instead of a circle, you can also increase your aura. The change in Eugene's aura shocked Hera, who was ready to rescue him. He was able to control so many auras perfectly. Is he already able to do that at that age? While she was still praising him, here Eugene's hand has condensed a flame bomb. Then he shifted again. A small fireball appears in Eugene's hand. He then casts a spell on the fireball. And then it changes to whole wave. Hela is completely dumbfounded. Eugene didn't stop at the introductory stage and went straight to the magic. Eugene is a little tired from his first spell, but he's very happy that the experiment was a success. He then asked Hela to summon a monster. He wanted to test the power of the whole wave. Hela, who was supposed to be a rescue mission, has become a sparring partner. She somehow feels a little embarrassed, but she does as she's told and creates a stone monster. She tells Eugene it's a monster made of marble. It's impossible to break through its defenses without a very powerful attack, and that's what Eugene wants, guaranteed staying power. He then blasts a whole wave at the monster. After that, Balorian hears Hela's call and arrives at the scene. Seeing the stone monster that fell to the ground after being pierced, he can't believe it. Eugene used the white flame style for his magic initiation and casting magic. Hela said it was true, and the aura purity density is impeccable. It's also more than 3 times as powerful as magic. Balorian calls him a monster. Genius is not enough to describe him. It's a gift to be feared. Eugene uses white flame style introductory magic. The 3-star level equivalent of his initiation is 3 circles. Balorian asks where Eugene went. Hela said he had an appointment and went out. After much deliberation, Balorian asks Hela, what do you think about recommending Eugene to Acreon? Hela is shocked. It's a place for high-ranking magician and royalty. It's the royal library. Balorian, however, thinks Eugene is perfectly qualified to go there. He had only spent a month with white flame style introductory magic, and he punched through a stone monster with that form of magic. So Balorian wants to recommend a suitable place for Eugene, who has a monster-like talent. Hela, on the other hand, thinks, would the other magician be upset in that case? Balorian, however, is very dismissive. If you deny the truth because of that little grievance, it just means they have no vision. Then he remembered that Eugene didn't know anyone else in a lot. Did he go out on some kind of appointment? Hela says Eugene seems to be meeting a friend. A statue of Xenia stands in Meldenplatz. Looking at that smile of Xenia on the statue, Eugene remembers that smile Xenia used to give every time she did something amazing with her magic. As he remembers the past, a big, muscular man walks right up to him, and he calls him Little Eugene. How are you? Eugene can't believe it when he sees who's coming. It could be him? This middle-aged man is only 18 years old. He's got a thick beard. Eugene can't believe this is happening. Young Uncle Gargus said, although you're not as well developed as I am, but you've grown quite a bit. Eugene then spits out, how is that growing up for you? You're clearly overdeveloped. The two met again after 4 years and held hands tightly. Gage says it was only through the handshake that he realized. During Eugene's 4 years, the body workout is getting better and better, but he didn't think it was quite enough, and then rummaged through his body. Eugene knows what he wants. He tries to stop him, but it's too late. Only saw Gaggis come up with their family's secret, a muscle growth supplement he brought in just for Eugene. He couldn't figure it out when Eugene resolutely rejected him. Eugene's father also gained muscle by relying on the fat lost by this muscle growth agent. Eugene says he doesn't want a full beard. He then rushes to change the subject. Asked Gargus what exactly he had come to see him about. Gadgets asks if he knows the street called Blake. Of course Eugene does. Isn't that where Liddell used to hang out? Gadgets told him seriously. I've heard that the eggs of the giants are sold there. Eugene is frozen in his tracks. What did you say you were buying? Gagus repeats it again. Eugene sweats and asks what he's buying that for. Gagus says it has high magical value. He's going to buy it and give it to the alchemist to make it into a muscle builder for him. He then reaches out to Eugene to borrow some gold for backup. He thinks he may not have enough money, but when he heard he wanted to borrow money, Eugene refused. Eugene told him that the car and the house and the wife and the money are not for loan. He hadn't expected Eugene to be so heartless, and Gagus was furious. At that moment, he knelt right down to Eugene. Eugene's face turns red with shame. He had no choice but to agree to lend it to him. Gadgets is grateful for this, that he swore on his own behalf that he would pay Eugene back with interest. Gadgets also told Eugene the auction house will produce many precious treasures. But Eugene is not interested. Gaggy sees he's not interested. That with the Ned sword, Eugene really doesn't care much for ordinary things. Eugene says, compared to the auction house, he's more interested in the Blake Street, because he ran into Liddell in the tower corridor a few days ago. At the time, Liddell was experiencing withdrawal symptoms from the succubus toxin. He'll definitely go back to Blake's to play with the succubus this time on the 15th full moon. Eugene is going to take this opportunity to follow him. Let's see if Liddell is really as irredeemable as rumor has it. What did he see that he was so shocked by? just because he received a recommendation for the best library in the world. Eugene's back at the Red Tower preparing for his trip to Blake Street. Instead, he receives a call from Tower Master Barolian. He turned his mind. It would be a good time to ask Barolian about his brother Liddell. It wasn't long before he arrived at Barolian's place. Barolian greeted him warmly, ready to discuss something with him. Eugene is curious as to what Barolian called him here to discuss. Barolian then uses his magic to control a piece of paper to float towards him. Let him read it first. He looked at the object in his hand, which turned out to be a letter of recommendation to go to Acreon. Eugene is shocked. The Royal Library Acreon, famous 300 years ago. It holds more magical books than the Tower of Magic. Eugene thinks it's time to be humble. So he told Barolian that he couldn't afford the honor. Barolian is not impressed. He thinks it's a good time to recommend Eugene to Acreon, because the possibilities are endless for Eugene right now. Even if you can't understand the grimoire there for a while, just remembering it would be beneficial. And one day, that knowledge will make Eugene's magic even more powerful. Eugene recalls that Acreon has ancient magic that has been passed down from mythological times, and the writings of the most powerful men of all time. So he asked Barolian, are there any writings of Xenia there? Barolian told him it must be there, though both the Red and Green Towers have Xenia's writings. But in his later years, Xenia organized the essence of his magic into a book called Sorcery. All 3 original volumes are preserved there. Witchcraft, known as the best spellbook in the history of Olaf. Not even a photocopied version exists out there, although only the first half of the volume has been released so far. But there is a great deal of knowledge in there that many magicians don't know. Barolian said he first watched the first half of the volume when he thought that all the magic he'd been learning all his life was nothing more than that. Though he can't guarantee that a letter of recommendation will get Eugene a pass to Acreon, but he wants to hear Eugene's opinion before he decides. So he asked Eugene if he'd accept the recommendation he'd written. Eugene is ostensibly concerned that his lack of competence might be a problem for Barolian. Inside, he thinks to himself, is it necessary to ask? Bastard, of course I agree. Barolian told him not to worry. It's not enough to bother him. Look at how happy Barolian is. Eugene feels that now is the perfect time to ask questions. So he asked Barolian about the litter. He wanted to know if the rumors were true. He tells Barolian that he's just arrived in Aloth and he's heard Liddell not only doesn't try to practice, he also frequents the restless streets looking for succubus to play with. Barolian was speechless for a moment when he heard what he said. He looks a little embarrassed. Seeing his reaction, Eugene understands. Barolian must have known what Liddell was doing, but he's still letting it go. There were men who would have died for the favor of a succubus, but now things have changed. The succubus started doing things without killing humans. No more draining men of their essence. Barolian awkwardly explains the change to Eugene. He states that the little thing has come to his attention a few times as well, but couldn't stop Liddell. Eugene, for his part, feels that even so, Liddell shouldn't have to go down that road. Yet Barolian tells Eugene to try to understand Liddell. This puzzles Eugene a bit. Is Liddell justified in doing that? Barolian explains. Liddell came to Aloth 4 years ago with great expectations, but the ideal was great, but the reality was not. Though Barolian and the magician of the tower taught Liddell well, but in the end, he was too weak to progress. And Liddell's identity was a torment to him. A heavy sense of burden weighs him down. Repressed he probably wouldn't have survived without it. After listening to Barolian's explanation, Eugene, who has been in the immediate family for 4 years, also understands. The immediate family has the neurotic Dixie and the scary Annie. They were constantly at each other's throats. And then there's the overqualified and ambitious Sean and Shire. The unqualified Liddell was often oppressed in their midst. That's why he doesn't want to go back to his family even if he's ridiculed in the tower. Because compared to the immediate family, he was freer in the tower. Though I know he's not as well off as he should be. But Eugene thinks he's going too far by hanging out with succubus. A demon is a demon. They can't live in peace with humans. Eugene feels the need to see for himself what Liddell and succubus are up to. Blake Street is bustling with activity on the 15th full moon. Eugene and Garges have used their transformation magic to come this way. Gadgets asks Eugene why he's using transformation magic. Eugene tells him, the immediate family will be severely punished if they're found on these streets. Just as he finished speaking, Eugene's magic phone rang. He picks up the phone and asks if they've seen Liddell. The previous guide told him he hadn't seen anything yet. But he'll find it as soon as it appears. Eugene wonders why he's so sure. How will Liddell find him if he uses transformation magic? The guide told him that Liddell never uses transformation magic, and his attire has never changed. It's easy to recognize. Eugene is very annoyed by this. If it was his son, he's gonna kick his ass until he gets it right. After ending the call, Gages asked if he was going to take care of things.
Do you need any help? Eugene says it's not time yet.
He'll take care of that himself. For now, let's just go to the auction house and see what happens. There's a lot of auction houses on Blake Street. But the rules are very uniform. Bidders will be led to different rooms. No one will know each other's identity. Eugene and Gargis arrive in one of the closed rooms,
waiting for the auction to begin. Gadgets asks Eugene, I thought you weren't interested in auctions.
Eugene said he had to find something to pass the time. As the two are chatting,
the auctioneer's silhouette is projected in the foreground.
With his opening remarks,
this auction is declared officially open. He introduces bidders to,
this lot contains many valuable magical materials.
Among them, Murmurmud's magical materials are unrivaled in their preciousness. After a series of auctions, the auctioneer pulls out a wooden box. He then opens it and shows it to the bidders.
Eugene was completely shocked the moment he took in the thing. He didn't expect to see it here again. The once mighty Excalibur has been reduced to a woman's ornament.
Now it's in the auction house and no one's asking for it. The auction house at this time.
The first treasure is being auctioned off in full swing. And then there's the fruit of the devil,
Millennium Old Man Ginseng,
as well as the once-in-a-century Mandragora orchid and other treasures.
Eugene sighed and sighed, not interested. He asks if Gargis would really have the balls of the giants.
Seeing as how Gadgets isn't too sure at the moment.
After all, it's only what he's heard. At that moment, the auction room had an iron box brought up,
introducing an item that has gone unwanted many times over. Eugene is bored and listens to his long speech.
It also sounds like it's really an unclaimed item.
The auctioneer continues to play up the value of this item.
Then he had no choice. He told the crowd it would be nice to buy it as jewelry. It's a beautiful blue glow in the moonlight.
And then, without hope, he announces a starting bid of $1 million.
First come, first served. And yet, as soon as he said it, Eugene pressed the bidding button. Gaggis on the side is a little confused. The auctioneer is even more surprised.
He didn't think anyone would pay $1 million for something like that. And by now Eugene's heart was in a state of shock. He didn't expect to see it in a place like this. A sword that never survived history. Everywhere you go, there is destruction. He's sure it's the legendary Excalibur. A fragment of the Moonlight Sword. Without waiting for the auction to end, he couldn't wait to make the handover.
Gadgis asks what he bought it for. He doesn't pay any attention. He just carefully opened the box. Take it in your hand.
He's even more certain that this is a fragment of the Moonlight Sword. The place where this shard was found. The place where the Moonlight Sword was sealed in a previous life.
Could it be that Belmont sealed it back when he left Helmet?
The Moonlight Sword creates a great destructive force with each swing.
Looks like Belmont felt it was unsafe to simply seal it. That's why he broke the Moonlight Sword, right? Now, the shard in Eugene's hand looks powerless. Eugene wasn't sure it had any power left, nor is it as ominous as it was 300 years ago. As he ponders, Eugene's magic phone suddenly rings. After connecting,
the guide there told him he'd found Liddell. Eugene heads for the door without saying a word.
Gadgis hastened to inquire if he wasn't going to keep looking.
Eugene understands what he means, and he pulls out his black card, tells him to use it if he finds a giant's balls.
There's plenty of money in there. To the street. Eugene called to ask the guide where to go.
The guide told him to find the store with the banana flowers in front.
After some searching, Eugene finally arrives at the store.
There are even 2 demons working as security guards at the door.
Looks like the demons are having a hard time, too. For the first time since his reincarnation, Eugene encounters a demon.
He almost rushes up and cuts these 2 demons off at the waist like he did in his previous life. But after calming down, he resisted the urge,
showing the 2 demons that he's going in.
The demons tell him the entrance fee is $2 million.
Separate billing based on dreams to be had. Hear this.
Without hesitation, Eugene pulled $2 million out of his pants pocket. The 2 demons immediately and respectfully welcomed Eugene through the door. Eugene looks at them with a sigh of relief.
I guess the power of money works everywhere.
The man made excessive demands on the girl. And the young lady not only didn't get angry, she even agreed with him with a shy face. Eugene tracked Liddell to the succubus's grounds.
The place is bustling with activity.
As soon as he's seated, he's greeted by a beautiful succubus.
Then he asked the succubus, "Where can I have that dream?" The succubus sees how anxious he is and doesn't say anything. Getting right down to brass tacks. Tell him it's okay to be here, but there's a special room in the basement.
The succubus was going to get him drunk and take him to the basement,
but Eugene refused outright. Are you trying to make me cry by getting me drunk?
Go straight to the basement and see all the sins you've committed. The succubus was also pouting when she heard him start singing a love song. She then agreed to his request. The 2 of them make their way to the underground corridors. Eugene says he's a little scared for the first time. In fact, he's taking the opportunity to observe the terrain.
The succubus told him not to worry and asked for a little bit of his essence. It's just a sore back for the next day. Eugene was able to get a good idea of the subterranean structure after some observation. Worried about making a mistake, he stops the visit, paying the succubus for the check. The succubus didn't see this coming. She's getting paid for services she didn't even perform. And then Eugene is back on the ground again. He is politely greeted by the welcome guest at the underground entrance. The guest of honor is welcome to return next time. He's masquerading as if he's just finished plowing. Eugene specially ordered a large table of dishes to replenish his energy. Just as he's enjoying his meal, two demons came up with a man. It was Liddell, who had just finished playing in the basement. He's already weak. Eugene is furious at Liddell's state. After playing with the succubus, he actually needs someone to help him walk. What a disgrace to the Reinhardt family. And then he's on his tail. He's trying to figure out where the demon's taking Liddell. Meanwhile, he can't help but guess. Is there going to be a second half? The demon is seen leading Liddell into a dimly lit room. Eugene, who was hiding around the corner, immediately rushed out, prepared to follow him in. But he was stopped in his tracks. They looked at him with a hostile look. The leader had corkscrew in his mouth and was squirting. Tell him this is no place for him. Tell him to get the hell out of here. Eugene is not a coward. Ask them what this place is. Why can't he come? The leader sees that he doesn't know what he's doing. He grabbed him by the neck, ready to give him a taste of his own medicine. Eugene grinned. How dare you lock my throat? Prepare to suffer the consequences. That's it. He hits the leader with a hard uppercut to the jaw. The 800-pound strong man was beaten to the sky by him so lightly. He's still spitting orange juice out of his mouth. The two little brothers see their big brother getting beat up. Drawing their swords, they're about to cut off Eugene's waist, but they haven't reacted yet. Eugene passed them by like a breeze on their cheeks. And when Eugene appeared, it's as if they'd been beaten up by multiple people. The sound of punches is all around them, enjoying the whiplash of love. They both fall back to sleep. Eugene was going to ask them where the hell this place was, but then he realized that all three were asleep. He couldn't bear to disturb their dreams. Eugene had to go in himself to see what was going on. Then coming to the door, he politely knocked on the door of the small dark room. The drug-taking sorority of three races was accidentally sabotaged. Just because a man never knocks when he enters a house. He kicked in their front door. The unprepared three races were startled by Eugene, who broke in. Eugene enters and smells the smell of medicine in the room. He didn't realize that Liddell's second half was even drugged. Eugene applauds their great racial harmony. I didn't realize that the three races could get high together in perfect harmony. Unable to stand his nagging, the three of them charge at him with their swords. Are you stupid? You've got a lot of nerve. Eugene, however, hit them with a trio of cavemen. All three of them were instantly knocked to the ground by Eugene and lost. Eugene draws his sword and asks them threateningly, "Where's Liddell? If you don't talk, I'll kill you." The three were afraid but never dared to answer. Eugene can't really kill them. He had to find it himself. He builds up his strength, causing his sword energy to fill the space. The sword energy under his command instantly broke through the doors of the rooms on the first and second floors. Eugene's senses don't pick up any sign of Liddell. Looks like it's on the third floor. He then hit a powerful hole wave to the ceiling, instantly blowing a hole through the third floor. Eugene uses magic to levitate, floating up the broken hole to the third floor. Looking at the third floor with only one room, Eugene now knows where Liddell is. At this point, a wave of dark red magic is coming from the door in front of us. Eugene reacts instantly and throws out the pieces of the moonlight sword he has just received. He's just finishing his preparations. The door to the room is blasted with a surge of dark red magic. The powerful magical attack was absorbed by the shards of the moonlight sword in front of him. Eugene says, "That was close." Luckily, the shard retains its aura-absorbing properties, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Eugene's got the shard. He asks the caster, "You used black magic just now, didn't you?" Yet the man is still in shock. He doesn't understand such a powerful magical attack. Why is Eugene okay? At this point, Eugene remembers. Gilead had said not to get involved in black magic, but damn Liddell for being the eldest son of the immediate family. Eugene just wants to find Liddell as soon as possible. He angrily begins to build up his power. Instantly, the white flames exclusive to the white flame style filled his body. The black magician reacted after seeing this scene. Eugene is a Reinhardt. He's hesitating. But then two demons came out of the room. Eugene recognizes them as the demons that captured Liddell earlier. It looks like Liddell is really in there. The two demons are ready to attack with their black nails that haven't been washed in years. Eugene doesn't panic as he takes his stance. Prepare for their attack. The two demons don't give a damn. They swung their claws at Eugene.
These two demons had black fingernails that hadn't been cleaned in 10,000 years. They charged at the man with the sword nonchalantly. But the man with the sword, Eugene, just did a batusai. A tornado suddenly hit the ground. One of the demons is hit hard on the spot and is covered in wounds. The other demon's eyes widen in shock. But the arrow is on the string and it has to go. All he can do is keep charging at Eugene. Getting close. Swinging his proudly dirty nails at Eugene. Only to have Eugene chop off one of his sharp claws. He'll have to live with one arm for the rest of his life. But Eugene won't give him a chance. He's standing still and turning around, ready to grab at him. Eugene then catches the demon in the face with a dragon claw. He smashes into the wall behind him. The demon falls to the ground in a heap. And that's when Eugene hit it too hard. The transformation magic is lifted, revealing Eugene's true form. The black magician looks at his handsome face. Instantly lost in thought. He can't believe it. The man in front of him was the famous Eugene Reinhardt. Eugene saw that he had heard of him. Tell him to get out of the way if he knows what's good for him. As Eugene presses on, the black magician is frightened and panicked, rushing to get Eugene to stop and listen to his explanation. Eugene doesn't stop. He put his heart on the line. You made me do it. He then raised his hand and blasted black magic at the approaching Eugene. Eugene, however, simply waved his NID in his hand, and his ball of magic was cut in half. Eugene then accelerates into second gear. He charges at the still shocked black magician with his sword. Before he can react, the nether sword is already swinging at his neck. Eugene put the sword around his neck. Ask him how he smells like Liddell's perfume. Did Liddell commit a crime on him? Seeing that he didn't say anything and was scared as if he had wet his pants. Feeling bored, Eugene takes back his Ned sword and walks into the room. In the center of the room is Liddell, who has disappeared for a long time. He's lying on his bed performing some sort of ritual. The room was set up with a large bowl. Something unknown is still pulsing rhythmically. Eugene asks the black magician what's in that big bowl. The black magician tells him with trepidation, it's the heart of a unicorn. Eugene is surprised to hear that. Unicorns have a great deal of divine power and aura. It is known as a divine beast. Eugene is curious. Ask him if this is used to make a pact with the Demon King. The black magician stated in trepidation, that thing isn't good enough to make a pact with the Demon King. It's for making a pact with a succubus under Duke Bella's command. Eugene didn't realize the Queen of Succubus had lived for over 300 years, although the succubus hasn't reached the level of the Demon King, but was known as a duke in the country co-governed by the imprisoned Demon King and the destroyer Demonling, which means she still has power. So Liddell is actually just going to make a pact with a baron under the duke's command? And to do so, he offered the heart of a unicorn. Addicted to taking pills and playing with succubus, right? Hearing Eugene's angry questioning voice, the black magician was so frightened that he caught out and begged for forgiveness, claims he was asked to do it by Liddell. Liddell paid for the unicorn's heart. He couldn't refuse Liddell's orders. Eugene taunts, of course you can't refuse, while collecting money from Liddell. While arranging a contract between him and your master, you're killing two birds with one stone. If the pact is successful, you'll also gain power from your master. Maybe Bella will even make a pact with you. So don't play innocent. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die. This man is lying in bed on a beautiful day. Hateful Eugene goes up and gives him a big slap in the face. Did you do your homework? Did you make enough money? Whenever you're on vacation, all you do is sleep. You've got no motivation at all? Liddell, who was playing with succubus in his dream, gets punched by Eugene and squirts orange juice. Sobering up, Liddell was just about to scold him, but then he sees Eugene standing in front of his bed. Eugene said grimly, finally, you're awake, my good brother. Liddell dares not speak as he covers his freshly caressed cheeks. He knew he was finished. It's been a long time coming. He just stumbled and asked Eugene what he was doing here. Eugene, who is now suppressing his anger, is puzzled. I'm trying to understand you, but you don't seem to recognize reality, do you? If you're in a foul mood and only play with succubus, just having sweet dreams together is okay, but you shouldn't touch black magic. As the first son of House Reinhardt, candidates for the next head of the house, I can't believe you're planning to make a contract with the demon race, and with a low-level succubus. Liddell tries to explain, says he had no choice but to do it. And all he got in return was Eugene's sledgehammer. Eugene can't hold back any longer. You're a real dumbass. What do you mean, no choice? You crazy bastard. Don't you know that if you make a pact with a demon to initiate black magic, your soul will belong to the demons? Do you think this is just about you? Once you're a black magician, the whole family's reputation will be worse than a can of herring, and the demons that control your soul. If the devil told you to kill your loved ones, offer up family treasures, what would you do? You'll have to obey. After hearing Eugene's words, Liddell, on the other hand, continues to argue. said it was a pact with the devil that they would not issue unreasonable orders. Eugene is furious that he doesn't come to his senses.
A pact? Who do you think that is? That's a demon. Do they have any credibility with you? And talk about not having to obey unconditionally. And yes, it can indeed be so. As long as you're not afraid to die, you can refuse. But a guy like you who's addicted to booze. How dare you? Crushed by Eugene's scolding, Liddell begins to complain. What do you think you know? Why blame me?
Eugene's pissed off at him.
Looks like my good brother has something to hide. I'm here to listen.
Liddell starts complaining with tears in his eyes.
Become an adopted son of the family, supported by the head of the family. You've been in the limelight since 4 years ago. And what about me? Eugene doesn't want to hear any more of his sophistry. He just cut him off. I thought you were being treated differently. You and I have been clan supported, both also inherited the white flame style, and we've all been sent to a lot to learn magic, right?
Opportunity comes to those who are prepared.
I can do well not because I'm treated differently. It's because I've been working so hard.
Peter accuses himself of not being able to do well without his natural talents. Eugene tells him it's not because of natural talent that he can do well.
All the talent in the world is for nothing if you don't work hard. Sean and Shire of the immediate family, don't they work hard? That should be obvious to you.
And while they're trying,
you're getting drunk with the succubus. It's a real pleasure. You think you're going to be the head of the house with black magic alone?
Liddell states that he doesn't want to be head of the house.
He wants to become a black magician and go to Helmet.
He felt that it was in that place of freedom that his abilities would be recognized.
And yet he just finished. Eugene's iron fist is already in his face. The unrelenting punch had blown him right out of the air. Why did this man hit his big brother so hard? He beat his big brother dizzy, and jumped Thomas on the spot.
Liddell, halfway to his feet, is moved to a nosebleed by Eugene's beloved prodding.
Eugene snaps at him. Do you know what you're saying? A descendant of the great Belmont actually wants to go to Helmet to be recognized by the demons? Is the demon better than the approval of his family? And you seem to have gotten one thing wrong.
If it weren't for the fact that you're the firstborn son of Reinhardt,
you don't seem to be worth much without any accomplishments. Do you think I'm right, my good brother?
Born in a place that no one else could reach if they tried all their lives. I can't believe you put the cart before the horse and tried to be the succubus little brother.
You're ridiculous.
Not wanting to waste any more breath with Liddell, Eugene pulls out his magic phone and tells Berolian to come and take care of it.
Not long after, the black magician Wayfarer is taken away by the guards. Berolian arrives on the scene as well.
Berolian is disappointed to see the ghostly Liddell. And he blames himself. Finally scared, Liddell hurriedly explained to Berolian. Said he hadn't been initiated into black magic yet.
Berolian is disappointed in him. While you haven't done. But you're going to do it. Berolian rages at Liddell for tarnishing Reinhardt's name. Insults Gilead who gave him to himself.
And also insulted the magician of the tower who taught him magic. And an insult to himself, who insisted on keeping him in the Red Tower.
Liddell didn't realize it was so serious.
He tries to defend himself.
But Berolian cuts him off directly, warning him that if he continues to speak,
to make him taste the price of insulting himself. Berolian angrily said, please don't try to justify yourself to me again. Otherwise I fear I will not be able to resist letting you see the sun tomorrow.
Save your reasons for Gilead and Disney, who sent you here. With that, Berolian leaves first with Eugene. Lead was left alone, weeping. Late that night,
Gilead and Disney, who had received the news, traveled all night to Alat. The two of them look terrible when they find out what happened.
When the people were about to discuss the solution, there was an unexpected visitor at the door. The visitor calls himself Crocodile.
He's the current master of the Dark Tower. Eugene was shocked to hear this. He didn't expect to see him here. One of the 3 people who are rumored to have made a direct pact with the Demon King. Dixie was not happy to see her visitor.
Ask him what kind of face he has sitting here. Berolian told her to calm down.
This incident has nothing to do with the Dark Tower Master.
But Dixie started blaming Berolian.
You're the one who said Liddell was into black magic. You're also the one who said that this incident has nothing to do with the Master of the Dark Tower.
How can I trust you?
At this time, Crocker also claimed that the person who led the matter belonged to the Wizards Guild. They were not under the jurisdiction of the Tower of Darkness.
Disney is still trying to argue with him.
But Gilead reaches out and stops him. Gilead looks at Clock with a grimace on his face. Since you said this has nothing to do with your Dark Tower,
then why are you sitting here? Why is this young old man so angry?
Just for being the descendant of a brave man who fought against the Demon King. His eldest son tried to make a black magic pact with a demon. As the master of the Black Tower, which governs black magicians,
also came to the door to clear his name. Hearing this, Gilead grimaced.
Since you have nothing to do with this, Who are you to continue sitting here? Black Devil Tower Master Crook responded calmly. This visit is to take responsibility for this incident. Although the Reinhardt family does not accept black magic, before Belmont and the imprisoned Demon King made a deal, learning black magic is also punishable by death. But after that, the practice of black magic was a matter of personal freedom. Though I want to respect Reinhardt's position, but now introductory black magic is a continuation of the pact, and can no longer be called a sin. His words upset Gilead. You mean you want me to bow my head when I shouldn't for the sake of my family's honor? Croc said arrogantly, that's exactly what I mean. But I don't want to go against Reinhardt, so it wouldn't be necessary to fulfill my duty. After all, if we follow the rules of a lot, everyone who works on Blake Street is going to the slammer. Those succubus will be sanctioned as well, and Liddell will be punished accordingly. Dixie asked him, what does it mean to be responsible for this? Crocker said, in apology. He'll kill the succubus baron who's about to make a pact with Liddell. When he finished speaking, his fingertips lit up with black magic. It turned out to be the imprisoned Demon King sending him a 1,000-mile message. Tell him to pass on some information. Eugene was shocked to hear that name. Today he has really been exposed to too many things about the imprisoned Demon King. Clock spreads out the message he received and interprets it on the spot. He tells the crowd, the imprisoned Demon King said, he apologizes for the trouble he has caused dear Belmont's descendants. For this he decided to cut off the Baron's head himself, to appease the wrath of the Reinhardt family. But this statement caused Eugene to gnash his teeth in anger. How dare the damned imprisoned Demon King call him dear Belmont? Gilead, too, trembled at the blasphemous words of his ancestor. Clock bowed his head again and apologized, declaring that while this will not appease your family's wrath, but please understand that the imprisoned Demon King and the Dark Tower, we don't mean to upset the Reinhardts. He then rose to say goodbye. I hope to see you in a pleasant place next time. Before leaving, Clock glanced back at Eugene, leaving a meaningful smile before turning to leave. Eugene is upset. I wish I could kill him right now. Too bad I can't beat him now. When I'm strong later, Eugene is going to show them the consequences of joining the demons. Eugene is thinking. An annoyed Gilead apologizes to him. Hopefully, he'll be out for a while. Eugene realized that Gilead and the others had something to discuss, and he had the good sense to leave first. Gilead apologizes to Barolian. I didn't realize Liddell had caused him so much trouble. Barolian blames himself too. Thinks it's because he neglected Liddell too much. Gilead followed up with an offer to take Liddell home. A stunned Dixie looks on. How can you just take him home like that? Why is this young old man crying his eyes out at his offer to bring the troublemaking eldest son back to the immediate family? An alarmed first wife jumps in to stop. She doesn't want her son to go back in disgrace. She's trying to get it back. She thinks Liddell just tried and didn't initiate black magic. There's no need to bring back the immediate family, and there's already been one mistake. I'm sure it won't happen again. I'm sure Liddell will try harder after this lesson. But Gilead's face is grim. In the 300 years of Reinhardt's history, no one in the immediate family has ever touched black magic. Liddell's actions are a stain on the family's honor. There's no way in hell I'm keeping him in a lot. Disney is furious. Where is Liddell's place in the immediate family now? Sean and Shire have been recognized by the family during Liddell's visit to Alat. Liddell stayed in Alat to have a chance to start over again. She rages at Gilead. What have you ever done for Liddell? Damn, and her children, and that adopted son have gained favor. What about Liddell? Gilead was disappointed to see her so disruptive. Do you really think so? He's fair to every child. He'll give them whatever they want. Liddell wants to learn magic and he'll send Liddell to Alat. But Disney slammed the table and shouted, if you're really doing this for Liddell's sake, you would have gone to great lengths to make him Barolian's pupil by any means necessary. If you really care about him, all the more reason to put someone in charge of him who can keep an eye on him, to prevent him from making such a big mistake. Gilead covers his face with his hands in anger at this statement. Shame on him. But she won't relent. She stated, if you still insist on bringing Liddell home, she'll take Liddell back to her mother's house. She'll never let Liddell stay in the immediate family without a place for him. At least in her mother's house she was free to learn magic. Gilead was disheartened to hear this. If you think that's appropriate, and if Liddell is willing, you just take him back to your mom's house. Eugene, who just got out of there, is about to go back to his place to rest. A figure in the shadows stops him. It was Crocodile, who had just left. He says he wants to exchange feelings with Eugene. He didn't even get a chance to talk to Eugene in the chamber. That's why he's waiting here. But Eugene says he doesn't want to waste his breath with the black magic people. Clock senses Eugene's hostility toward him. He asks Eugene if he doesn't like him. Eugene says, I like you, my ass. All black magic is something I hate. Clock, however, told him part of the reason he was willing to take responsibility just now was because of him. Eugene, who hates him, looks even more grim.
What the hell do you mean? How generous is this handsome, compelling man?
To get a smile from the Red Devil's Tower Master, willing to give away the precious letter of recommendation from Acreon.
He stops Eugene as he prepares to leave. He wants to talk to Eugene.
But Eugene hates all black magicians, not to mention him, the master of the Tower of Dark Magic. Clock, who is a black magician, however, explains to Eugene that, although it's been 300 years,
but people still don't agree with black magic. He feels wronged. Even though he's a black magician, he's a good man.
And told Eugene not to hate him. Watching him brag so much,
Eugene just goes silent.
Suddenly embarrassed, Clock hastens to change the subject. He says he's been following Eugene for a while.
I also heard that Berolian recently recommended Eugene to Acreon 4. Gave him a valuable recommendation.
He said the reason he was willing to take some of the blame just now,
it's because of Eugene.
And it made Eugene very unhappy.
Ask him what the hell he means. And Crocker said,
only the letter of recommendation from the Lord of the Red Tower, Berolian, may not necessarily qualify you to go to Acreon. And he's willing to help write a recommendation for Eugene. After all, a single Tower Master's recommendation can easily be rejected by other Tower Masters.
Look at his behavior. Eugene asked him what he wanted. Crocker expresses his interest in Eugene's abilities. And because he's a black magician, Berolian hates him.
So he's writing a recommendation for Eugene.
He wished Berolian would stop hating him so much,
and show some goodwill to the Reinhardts. Seeing as he's so full of shit, Eugene stated, I'll take it if you write it,
but the rest is none of my business. Clock is happy, as long as you doesn't continue to hate me. He then says goodbye to Eugene and turns to leave.
But Eugene at this point goes on to ask him, is it true that what happened with Liddell and the succubus had nothing to do with you?
Clock stops and says, I'm proud to be a black magician. The existence of incompetent dark magician is a disgrace.
So even the eldest son of Reinhardt's line,
he doesn't have a great talent. He's nothing in my eyes. So you see what I mean? With that, he waves to Eugene and leaves. Eugene thinks back to Liddell's cries.
He also feels a sense of helplessness. You still want to go over there and show off your talents.
What a sad guy. Back in the bedroom,
Eugene looks at the unicorn heart on the table for a moment of contemplation.
The unicorn heart is still alive and well. It's beating rhythmically.
Gilead thinks he got credit for stopping Liddell. Rewarded him with these hearts. Eugene reaches for the hearts, all the while mentally contemplating various ways to use it. But the cleanest and most efficient method is to directly draw out the aura from the heart.
Feeling the pure aura absorbed, Eugene is in a good mood. As the aura in the unicorn's heart was slowly drained by him, Eugene felt that at this rate, he'll be at the 4-star level before he's 20. Then he'll be the first person in Reinhardt's history to do so. It makes him a little proud of himself.
After all, 6-star level masters like Gilead and Kiddo,
they're one of the few strongest in the world.
Eugene was determined to start at the 5-star level.
He's about to start fusing.
He's going to fuse the White Inferno style that Belmont created with everything that Hamel is. In this life, he's going to grow into a being that's incredibly strong and powerful, and then to fulfill the unmet goals of his last life. This young old man is actually an 18-year-old youth.
Only because their family's muscle-growing supplements grow muscle though. But the side effect is aging at a young age.
Before, in order to make the giant's balls into muscle growth agents, he got down on his knees and asked Eugene to help him. After getting the promise, he also promised that even if he gambled his reputation, he would pay back the principal with interest.
Now he finds Eugene and tells him he's got the giant's egg. For 300 million, he can realize his dream.
Eugene was furious at that number.
It's a knife to the ass. It's an eye-opener. I can't believe it.
Only a brainless person would spend that kind of money on this. But Gargus was impatient for Eugene to hurry up and give him the money. Eugene, in a cold sweat, tells him to watch his mouth. Unable to argue with him, Eugene can only take him to the bank to withdraw the money. The staff was also shocked to see the black card Eugene pulled out.
He asked Eugene if he wanted a membership card here. A discount on membership. Eugene refuses.
After withdrawing the money and coming out, Gargus invites Eugene to his place to enjoy the balls together. Because as soon as the money is paid, the balls will be delivered to his place.
He told Eugene not to miss this opportunity. And Eugene was sick. Am I crazy?
I have to go to your place just to see a testicle.
But Eugene then remembered something. Said that we can go and see together. Gaggis asked him if he was moved.
If he's moved, he can have some of it.
Eugene refused,
because he's not interested in giant eggs. Instead, he wanted to see Gadget's red flame. He wanted to see how the red flame style compared to the white flame style.
He was wondering if he could combine the two.
But then he suddenly saw something. He couldn't believe he saw that figure here, defying Gargus' attempts to stop him.
Eugene with a flipping leap over the guardrail.
Landing on the ground, he puts it straight into second gear and accelerates. He's headed for the front.
He thinks he might have been wrong. because that figure shouldn't be here. But he still wants to see it. Anxious, he pushes his way through the crowd. The hair that glowed purple. The vast aura contained within it. There's no mistaking it. Eugene has finally arrived, and the figure is right in front of him. Eugene looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure with mixed feelings. He shuddered and murmured, "Xenia, is it really you?" 300 years apart. A man finally meets the one he misses. For a moment, he was in a state of apprehension. "I don't know how to tell you what's in my heart. The woman is the same as she was 300 years ago. The man has been reincarnated." He felt that if Xenia in front of him knew, he should be scolded by her for being reincarnated as the offspring of a good brother, right? After all, with Xenia's temper, even after 300 years, it should still be the same. An excited Eugene wanted to go up and hold Xenia's hand. However, his hand went right through Xenia's arm. Eugene had a bad feeling in his heart. Did something happen to Xenia? He thought it was Xenia's soul. But upon closer inspection, he realized something was wrong. The girl in front of he is a magical illusion. It's not Xenia's real body. I thought I had met my partner from my past life. However, this is the case. Eugene is a little down in the dumps. But Eugene suddenly realizes. The succubus, which hadn't been moving at all, was actually reacting. She turns to look at Eugene, who is standing behind her. Like she's making sure of something. Seeing this face again, Eugene couldn't help but blush. Xenia's succubus is finally confirmed. He is Hamel. She looked at him with a smile on her face. Then Xenia slowly finished speaking. The succubus began to fade away right before Eugene's eyes. Eventually, the succubus disappeared in front of Eugene, little by little, as a point of light in the sky. Eugene looked sadly at the points of light. You found me, didn't you? But soon a smile appeared on his face. Looks like Xenia recognized me. Eugene turns around and is filled with joy. I found you too, Xenia. He then turned around and walked away. Eugene was deep in thought as he watched the streets go by. There was no doubt that Xenia was alive. She came here specifically to find him. But how did she recognize herself? Did she recognize me through my soul like the Elven King? If not, is it because of this pendant of mine that I'm looking for it? Anyway, Xenia knew that Eugene was reincarnated, but didn't come looking for him in person. It's possible that something went wrong and she didn't come. According to this speculation, Eugene thinks Xenia must have been sealed. He doesn't know if Xenia sealed herself or was sealed by someone else. Maybe it's the imprisoned Demon King, but no matter what, Eugene has understood Xenia's situation. He laughed, since you came to me this time, then I'll come to you next time instead. Be sure to wait for me, Xenia. Eugene, who had been away for a long time, was finally found by him. He asked Eugene what he was doing just now. Didn't we say we'd go see the giant's balls together? Only then did Eugene remember to look at his red flame style. So he asked Gargus to lead the way. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at Gadget's place in Aloth. Hearing that Eugene wants to see the red flame, Gargus is puzzled. Didn't you learn the white flame style? Why do you still want to see the red flame style? But he says it's okay for Eugene to want to see it. Just as he finished speaking, the clothes on his body shattered to pieces. He went straight into clothes exploding muscle showing mode. Eugene's a little sweaty. Ask him, is it true that you can't perform the red flame style without doing so? Gadget says he just thinks it's more handsome. Eugene is disgusted. You're quite the slut. Without waiting for him to finish, Gadget spits fire, starting to build up. Red flames emanate from his body. The shape is very similar to the white flame style. And then, he rises again. The entire room was filled with his red flame style. Eugene wonders if their family's red flame style will nuclear fission. Gargus says that the previous red flames didn't have nuclear fission, but with the efforts of their family ancestors, they managed to reach the 5-star level. And in the red flame style derived from the side families he knew of, only their family can reach the 5-star level. He wanted to show off in front of Eugene that he had reached the 2-star level, but Eugene was thinking and ignored him. Eugene thought that after centuries of development, the red flame is only capped at 5 stars. The white flame style is only passed down as the core of the immediate family, and will not be publicized to the public, with only the red flame style given to the sidekick and follower. The development of the direct line and the collateral line is thus different. This is something that puzzles Eugene a great deal. It stands to reason that Belmont would not be so stingy. Originally, he wanted to learn the red flame style as well, but now it seems unnecessary. He then said goodbye to Gargus and prepared to leave. Gadgets wondered why he was leaving. Don't watch giant balls anymore? Hearing him mention balls again, Eugene gives a backhanded friendly gesture. Enjoy it yourself. Back at the tower, Eugene went to his training room. He was thinking how to get the grimoire Xenia left behind in Acreon. He thinks there must be something in there about Xenia. Now it's not just Berolian. Even Croc is writing him a letter of recommendation. He's one step closer to getting a pass from Acreon. Xenia, since you've been waiting for me for 300 years, I don't think you'll mind waiting a little longer. Looking at the shards of the Moonlight Sword in front of me, Eugene is deep in thought. The Moonlight Sword is a being that can absorb and destroy auras, but you can't destroy high-level magic with just that little fragmentation. But if it's just low-level magic, the shard can still be easily absorbed. So Eugene wanted to try. He drew his Ned sword and activated aura. As long as the shards can't destroy his magic, that would mean that the magic he possesses is stronger than the White Flame style. It would also prove that he's on the right path. This muscular man makes women blush with shame. To prevent the man from realizing she's different, the woman wipes the water from the corners of her mouth. After all, as a magician, she saw men who were too weak to care for themselves every day. She's not interested in magician at all. Eugene's swordsmanship can't help but make her heart skip a beat. She feels the trip was not in vain. Earlier she was inspired by Eugene's introduction to magic in the White Flame style. She was studying her spell book to develop a new project. That day, the apprentice magician came to report to her. In the last few days, there has been a steady stream of explosions coming from Training Room 11. Hella knows it's Eugene's special training room. It's not normal to hear explosions for days on end. I'm worried that Eugene's overuse of magic is causing damage. Hella comes over to the training room to check on the situation. However, she had just knocked on the door to ask if Eugene was okay. If need help. There is a deafening explosion right inside the training room. Unconcerned with protocol, Hella anxiously pushes open the door, wanted to see if Eugene was hurt, only to see the smoke dissipate. Eugene's sweaty figure slowly appeared in front of Hella. Follow the law of smoke without harm. Unscathed, Eugene greeted her. Caught by his muscular body, Hella blushes and asks what he's doing. Eugene says, I'm training my magical strength. I'm going to use a combination of aura and magical powers. Hearing that he's practicing magic, Hella is a bit puzzling. She didn't see any magic formations. And why is the surrounding ground dented and cracked? And the ground beneath that suspended debris remains intact? Eugene had to show her how it's done. It's like this. After saying that, Eugene activated the White Flame style while gathering magic power in his palm. Immediately after that, he blasted the ball of magic gathered in his hand towards the distance. The aura projectile formed by his aura followed suit and blasted out along with the ball of magic. The magic ball and the aura bullet hit at the same time, creates a massive explosion on the wall of the training room. Hella looks on in disbelief. Compared to using magic for the first time, he's gotten faster and harder. And he actually did, attacking a target with both aura and magical powers at the same time. What's rare is that his aura is also very strong, as powerful as his magic. No one will believe it's just ordinary magic balls and aura bombs. Hella asks apprehensively, is he practicing magical dueling techniques? Eugene says, he's just improved the overall quality of his workout magic a little bit. Actually, at first his attack was disintegrated before it could explode. Now he can force control to explode near the shard. Hella congratulates him on his progress. I was worried you'd hurt yourself training too hard. Well, I guess my worries were overdone. Eugene asks if she came over because she was worried about being hurt. Hella says it's more than that. Lord Berolian would like to see you as well. Eugene picks up the blouse and asks her, is Berolian on the top floor of the magic tower? I'm on my way to see him. And yet Hella says that Berolian is not in the tower. Instead, he's in the Royal Library, Acreon. The man surveyed the magnificent building in the distance. This is nestled inside the Pentagon. The royal castle built at the center of the Five Devils Tower Arch, named Abram. Abram found it at the center point of the Great Lake, covered by a sealing boundary. Can only be reached by boat. Can't use aerials or magic to traverse. Xenia gave this sealing spell as a gift to the royal family. But it's still intact after hundreds of years. Eugene felt the power of this spell was too much, based on his knowledge of magic. He hadn't seen any spells that could encompass that massive lake and river castle. Hella saw that he couldn't stop staring at Abram, asked him if he wanted to visit there. Eugene says it's really nice there, but it shouldn't be possible to go there just because you want to, right? Hella agrees that it is. Only nobles and lords of the tower can visit Abram. And not even the lord of the tower can use magic there. Only the royal family and those loyal to them can. Eugene asks her, does this mean that the tower masters are not absolutely loyal to the crown? Hella doesn't think that's all there is to it. Tower masters don't unconditionally accept unreasonable orders. This is more of a partnership. It is the council that has a connection to the Tower of Magic, and the royal family also has magician, so the magician of the tower mainly serve the council. But that's not to say that the two magician organizations would be at odds with each other. While chatting, the two arrived at the Royal Library Acreon. Hella tells Eugene,
There are currently 3 people who disagree about you being recommended to Acreon. The Master of the Blue and Green Towers and the Elders of the Council, respectively. If you get their approval, then you can go to Acreon. With that, Hela bows to Eugene and says goodbye. Then I'll go back first, dear Lord Eugene. She couldn't help but cheer Eugene on. Don't be so nervous. Good luck. Eugene gave her a sideways glance. Thanks for the encouragement. Entering the council chambers, Eugene salutes the crowd. I am Eugene Reinhardt. The men seated at the top are Council Elder Victor, Balorian, Master of the Red Tower, and Croctor, Master of the Black Tower, and Orleans, Master of the Green Tower, Duras, Lord of the Blue Tower, and Hea of the White Tower, and Jiran of the Magic Guild. At that moment a voice rang out from above, please look up. The speaker is Crown Prince Honan, who is a few years older than Eugene. He said he had heard of Eugene a few years ago. I didn't expect to see you here. And Eugene had heard of him. This man is also an excellent magician. He reached the 5th circle level before he was an adult. At this point, the Blue Demon Tower's Tower Master said in a disgruntled tone, I've heard of you. Although the 2 masters of the Red and Black Magic Towers highly recommended you. But even though you are a very talented person, but magic and swordsmanship are ultimately 2 different things, Duras mentally scoffs. How good can a 17-year-old kid who just got into magic be? There has to be some unspoken agenda behind this. The Master of the Red Tower has always been a friend of the Patriarch of Reinhardt. And the Black Tower Master is presumably trying to use this as a gesture of goodwill to Reinhardt. Eugene responded blandly, I know what you're trying to say. What do I need to do now to go to Acreo? Balorian, just let him show his magic to everyone. People here can tell if you're worthy of being recommended or not. Duress interjects. Originally I still needed your thesis and magic research. But I'm guessing you can't get them now. Eugene ignores his underhanded remarks. Calmly states that he wants to demonstrate magic. Just wait, I'll impress you. After speaking, Eugene began to accumulate energy. The 3 star cores are shining brightly. The man has performed the powerful white flame style. White flames like a lion's mane surrounded his body. Just a short time ago, Duras, the Blue Magic Tower Master, was taunting him in public, said he was just a man of brute strength, doesn't know anything about magic. At the moment, Eugene's strength is but a little shocking to him. He feels that what he just said was a bit too much. On the other side of the room, Council President Victor could see Eugene is using White Flame's Star Core Resonance to form a magic circle. And Jiran, the president of the Magic Union, is lamenting. I can't believe Eugene has only been practicing aura for 4 years. Orleans, the Master of the Green Tower, thought it wasn't enough. Having excellent control of magic does not mean having an excellent understanding of it. At this point Eugene looks like he's punching him in the face. A whirlwind of magic easily formed in his palm. And then it scatters in all directions as a magic bullet. And then it instantly merges into a ball of magical fire. Eugene does this and then creates a magical blade of air in his left hand, cold and sharp. Victor is surprised to see this in action. He did it without a spell? You can't do it without a perfect understanding of magic. At that moment a somber voice rang out. Can you use a magical air blade and a sword at the same time? Eugene turns his head to the speaker. He smiles slightly and doesn't answer. Feeling offended, Orleans looks offended. What's the matter? Can't you do it? Eugene didn't say much. Instead, he maintains his enchanted state and draws the NID sword at his waist. Seeing him so confident, Hea, the White Magic Tower Master, who had been silent all this time, was also watching carefully. The Ned sword in Eugene's hand was wrapped in the White Flame style's exclusive aura. And Eugene's left hand is still maintaining a magical aura blade. He's using magic and aura at the same time perfectly. Now even dolls can't help but marvel. Though the circle is built with star cores, it doesn't stop him from continuing to use the star core. The resonating core spins into a magical circle. It provides magic and aura at the same time. When Eugene's performance is over, Barolian asks Orleans, what do you think? Orleans is speechless. What can he say? He can't say he was just publicly punched in the face? But he quickly adjusted his state to say that. We need to talk. Barolian thinks there's no problem, of course. He kindly asks Eugene if he can step outside for a moment. Eugene is in a good mood after his successful performance, but he's still dignified enough to oblige. Then he left the crowd of people with different minds and turned away in style. But after Eugene's departure, Dulles reconfirms with Barolian, Master of the Red Tower, you really didn't teach him magic? His questioning annoys Balorian a bit. I've told you many times. Eugene hasn't been coached by anyone. He's been practicing alone for months, ever since he was introduced to magic. Duras was a little confused, having no one to guide you and only having read introductory magic books. That alone gives him such a deep understanding of magic. At this point, Honan, who hadn't spoken for a long time, interrupted him. You have to realize, he's the man who walked out of Reinhardt, a descendant of the great Belmet. The whole continent knows how powerful their bloodline is. This young-looking woman is actually a 100-plus-year-old magical tower master.
As the crowd discusses whether or not Eugene deserves to be recommended, she voices her opinion. You saw Eugene's magic earlier. While the same first circle. But his circle is definitely more than a normal circle. And the stability of his magical structure is amazing. Even the strength of the 4th circle's magic couldn't break him up. Honan agrees. After all, a descendant of the Great Belt, the entire continent knows how strong their bloodline is, judging by Eugene's distinctive magic. He thinks Eugene's a legitimate genius. Heya was just about to agree, but a man nearby interjected that Eugene was too young. It was the dissenting magician master, Jiran. Though he did recognize Eugene as a genius, but he thought Eugene was too weak, considering Acreon's prestige. Just let the Red Devil Tata master teach Eugene for a couple years. It would be more appropriate to make him so powerful that no one would oppose him. Council President Victor, on the other hand, feels a 17-year-old kid has already achieved this, though still young and not yet strong, but it was a good investment to bring him to Acreon early. It'll build a rapport with him, too. Although our relationship with the Reinhardt family is already well established. But granting Eugene a personal favor was a worthwhile thing to do. Orleans interjects with an objection. Even so, he's just an adopted son. He's not worth much if he's not going to be a patriarch. And Clock takes over with a smile. Indeed. Sean of the twins is the more promising of the patriarchs. It was originally supposed to be Liddell who succeeded as patriarch, but considering how he's tarnished their family's honor, he won't win the competition. But even if Eugene doesn't become patriarch, he'll grow up to be a very important member of the family. Victor felt the same way. But Eugene will have to leave the family if he gets married and has children. All the more reason to invite him to Acreon. Growing up, as long as he doesn't forget today's favor, he will be a powerful ally. Croc chimed in. I heard that Eugene made a big splash at the family ceremony 4 years ago. Reinhardt's immediate family has also recognized his potential ever since. With the support of Acreon, he has the potential to be the second Great Belt. Hearing this, Orleans couldn't help but sneer out. You're going too far with your compliments. Crocodile, are you sure what you just said is what you really think? Clock's tone is also cold. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Orleans taunts. I was thinking that you made a pact with imprisoned Demon King. Did his thoughts influence you? Clock laughs at his exasperation. Imprisoned Demon King has been busy with Helmet. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and said in a morose tone. If I'm really under the control of imprisoned Demon King, I will use my powers more freely. You really don't have any brains at all. Orleans, though, was blackened by his scolding, but it also captures the point. How are you going to use your power? There was a moment of silence at this point. The atmosphere became subtle for a moment, but Clock's tone quickly returns to its original one. Because it's about the Demon King that makes me say things with aggression. I'm so sorry. And that's when Heya came out and said, let's stop this. Let's not get off the subject of the day. Since we've never been able to agree on anything, then why don't we settle this with a vote? Don't keep the boy waiting. Hornung thinks it's a good idea. He was the first to approve the issuance of an Acreon pass to Eugene. At the same time, Eugene, waiting outside the door for the results, finds out about Xenia from the stone carvings on the wall. A woman nearly 100 years old, and she's looking at the man in front of her. She comes up to the man and asks for a hug and a kiss, and then she asks the man to make a deal with her. After all, as the crowd heatedly debates whether Eugene deserves to be recommended or not, she's the one who proposed a vote to settle the issue. Eugene was still outside the door checking out the carvings. Because it says something about Xenia. He felt that Acreon was not so much a royal library as it was more like a museum. Even the stone carvings on the walls tell the history of a lot. It also includes the deeds of Xenia. Eugene learned from this. Xenia's records are stored on levels 12 to 14. She's the only one who used 3 floors to store her records. At that moment, a cheerful voice calls out to him from behind him. Lord Heya of the White Magic Tower is approaching him enthusiastically. This woman is the strongest elf summoner today, the first being in history to sign a pact with 2 elf kings at once. Eugene asks if she has discussed the results. Heya indicated that it was indeed over. But it won't be over all day if we ask all of them to agree. It wouldn't have ended so quickly if she hadn't proposed a vote to settle the issue. This time, 5 people agreed to Eugene's entry into Acreon. 2 people are against it, and 1 person chooses to abstain. Eugene fades in. So, this means I can enter Acreon, right? Heya laughs evilly. Don't you want to know who was against it and who abstained? Eugene says it doesn't matter. A majority vote is enough. Heya tells him she abstained herself. It's not a lack of support for him. I'm just afraid of trouble. Heya points to the other side of the building and asks Eugene, do you see any major illnesses in them? Even if it's been voted on, they'll still find a place to keep arguing. And that's when Duras turns his head to look their way, and then left Acreon in disgust. Heya finds it somewhat amusing. You know what? Lord Blue Magic Tower voted yes. Unexpected, isn't it? He was the one who was most against it in the beginning, but in the end, he agreed. Then she gloated and asked Eugene, Would you like to know which two voted against it?
Eugene expressed no interest, but she still said to herself, "It's the Lord of the Green Magic Tower and the President of the Magicians Guild."
Eugene said, "I said I don't care anymore. Heya says he doesn't look like a 17-year-old at all." The reaction was too flat. Shouldn't you be angry or frustrated?
How dare they ignore Reinhardt's majesty?
Eugene doesn't care about her.
I'll leave now if there's nothing else.
Seeing him leave, Heya called out to him.
That's the Stormbringer Ned you're wearing, isn't it? The sword blessed by the Wind Elf King. Eugene is curious as to why she is suddenly asking about this.
Heya says, "I've always wanted to make a pact with the Wind Elf King," but no matter how much she called, he never answered. She also begged the Elf Lord of Thunder and the Elf Lord of Earth. But both told her, the Wind Elf King won't make a pact with anyone. I even wrote to Reinhardt about it.
But it was rejected, because they thought I'd go into hiding with the Ned sword.
How could they think that about me?
I just wanted to make a pact with the Wind Elf King with the help of the Ned sword.
Eugene said helplessly, "I can't lend out the Ned sword either.
Technically, I only borrowed the Ned sword from the clan chief as well."
Heya came up with a red face and a ragged breath and said, "It's alright. I won't tell anyone. Just satisfy me."
100-year-old woman throwing herself at the man in front of her. But this man doesn't want to talk to her.
Turning around, he's ready to flee.
In order to be able to sign a contract with the Wind Spirit King, this woman, she wanted this man's sword. If he doesn't give it to her, she's going to rob him today.
But Eugene is unmoved and rejects her outright.
Heya is annoyed with the straight man of steel. At this point Eugene explains to her. Strictly speaking, the Ned sword was only borrowed by himself from the matriarch. I can't give it to you without the chief's permission.
Heya's face flushed red at the news. She asked Eugene to quietly lend it to her. She promised not to tell anyone, just lend it to her for a day. If that's not possible, Eugene can watch her use it.
Eugene thinks her offer is a good one. After all, he tried to summon the Elf King every time he'd leveled up during those 4 years, but they all failed.
He thinks it's because he doesn't have enough aura.
If it was used by a white magic tower master. After all, the one in front of me is the one who can sign a contract with 2 Elf Kings at the same time. Maybe the Wind Elf King will respond.
But Eugene ponders, since she's so positive.
I'll whet her appetite first.
Maybe I'll get more out of it. Then he asked Heya where to get the pass. Heya positively pointed him in the right direction. It didn't take long. Eugene got his hard-earned Acrian pass.
Eugene was overcome with emotion.
Finally got this thing. I can go look for clues to Xenia.
At this point Heya asked him, all the demons here are left behind by the great magicians.
All of the great magicians recorded in the glyphs left their magic here, including the wise Xenia.
But hearing her out, Eugene just looked at her silently.
There's no extra reaction. Expectations dashed. Heya is somewhat helpless. Your response is boring. I thought you were interested in Lord Xenia. The first day you came to Aloth, you went to her former home.
Then you went to Statue Square and met your friend.
Eugene asked her how she knew so much about her whereabouts. Heya states, you may not know.
You're very famous.
Eugene didn't think she needed to say that.
And Heya spits at him for being such an asshole.
Borrow the Ned sword from him again, by the way.
Eugene decisively rejects her.
The two of them arrive at the elevator on the first floor in the middle of their bickering. Heya tells him to insert his ID card into the hole in the front to select a floor. Seeing that he's going to the 12th floor, Heya continues to tease him. Looks like you really like Lord Xenia. Eugene doesn't bother with her, entering the elevator and asking if she's going to wait here. Heya states helplessly, as much as I would like to go with you. But time doesn't permit it. And going up there with you might be awkward for you when the time comes. After all, when you see the truth, the first reaction must be the most intense. Heya follows up with a bad joke. Should I get you some diapers?
Eugene curiously inquires about her.
Preparing that thing for what? Heya can't stop thinking about that image. Because you'll wet your pants. Eugene wanted to give her 2 smacks on the mouth when he heard that. But then he remembered he couldn't beat her. An exasperated Eugene can only press the shutdown button. Outside the door, Heya is still wishing him a good time. At this point, Eugene wouldn't have thought the people he'd meet later would throw him off his game. Reaching the 12th floor, the elevator door opens slowly. Someone is already waiting for him at the door, only to see the man gracefully orienting his magician's hat. She then bowed to him. Welcome to the halls of Xenia. The sweet voice of a little girl rings out. The Honorable Eugene Reinhardt. Eugene looks at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Are you, Xenia? The man looks at the little girl in front of him in shock. But the girl said she was just an apostles in charge of reception at Xenia Hall. Eugene recalled that Heya had said, there's even Xenia's apostles in here. Look at that familiar face. Eugene is still a little disbelieving. He questioned the young girl with some uncertainty. How did you learn that my name is Eugene Reinhardt? The young girl told him breathlessly. Didn't you check in at the first floor lobby? Realizing that he was overthinking things, Eugene is a little embarrassed. The young girl explains. All the demons here are connected to the Acrian magic system. We know who's coming in or going out. Eugene, realizing what was going on, asked what he should call her. The young girl happily says, Lord Xenia calls me Mel. Eugene is a bit disgusted. You mean Xenia named you after her last name? Isn't that a cool name?
Mel looks at him with an innocent look on her face. Eugene looks at the short demon in front of him and wonders. Not only did Xenia make a demon that looked just like her, she named them after her.
What is she planning? Eugene said with some uncertainty. Are all the demons here as human as you are?
Mel says that's for sure.
But I'm special. She created me based on her character. Xenia, partner of the great Belmont. Eugene recalls what Barolian had said during the family ceremony. He questions Mel. Isn't it taboo to create life with magic? Instead, Mel told him, she's not really a living being. I don't have a soul like other creatures. My body was created by Lord Xenia's magic. As for my consciousness, it's in there.
And with that, Mel points to her rear. That's when Eugene turns his attention to the object.
What the hell is that? Hearing Eugene's inquiry, Mel said majestically, pretty boy. That's a good question.
But she tilted her head too high. Her magician's hat fell to the ground.
She rushes back to pick up the hat and put it back on.
But she's a little depressed about her failed attempt at being cool. But she soon introduced herself as if nothing had happened.
That was the essence of Lord Xenia's life of magic.
The book of magic called witchcraft. Eugene is shocked to hear this. This is the book that is said to have been written before Xenia disappeared.
Witchcraft in 3 volumes.
He points at the thing in disbelief.
I thought it was a book.
Mel is a bit bemused by him. You're being obsolete and prejudiced.
Her attitude upsets Eugene. What are you babbling about? And Mel says, it's normal that you don't understand.
After all, even the Tower Master can't comprehend Lord Xenia's magic. Look at her smug little face. Eugene was lost in thought for a moment.
The condescending attitude. That proud smile, all perfectly replicating Xenia's character. He reconfirms with Mel, was Xenia's character like this before she disappeared? Mel, on the other hand, says she's just Xenia's younger character.
Lord Xenia is graceful and elegant. She seldom smiles, but she is devoted to researching and developing her magic. Thinking back to Xenia's lively and energetic behavior,
Eugene couldn't imagine her as elegant or graceful.
Eventually Eugene changes the subject.
What do you mean your consciousness is in there? Mel explains, my consciousness is sustained by the magic of Wicca. 200 years ago,
Lord Xenia allowed me to protect and maintain sorcery. After listening to her, Eugene began to walk toward the sorcery. He wanted to see how powerful the sorcery written by Xenia really was. The 5 of them once braved the Demon King's Hall for the sake of world peace. The warrior Hamel stayed there forever to save his brother. This beautiful woman was devastated by his death.
Now reborn and returned, he comes to the ruins left by the woman. The Lord of the Red Magic Tower once said to Eugene, the first time I saw Wicca, I felt like my life's work in magic was a joke.
Now he understood why Barolian had said it.
This is far beyond the realm of ordinary magic. He asked Mel, you already knew that Xenia was going to retire, didn't you? Mel said, of course not. Lord Xenia's retirement was very sudden. No one, including me, knew about it. But even so, magicians of renown came to interrogate me about her whereabouts. Even if I said I didn't know,
those incapable assholes still go through my memories.
Even if there's nothing to be gained, they still come every few decades.
Hearing her tell her story, Eugene is well aware that those people are looking for more than just Xenia.
If the magicians of Aloth hadn't respected Xenia,
they would have dismantled her for research. At this point Eugene asks Mel,
witchcraft is the most famous magic tome. Are all 3 volumes here?
And Mel says there's only the first volume here.
Xenia took the last 2 volumes with her. Immediately following Mel's curiosity, you seem very interested in Lord Xenia. Eugene replied calmly, what magician wouldn't be interested? Really?
But you're not a traditional magician. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've met a descendant of the great Belmotter.
As far as I know,
Lord Xenia has never had any contact with House Reinhardt since returning to Aloth.
Eugene knows this.
In Reinhardt's account, Belmont never contacted his then companion again after his return.
Until Belmont's funeral. Xenia and Anise and Moron were reunited. Eugene couldn't figure that out either. Even as unsociable as Belmont is, he shouldn't have stayed out of contact with his buddies until he died. With curiosity, Eugene asks Mel, did Xenia ever mention his partner? Mel responds crisply, of course she has talked about it. Lord Xenia mentioned Moron the Fool, also called Anise a cunning woman. Eugene sweats a little at these nicknames.
He inquires as to what Xenia calls Hamel.
Mel blandly says, idiot, piece of shit, retarded asshole. Eugene is offended. Didn't you say she was noble and elegant? That was in front of outsiders. Alone, she's always sad when she mentions her partner.
Especially when mentioning her former partner Hamel.
She's in the most pain. Eugene can't say anything about that in his current position. He asks if Xenia has said anything about Belmet. At this point Mel's demeanor turns cold.
For Belmont, she had no praise or curse to offer.
Never mentioned him. Can you believe this little girl lived to be hundreds of years old?
The man sees her sadness and tries to comfort her by touching her head.
But he's rejected. Just now, the 2 of them went to Xenia's portrait to look at it. Xenia is still smiling in the portrait. Eugene discovers this painting is the same as the one he saw earlier in the former residence. At this point, Mel points to the portrait and says the smile is fake. Lord Xenia has never smiled like that before. Back when Mel was first created, to accurately replicate Xenia's character, she had asked Xenia, "Why do you have a smile on your face in the portrait? But in reality, you're always sad?" At the time, this question left Xenia silent for a long time. Then Xenia told her, "If it is to be passed on to future generations, it's better to have a smile on your face than a sad one." Mel says she can't leave Acreon, but she also knew there was an identical portrait hanging in her former home. The smiles on the portraits are all unauthorized additions by the artists. Lord Xenia doesn't like that smile, but as she said, it's always nice to leave a smile to be seen. See the sadness written on Mel's Xenia-like face. Eugene is a little upset. He subconsciously reaches out to touch Mel's little head for comfort. But Mel, who was noticed, slapped his hand away. "Kid, you crossed the line." Seeing Mel's displeased face, Eugene apologized. "I couldn't help it. I'm sorry." Mel thrusts her hips and gets angry, "Even though I look small, but I've been around for over 200 years. You must not be rude." After the unpleasant interlude, Mel takes Eugene on a tour of Xenia Hall. Mel explains to Eugene by pointing to the magical equipment in front of him. That's one of Lord Xenia's favorite pieces of equipment. And she's talking about Xenia's staff, Akasha. Eugene was surprised by this. He didn't expect the staff to be here. Mel has a wicked grin on his face. "Haha, I knew you'd be shocked to see it. It's rumored that there's a fairy tree that only grows in the Sama forest, a sacred place for elves. The world's most powerful staff, the Akasha, was made from the roots of that tree. The elves believed that this tree held the spirits of their ancestors. Its roots support the entire world, and the mighty elves used its roots to make a staff for Lord Xenia. And Eugene knew it well. Xenia is neither an elf nor a half-elf, but she is closely related to elves. She doesn't know who her parents are. She was abandoned as a baby in the Sama forest. A passing elf was drawn to her by her cries and searched for her. And so she was taken to where the elves ruled. At first the elves did not accept Xenia, but after realizing her great magical talent, the elves recognized and taught her elven magic." Mel continues to explain. "Lord Xenia was the first to have a staff made from the fairy tree. But that's not all. Do you know what that red gem is?" "That's..." Eugene interrupts her. "That's a dragon's heart." Mel says, "That's right, there are only 2 staffs in the world with a dragon's heart. One is Akasha. The other one is..." Eugene grimaced and said, "I know. The other one is called Bloody Mary. Today it is held by the same croc, one of the 3 who made a pact with imprisoned Demon King, a black magician named Ibuchi." Why did he turn grim when he saw his partner's magic wand? Because it reminds him of his famous staff, Bloody Mary. That's what killed him, 300 years ago. The staff was held by Ben Ali, an underling of imprisoned Demon King. Eugene involuntarily covers his chest. It's as if the wound is still there. It hurts so much that it takes your breath away. They had a hard time attacking imprisoned Demon King. Compared to the other Demon King cities, the monsters and demons guarding the city of imprisoned Demon King, strong enough to rival any of the other Demon King's followers. Imprisoned Demon King's powerful weapon, the Blade of the Forbidden, and the Shield of the Forbidden and Benelli's Staff of Bloody Mary to keep them at bay. He was severely wounded when he destroyed the Shield of the Forbidden and finished fighting Benelli, bearing the cursed power of that staff. And so with his aura and magic drained, he was killed because he blocked an attack from Belmont who had no time to react. End of memories. Eugene asks Mel if he can try using Akasha himself. Mel smiles playfully and says, "Sure, but I'm guessing you won't be able to do magic with it. Akasha only recognizes Lord Xenia as his master. After Lord Xenia went into seclusion, magicians who tried to gain its approval failed. Hear this. Eugene still wants to try. He reaches out and takes Akasha in a firm grip. He began to use his magic to try and gain his approval. However, he soon realizes that Akasha rejected his magical influx, apparently doesn't recognize him. This has devastated Eugene. Dissatisfied with Xenia's arrangement, when he first encountered Xenia's visions, Eugene thought Xenia would leave Akasha to him. It turns out that's not the case. If possible, he would prefer to keep Akasha for him, instead of a necklace that could only be used for pining. At this moment, Mel was curious. "You seem to like Lord Xenia a lot?" Eugene denied that he was not fond of him. But Mel doesn't agree. "When discussing her, your eyes always sparkle. You're always mesmerized by her belongings." Eugene continues to deny it. "I'm just interested in old objects and stories." Hearing this, Mel said excitedly, "Really? Well, you'd be interested in that book." After speaking, she happily ran away to the distance, preparing to take the book to Eugene. Not long after, she found the book on the tall shelf. She then handed it to Eugene. The book's cover has been worn and tattered by time, but when Eugene sees the title of the book, his face can't help but start twitching. "The Adventures of the Great Belmont." Mel excitedly said, "Yes, this is the first book that tells the world the legend of the Great Belmont. Since Lord Xenia and company are reluctant to talk about Helmut, so the only way the world will know is through this book. Eugene, however, was furious. He doesn't agree with the story in the book at all. Mel is curious and asks why. Eugene angrily says, I have the greatest respect and admiration for Hamel, but this book writes him off as worthless. But Myers says this book is a first edition from 300 years ago, unlike the later revised. Though again, no authorship. Upon hearing this, Eugene wanted to see what the difference was. Then he reaches out and takes the book and looks through it. Hamel is an idiot. Challenging Belmont at the first meeting. He didn't even touch him before he was kicked to his knees and cried. Seeing this, Eugene is furious, even though he lost in the first place, but at least he got a drop of blood out of him. And, how does this sound like an East tone? Seeing that he doesn't look any further, Mel stated, if you really like Hamel, then there's a place you'd be interested in. And with that, she turned and walked away, and motioned for Eugene to follow her. See how mysterious she talks. Eugene followed curiously, but after seeing what Mel said things, Eugene couldn't hide his shock. Why do visions of him and his partner exist here? Why is this man blushing with joy? It's because he saw a holographic projection of his buddies at his friend's house. He didn't think he'd ever see his friends again. Mel explains it to him. These are personal memories extracted by Lord Xenia. It's what they really look like. The handsome man in the center is the great Belmet. The smiling blonde woman next to him is Anise. Always carries a bottle, she calls it holy water. And the one who often confuses others as to whether he's a human or a troll, Molan the Brave. And the last one with the grin on his face is Hamel the Fool. His appearance only remains here. Eugene commented, that man is handsome. Mel agrees excitedly, indeed, Belmont is handsome. Eugene interrupts her praise. I mean, Hamel is handsome. Mel said with an incredulous look on his face, you have unique taste. Eugene blushed in defense. Belmont is indeed handsome. But Hamel is better looking. That beastly charisma. Praising himself made Eugene inexplicably ashamed of himself. Unable to speak, he made Mel forget what he had just said. After that, he and Mel read a half-dozen magical texts. Eugene's old face finally stops blushing. He questioned Mel. Since Xenia's traces were kept 12 to 14 floors, what's on the 14th floor? Mel says, 13th floor is Xenia magic research records. But you can't understand that stuff now. And the 14th floor is the grimoire that ties all that magical research together. The notes above will make it a little less difficult to understand. Eugene thinks otherwise. Are those grimoires harder to understand than witchcraft? Mel says the two are not comparable. Witchcraft is hard to put into words. Why don't you experience it for yourself? Having said that, she takes Eugene back to the place where the sorcery was placed once again. She explains to Eugene, witchcraft is a method of optimizing magic created specifically for the circle. Enhance your magic without spells. It can also imprint magic on the subconscious mind and store it there. Increases casting speed. Can also cast spells on its own based on different stimuli. Though numerous magicians have begun practicing circle. But only sorcery was perfect for the circle. Maximum power with minimum magic. Eugene said sweatingly. Although I understood every word you said. But I can't understand what you're saying. Mel was very proud to hear that. That's for sure. How else could witchcraft be called the greatest grimoire of all time? Eugene thinks she's drifting a bit. You didn't write it. What are you so proud of? I don't get it. Eugene simply asked Mel directly, how can I read witchcraft? Mel shows him the steps, closing his eyes and placing his hand over the sorcery to imbue it with magical power. You'll read it naturally. Then according to her, Eugene approached the circle, raising his hand to touch the sorcery. He then mobilizes his magic and pours it into the sorcery. At this point, Eugene is a little apprehensive. His magic circle was converted from the white flame style. He wonders if this affects his ability to read sorcery. But before he could finish thinking about it, he was startled by the change that occurred before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his surroundings became dark. His senses were instantly stripped away. Where is this place? The man threw himself on the ground to cover up his pea-soaked crotch. Only because he has imbued it with magic for the study of the greatest witchcraft. And then inexplicably came the Darklands. The sudden loss of his senses caused him to panic. The lack of direction makes him feel like he's spinning around. It's like a dream, but different. At this point, his body is also out of control and he can't move. It's as if something is holding him down. Although he is awake, he cannot control his body. He feels helpless in this situation. He's at his mercy. Suddenly there's a light up ahead. When he looks at it, he realizes it's an ocean. When he looks down, he's in the middle of the ocean. It's then that he realizes it's a sea of magic. And before he knew it, then he was engulfed in a sea of magic. When he reappeared, he was naked and thrown high into the air. He leans down to look but finds a shocking sight. A magic circle appeared in the endless ocean. The ring's power shakes the surrounding ocean. And then, Small interlocking circles appear one after another within the circle. Eugene realizes this. This is a demonstration of the development of the magic circle.
In the blink of an eye, countless small circles have filled the initial large circle.
The final arcana is about to be demonstrated. But by the time Eugene looks forward to the next evolution,
he suddenly found himself lying on the floor in the middle of the hall. Still in shock, he sees Mel next to him and realizes that his consciousness has returned to his body. But the first thing he does when he opens his mouth to ask Mel is,
"Did I just wet my pants?" Mel says with a wicked grin on his face, "What a shame. Just a little bit. But you're pretty good."
Many a magician has wet his pants at his first encounter with witchcraft. All you did was foam at the mouth and pass out for 2 hours. You know, the master of the white magic tower and the master of the blue magic tower were not immune to this embarrassment in the first place. You're much more powerful than they were.
Hear that?
Eugene recalls the time when Heya reminded him not to pee in his pants. Eugene is black and blue at this, so it's not a joke.
It's Heya who already has experience. At this point, Mel asked what he had received.
Eugene states awkwardly,
"I feel like I understand the general idea though, but it seems like I didn't understand anything. I see the formation of a circle. I also see the creation and splitting of countless smaller rings.
But in the end, I only saw it rise to 9 circles.
Mel proudly said,
"When Lord Xenia created sorcery, she has reached the 9th circle. But she continues her research. Eventually she manages to go beyond the boundaries she set for herself and reaches the next level.
That is the realm known as the Black Hole of Eternity. And only Lord Xenia has attained it.
There have been many magicians who have tried to break out of their shackles since then.
But none were able to cross the 9th circle. Though it's hard to reach the Black Hole of Eternity. But casting magic through it, it's actually very simple and powerful. For example, a small fireball cast by the Eternal Black Hole realm. It's even more powerful than the top-level Inferno fire from the 9th circle. And although it can't be confirmed,
but Lord Xenia of the Eternal Black Hole realm can actually kill the Demon Lord alone.
Eugene doesn't say anything about this. It's not unusual for Xenia to come back from Helmut stronger as she continues her training. Even the unappealing and hopeless Anise. And Moron, whose brain is full of muscles. And Belmont, they've all definitely gotten stronger. But why haven't any of them challenged the Demon Lord again? Eugene couldn't understand their behavior.
Knowing this, he was left with nothing but anger.
What the hell were these guys thinking? Are we really expecting the Demon King to change his ways? Why are women hundreds of years old blushing with impatience?
Only because Eugene, who had been in the Acrean library for over a month, finally walked out today. She had always wanted to borrow his sword. She's complaining about the man taking so long to come out.
Barolian interrupts her whining,
asking Eugene what he got out of this reading on sorcery.
Eugene states awkwardly, "The learning I now possess does not decipher sorcery. I'm guessing it'll take a few years to do so." Hey, I couldn't agree more. These are the essence of centuries of magic, even if you're smart. But it's hard to understand without a teacher.
And then she said, "If you'll lend me the Ned sword, I will explain 10 scrolls of magic to you."
Isn't that a good deal? Eugene is deep in thought. That sounds a little tempting. But,
he looks at Heya with a wicked grin on his face.
"Do you have anything else in there for me to choose from?" Seeing this, Heya also understands,
laughing at Eugene for being such a negotiator. She then lists a laundry list of magical staffs she owns and tells Eugene, these can be used to easily control magic and simplify spellcasting. Eugene wasn't too interested.
Barolian aids in a well-timed aside.
He also has a nice staff he can lend to Eugene.
Heya questions Barolian with an irritated look on her face. "Why are you interfering?"
Barolian dislikes her back.
"Didn't you sign up 2 elf kings? Why are you still greedy?" Heya understands what Barolian is thinking.
It's the fear that she'll sign another elf king, thus upsetting the delicate balance between the tower masters.
But she's still upset. "You don't know me after decades of friendship? I don't want to be a part of that shit." Barolian is non-committal about this, says so, but it's easy to be fickle when you have too much power.
Seeing that Barolian didn't believe her words,
Heya had to swear on his own magic
that she would never engage in any power struggle.
Barolian was quick to agree. "Now that you've made it this far, I have no reason to stop you."
Heya, on the other hand, has a question mark on her face.
After reacting, she was furious. "You're such a bitch. So you were waiting for me here."
That's when Eugene rammed her in the muzzle.
"I don't need a magic wand,"
Heya said in exasperation.
"I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you." "See, that's what it means." Eugene refuses.
If he thinks it's just borrow, he'd rather cancel the deal.
Heya feels like he's going to blow a gasket with these two guys. What a couple of darn foxes.
But she holding back her anger for the sake of Ned's sword. She said she'd borrow the Netherblade for just 1 day. She can lend Eugene a year of her stuff.
Eugene confirms it to her. "So if you borrow it for a week, that's 7 years?" Are you so eager to make a pact with the Wind Elf King? Heya states firmly, that's for sure. Being Reinhardt, you wouldn't understand
the significance of the Wind Elf King to us elf summoners. That is the Elf King that the Great Belmont has contracted with.
If I succeed, I will fulfill the wishes of many summoners.
At this point, Balorian was there to help again. Eugene, if you don't need a magic wand.
Heya shuts him up in a heartbeat. But Balorian still said,
the Lord of the White Magic Tower has a precious artifact.
Heya rushed up to him and tried to gag him. Eugene looks strangely surprised to hear this. Looks like some people don't want to make a deal. 100-year-old woman is trembling and red in the face.
Just because she wanted to use a bunch of junk to borrow the precious storm sword that can summon the Wind Elf King from a man.
However, she was ruthlessly exposed by Balorian, who knew her details.
Said she had a precious artifact.
Balorian also told Eugene,
that's a magical object called the Dark Cloak.
Heya on the side was furious by him, barely pretended to be innocent and said, haven't you not used it for 10 years? Heya snarled, do you know how hard I had to work to get this? Continuing to feign innocence, Balorian states that even so, instead of using it as a decoration, wouldn't it be better to lend it to someone who needs it?
Heya, confused by the way he was winding him up, couldn't find anything to say to him.
Eugene's curiosity was piqued and he asked Heya what the Cloak of Darkness was. Heya, on the other hand, tries to hide it. It's just a magic cloak that keeps you warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There's nothing special about it. Balorian is quite enthusiastic. It's a cloak of temporal magic.
It can deflect attacks in a specific direction.
Heya is trying to cover up. It's not that good. If you can't accurately calculate spatial coordinates, you can't get to where you want to go.
Balorian continues to recommend.
Even so,
you can also use it to defend yourself against Circle 5 magicians.
Heya makes a last stand. That's only possible if your magic is strong enough. Balorian makes his final strike. Cloak space magic can store things. Good for people who like to use many weapons. Couldn't take it anymore, Heya raged. You asshole. You're a real cunt. After listening to Balorian's explanation, Eugene liked it very much. Sounds like a good thing. I decided I want the Cloak of Darkness, but I will need to consult with the matriarch first. Heya, on the other hand, is proud to say, I haven't agreed to trade you for this. Seeing this, Eugene feigned regret and said, that's a shame. I'm a little hungry now. Lord Balorian, would you like to join us for dinner? Reacting, Balorian hastily agrees with Eugene. He knows a restaurant that tastes great. Check it out. The two then left Heya out to dry. They happily discuss what specialties they want to order later. Heya can't stand up to these two bitches. She's got no choice but to compromise. Why do I think I heard her agree? Eugene feigns surprise. Oh, Master Heya is still here. I thought you were gone. Heya is trembling, gritting her teeth, and said, if you really want the Cloak of Darkness, I agree to lend you to use. Eugene said with a beaten face, there's no need to hurry. Didn't say you have to wait until I report to the Patriarch first? See how shameless he is. Heya couldn't hold back any longer and gave his brother and ass a friendly greeting. Her twisted expression scared the duo away from her. Eugene whispers to Balorian, is she getting ready to transform? Reinhardt, who got the message later, didn't object to the deal, but the master of the house said that he needed to have a higher authority present to witness it. On this day, that Reinhardt's top brass arrived in a lot. The three gather again to await their arrival. See Heya change into a black cloak. Eugene curiously asks if this is the Dark Cloak. Heya probably shows him off. How's it going? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Eugene purposely whispers, it has to be on my body to be cooler. Then ignored Heya's exasperated look. Eugene reassures her that there's no need to be angry. Be happy that we made a deal. Listen to him talk about business. Heya asks who's coming over from the top. She doesn't think it's the matriarch herself. Eugene said, it's led by Kiddo, who just joined the Black Lions, and Atari, the Guardian. They're investigating Liddell, by the way. Heya got serious on rare occasions. Guardian? The ones known as the Reinhardt Hounds? Eugene was curious about those people too. They are the guardians of the family. The Black Lion of House Reinhardt. Anyway, there are a lot of titles. Outsiders prefer to call them hounds. The precepts they observe, stricter than anyone in the family. As long as they are strong and loyal to the clan. Clansmen can join regardless of bloodline distance. And Kiddo joined it a year ago. The White Lion Knights are a force that serves the direct line. The Black Lion guards all of House Reinhardt. And the Black Lion is led by the Senate. It's made up of the most powerful men in Reinhardt's history. Even the contemporary clan Gilead sometimes has to do their bidding. At this point, Eugene became interested in the Black Lion. After 4 years of living in the immediate family, he hadn't seen it once. The rumored most powerful knights of Reinhardt. Eugene can't wait to see how strong they are. While several people are waiting for the arrival of the Black Lion, Reinhardt's wagon has arrived. But what Eugene didn't expect was, inside the car was a girl who had been thinking about him for a long time. What did the man see that was so shocking? It's because he didn't expect the woman in front of him to be here. Just now he was waiting with the two masters of the Red and White Magic Tower for the arrival of the family's top officials. White Tower Master Heya did have some disdain for his family, mocking the fact that they probably won't find a place to land. Her words make Eugene a little confused. Haven't you always respected the great Belmont? Heya sneers, it's Belmont that I respect, not the Reinhardts. I don't like families where the direct line is overpowering the collateral line. Balorian stops her from continuing her ramblings. If you really want to borrow Ned's sword, then you should hide that attitude. As we speak, the air car, which has not landed in half a day, finally finds a parking space and settles down. Heya doesn't agree with Balorian. I will not grovel to them. I deal with them on equal terms. And yet, less than a second of decency. Heya's face is covered in snot. I'm trading my favorite cloak with them. Eugene on the side told her not to wipe the snot with the cloak. That's what he'll be wearing afterward. While they were arguing, the door to the carriage in front of us slowly opens. The man who gets out is Shire Reinhardt, who we haven't seen in a long time. Eugene is very surprised by this. He didn't expect Shire to follow the Black Lion's men. He was looking forward to seeing Black Lion's men, but it's Shire who comes down first. He's a little confused by Shire's arrival. Shire calmly explains to him, "My mother's birthday is coming up. I'm here to buy a birthday present. I'm also stopping by to see how you're doing." After speaking, Shire looked forward to Eugene's reaction. But Eugene is calm when he hears this. Dumbfounded, he said, so that's how it is. His reaction made Shire a bit irritated, this fucking idiot. As Shire is feeling lost and helpless at Eugene's reaction, a man slowly emerges from the carriage behind her. This person is Kid, the younger brother of the current patriarch, the same teacher who taught Eugene for 4 years. He greets Eugene happily. The bearded man who comes out behind him interrupts their conversation. "I know it's been a long time since you've seen each other, but I'll leave time for you afterward. Now let's get on with the business of the day." Although I've never seen this bearded man, but Eugene could feel he was strong. Judging by the muscles he couldn't even wrap his clothes around, and the way he walked, must be a master of the spear. Before Eugene can finish his analysis, once again, a man steps out from behind the bearded man. Judging by this man's thin frame and his aura, he must be a magician. Guess he's here about Liddell. Eugene looks behind the magician. As for the one behind him, it's... She must be the high official in the Black Lions, Adelaide. I didn't realize she was so young. And... Eugene looks into her powerful palm. It's covered by the glove, but you can still see a bit of it. Neither a hand that fights with swords nor spears. Looks like a fighter who fights with only 2 fists. This is really an amazing person. That valiant woman is 100 years old. Not only is she young and beautiful, and a powerful fighter. At this point, the woman comes up and greets Balorian, 20 years. "I heard that you became the Lord of the Red Magic Tower." Balorian said helplessly, "I told you when I met last time. I will soon ascend to the throne of the tower." Atari then stated, "Did you say that? It's been too long for me to remember. But it doesn't matter." After saying that, she turns his head to Eugene, who is off to the side. "You're Eugene Reinhardt?" Eugene bows to her respectfully and identifies himself. However, what Adelaide said immediately afterward left Eugene dumbfounded. She claimed to be Eugene's aunt, but told Eugene not to call her that. It makes her look older. Eugene was surprised by this. She's the housemaster's aunt? But remembering the ages of Balorian and Heya, Eugene quickly calms down. At the moment, he's more concerned about the fact that someone of this caliber came all the way here. And then Balorian smiled and said, "It's windy out there. Let's go inside and discuss this." Then the crowd entered the Red Tower. They were seated at the parlor table. Adelaide Reinhardt is the sister of the last matriarch. She is also not married. She joined the Black Lions and is now the leader of the Third Order. Risen Reinhardt is the vice commander of the Third Order of the Black Lion, from one of the side families. Paco Reinhardt, also from the Third Order. He's from a rare family of magicians. He's in charge of the specifics of today's transaction. At this point, Paco reconfirms the transaction. For each day the Stormsword NID is lent. The dark cloak of the Lord of the White Magic Tower will be loaned to Eugene for 1 year. Right? A lazy Heya on the sidelines confirms his statement. Meanwhile, he's told to hurry up and get it over with. Don't waste each other's time. Paco, who has received an affirmative answer, will say no more, casting a spell to summon a prepared contract. Heya carefully examines the contents of the contract, in case there is any chance of fraud. Soon Heya questions it. "What do you mean I'm not allowed to risk destroying the Ned sword? And what is the cost of destroying it?" "The price to pay is your life." Atari, sitting by the window, answered her question.
The Stormbringer NID is a valuable treasure.
If you want to borrow it, you must be prepared to risk your life.
Heya thinks she's overstating her case, and she's provoking her.
My life is also immeasurable. What's the math on that? Atari is fine with that. In a lot it might be as you say.
But not in Reinhardt.
Seeing that the atmosphere is inexplicably tense,
Paco intervenes to calm the situation.
It doesn't cost you your life right now. I respect you as a magician, too.
I don't think you're going to try to destroy Ned as a medium when you try to sign with the Wind Elf King. That's just a treaty to prevent that from happening. It's not too late to talk about the cost when it does happen. He's making Aya very uncomfortable.
So this deal is going to be your Reinhardt's call?
The cigar-chomping Atari responds.
You can choose not to borrow it if you don't want to. If it weren't for the Patriarch, I wouldn't be here to talk to you. Heya doesn't give in either. Those who didn't know thought you came here just for me. Heya meant what he said.
Atari pulls out his pocket watch and blandly says, indeed.
I'm here for something more important. Not for something as trivial as this. I'll be meeting with Crocker in an hour.
Have him accompany me to Arlot's prison. Interrogate the dark magician who dared capture Liddell. His words make Balorian blush. It was agreed that this would be done according to the laws of Aloth.
That's not the same as Gilead's decision. Why is a nearly 100-year-old man's face black?
Just because a woman the same age as him disregarded the agreement he made with the head of the family in the first place.
Prepare for a private interrogation of the black magician. The woman is fine with it.
Though the master of the house has made a decision, but for the black magician who tarnished the family name,
the Senate wasn't about to let go of.
Eugene holds back a smile as he watches her pull an oversized pocket watch out of her shirt pocket.
He hasn't seen anyone put anything uncomfortable and heavy in that place. Heya was curious, too. Why do you wear a watch and a pocket watch? And why do you hold a cigar in your mouth without lighting it?
But Atari ignored her boring question.
I have received permission from the royal family of Aloth. Instead of getting all wound up about it, I'd rather let us do the interrogating. But Eugene understands. It seems the family gave too much.
It took the royal family to allow the Black Lion to interrogate the Black Magician.
At this point, Atari asks Heya if she's made up her mind yet. She doesn't have time for this. Heya is thinking about time.
If the contract with the Wind Elf King is completed within 3 hours, I'll have my cloak back in 2 months, tops. In that case, there's no reason to hesitate. She signed her name without saying a word. Eugene then puts on his handsome cape. His hair was combed back to its adult form. And Heya finally got the coveted Ned sword. At this point, Eugene sees Atari staring straight at the cloak.
He thought to himself, this woman must be up to something. As expected, Atari praised the design of his cloak. The collar looks like a lion's mane. It reminds me of the Reinhardt logo. The colors just don't match. It would be better if it was white, like a white inflamed flame. Its current color seems to suit the black lions better.
Eugene's eyes widened after hearing her long speech.
Pretending not to understand or respond, Atari sees how unintelligent Eugene is. Again staring at Eugene without a word, Shire comes out just in time to ease the awkwardness.
Give her the cloak.
She wants to wear it.
Eugene said proudly, she didn't say she wanted to wear it.
Shire re-emphasizes. That's what she meant.
Eugene turns his head to see that Atari has taken off her cloak.
And the invisible oppression. He can only hand over the cloak reluctantly. Try it on. Atari nonchalantly pulls the cloak over her and drapes it over her body. She then strikes a series of flirty poses. She's a real show-off.
Finally got what she wanted, she was so comfortable after being handsome.
The dark cloak's rating has gone up a notch.
Upon returning the cloak to Eugene, she suggests a correction.
It would be more stylish to get a family crest on it. To which Heya protests loudly and angrily, I'm just lending it to you. I didn't give it to you. Do not damage my cloak.
But Atari simply ignores what she says. Turning around, she instructed the Black Lions to prepare for departure. Before leaving, Kiddo turns to Shire, who hasn't moved his feet.
Why don't you follow me?
For his urging, Shire has already thought of an excuse.
I will wait with Eugene until you return. And then the two of them went out into the street, preparing to pick out a birthday present for the head of the family's wife.
Eugene takes the opportunity to tell Shire about stumbling upon Sean's fondness for rabbit ears. Wants Shire to correct Sean's hobby.
Shire gets a chill, I'll tell my mother. But this is not the outcome Eugene was hoping for.
He told Shire to just tell Sean politely.
Shire agreed. And asks Eugene, pretending to be casual. You don't like rabbit ears. What type of ears do you like then?
Eugene says he prefers normal.
Time to go pick out a gift. And I don't really know what Mrs. Annie likes. Why should I come along? Shire just shut him up and follow him. Eugene retorts to her, if you only want me to follow you, why even call me out?
At this point Shire turns her head to Eugene, who doesn't understand her. Her eyes are filled with disappointment.
Why are women's eyes full of sorrow and disappointment?
It's because the man she's been thinking about is a fool who doesn't know what she's talking about. Not only does he fail to see the point of her asking him to go shopping with her, and he's whining about leaving her behind. She confronts Eugene about it. Are you trying to leave me alone in a foreign capital? What if I get lost? But Eugene still doesn't get it. Talking like you can't take care of yourself. Shire blushes and warns him. Everyone knows I'm with you. I'll see what you'll do if I lose it. She's got Eugene on the ropes, and he's giving up on the idea of leaving. At this point Shire asks Eugene what he did for his birthday last month. Did you have a party? Eugene, on the other hand, says he's just reading in the library. Barolian and Hella send him gifts. But he didn't take them. Shire is keenly aware of the unheard-of name. Ask who is Hella. Is it a woman? Eugene is speechless. You can tell it's a woman by the name. He didn't want Shire to press him, so he quickly changed the subject. I haven't seen you picking out a gift all the way here. Is there something else you want to do when you follow Atali here? Shire was a little embarrassed to see him mention it. I see you found out. I'm begging her to take me as her disciple. My brother will be the head of the family anyway. I'm not interested in that position either, and my mother wants to arrange a marriage for me. Speaking of which, Shire peeked in to see how Eugene was reacting. The result is that Eugene is as calm as ever. There was no reaction that she was expecting. Disappointed, Shire turns his head and continues to explain. I hate arranged marriages, but I also don't want to be locked up in a family and pretend to be a lady. Eugene, who understood what she meant, concluded. Is that why you want to join the Black Lion Knights? Shire says she can't join right now, but she wants to be mentored by Atari first. Seeing that she's starting to try to go her own way instead of trying to rely on her family for survival, Eugene is gratified. He then asks her how Sean is doing. Shire is a little surprised to hear his compliments. That's a rare compliment. As for Sean, you have nothing to worry about. He's always talking about you. He even asked me to ask you for tips on practicing the white flame style. Eugene, who heard this, asked Shire, is Sean up to 3 stars yet? Shire says no, same as when you left. Still 2 stars. Then Eugene asked if she'd seen Liddell. He'd only heard that Liddell had gone back to the family. He doesn't know how it turned out. Shire is disgusted about Liddell. I heard that Disney got a magician to teach him at home. He's already done that stupid thing. And yet they let him continue to learn magic, but he's not going to be clan leader. Let him be. Shire wraps his arm intimately around Eugene when he finishes speaking. Let's not talk about the unpleasantness. Take me to a good meal. Eugene, who heard this, reminded that there are plenty of restaurants in the area, but the taste is not as good as the family's. Shire, however, looks meaningfully at Eugene. It doesn't matter what it tastes like. Regarding food, it's not just the flavor that matters to look at. Ambience is important too. Meanwhile, in the prison on the other side of a lot, Ryzen wipes the blood from his hands indifferently. It's really useless. I can't believe he died like that. See this. Atari concludes. He would not confess even after being tortured to death. Looks like whoever's behind this is pretty good at what they do. How could such a lowly dark wizard have access to the firstborn? Probably had his fear removed by magic. He wouldn't have the guts otherwise. At this point, there's a voice analyzing the matter from the sidelines. I think he's desperate. Decades of practicing black magic with no results. If he die of old age, the soul will be taken by the demon of the pact. No chance of reincarnation, so he had to take the risk. Even if it means trouble. But if he succeeds, he'll be out of the woods. But Atari interrupts his analysis with indifference. I've heard that Duke Bella, the Queen of Dreams and Demons, is not involved in this. What are your thoughts on this? Crocodile, Lord of the Dark Tower. This man who is the devil's servant is a good and warm-hearted man. Not only did he lead the other side to interrogate his men to death, he's also answering their questions. But At-Talit clearly doesn't trust him, coldly questioning the Queen of Dreams about her involvement in the matter. Clock is helpless to do anything about it. I don't know why you keep targeting me. I've apologized respectfully enough in this case. Atari, however, is unimpressed. Compared to an insignificant black magician, it makes more sense to suspect you're behind this. Crook doesn't agree with her. Am I doing myself any favors by doing this? I would never have left such an obvious trail if I were really behind it. So much so that you suspect me. And Sir Atari, I have many enemies. I serve imprisoned Demon King, and I thank him for his trust and love. But this has upset many in Helmet. They're trying to get me in trouble. So it seems to me, it's just a nasty way for someone who hates me to get me in trouble. But At-Talit pointed out that he had no proof. Croc countered that there was no proof that he did it either. He then smiles meaningfully and says, Sir Atari, I don't suppose I'm the only one you suspect? Atari hates his beating around the bush. Tell him to say what he has to say, but be prepared to take responsibility for what you say. At this point Clock's tone changes, though he maintains his smile. As a servant of imprisoned Demon King, I honor his wishes to befriend Reinhardt.
But I am mortal, after all. I can't laugh in the face of unfounded accusations. I am Crocodile, Lord of the Dark Tower. Servant of imprisoned Demon King. I cannot tolerate this endless insults.
Seeing him ready to strike, Kiddo rushes to get in front of Atari.
Just in case Clock gets violent, Atari said indifferently. I don't want to be rude in a foreign country. Clock told her not to worry. If you will, I'll do what I can. No one will notice your rudeness. Hearing this, Atari said indifferently. You want to do this, you gotta make sure your head stays in place. Clock is silent in the face of her threats. The tension in the room is at an all-time high. But then Atali took a turn for the worse. I guess I'll have to think about it. Who in the world would want to jeopardize Reinhardt's family prestige? It's just a hunch.
Because we can't find clues through torture and mind magic.
Everything is too clean.
Then she said without apology.
That's why I suspected you. Her words bring Clock's smile back again. I guess I went a little overboard back there. In return, I'd like to show you a less pleasant sight.
But Atari refuses outright,
stating that she didn't really want to see what he was offering. Walking up to Clock, she taunted. I've seen too many cruel and disgusting things. One of them is right in front of me.
Clock gathers his magic hand.
Since you're so adamant about it.
Black magic covers the top of his head. A circle of light appears in the center of the forming black cloud. A dream demon's head is then teleported into his hands.
His soul has been harvested by imprisoned Demon King. I can provide it to you if you need it. Without waiting for Atari's response, he tosses the head away. But before the head could hit the ground, Atari kicked it away from him. Blood splatters across Croc's face, but his smile hasn't diminished at all, and Atari stopped paying attention to him, taking the crowd away.
Before leaving, she turns around and warns Clock. If you try to contact Eugene Reinhardt.
Clock, his fingers lightly wiping the blood, interrupted her directly.
Only imprisoned Demon King can command my actions and desires. His arrogant attitude brings murder to Atari's eyes. But he didn't care.
Sir Atari, you have no right to order me to do anything.
This man smiles in the face of the black flames.
He doesn't care if he's insulted and bloodied.
And he doesn't care about Atari's warning before he leaves. He responds that the only one who can order him around is imprisoned Demon King. He sees no point in arguing.
Atari turned and left with Kiddo and the others.
On the way, Atari speaks up and questions Kiddo.
What do you think the truth of this is?
But without waiting for Kiddo to answer, she continues her analysis. The one who started it all was probably Miriam, who was on a par with Crocker.
That's someone who had a problem with Clock.
Imprisoned Demon King though suppresses the free will of those he contracts with, but will not interfere with their struggle for fame and fortune.
This speculation surprised Kiddo.
If Miriam was the mastermind,
wouldn't that mean that the nation of Nahama is behind it?
Atari affirms his speculation.
Nahama's recent dispute with neighboring Tulas. They may declare war in the next few years.
Once the war begins, the master must prepare in advance. The entire Reinhardt family may be summoned.
This made Kid realize. That's why Miriam wants to split Reinhardt first.
Atari thought it would sow the seeds of division, if not cause it. It's also possible that Liddell's compulsion by Succubus was just a fluke.
It doesn't go that far. But we must remain skeptical. She then asks Kiddo, what do you think of Croc's provocation earlier? What happens if it's not ignored? Kiddo thinks that if a fight breaks out, they'd probably all die except for Atari.
Adlai flirted with the fact that he was really humble. Kiddo awkwardly states that he's not good at fighting magicians, to which Atari candidly admits. She wasn't sure enough to beat him herself. That's why she gave up the fight. Then she mentioned the punishment for Liddell.
Liddell will be under surveillance from now on.
The Senate has also sent a black lion. He was spared the death penalty because he was the firstborn.
But there won't be a next time.
And he will be disinherited. He'll be under surveillance for the rest of his life. They won't stop Daphne from finding a magic tutor for Liddell.
If there is a hand in this,
I'm sure we'll try to contact Liddell. Kiddo remembers how much Liddell loved magic. He couldn't figure out why Liddell had gotten into black magic. Though worried about Liddell's future life,
Kiddo chooses to honor the family's decision. The time of parting is fast approaching.
They are about to depart for House Reinhardt.
Eugene and Barolian meet to see the men off.
Kid and Shire say happy goodbye to Eugene. Tell him to come back to the clan when he can.
Eugene is happy to oblige, though he doesn't know when he'll go back.
At this point, Atari turns his head to question him.
Do you want to join the Black Lions?
The position of squire to the second master is currently vacant.
She can recommend Eugene immediately if he wishes. Eugene was taken aback by this sudden invitation.
After some thought, Eugene declined her invitation,
solemnly thanking her. Athalie, hearing Eugene's reply, stares at Eugene in silence for a long time.
Then she turned around and set off with everyone.
She left a message that said, "It's a shame. Eugene and Barolian stand and watch the air carriage leave. At this point, Eugene asks Barolian, has there been any news from the White Magic Tower Lord? Barolian looks helpless at this. If Heya had succeeded, she would have come to show off. It looks like she's still struggling.
Meanwhile, the White Tower is filled with gale force winds. The figure on top of the tower raises his sword to the sky with one hand. It's the magic charge Ned's sword in her hand that's causing this phenomenon.
This man is Heya.
At this point, she's still trying to summon the Wind Elf King.
A woman with a long sword attracts lightning to herself. And she's doing it to communicate with the spirit world, so that she could make a pact with the Elf King of the Winds. But no matter how much she called, she was never answered. It made her unable to stop cursing. To increase the affinity for each other, she's already snotty from the wind. But even so, she insisted on pouring her magic into the Ned. She believes that perseverance always pays off. And sure enough, golden lightning appeared in the sky.
A voice called out to her from the lightning.
But there was no joy for Heya when she saw who it was, for it was Levin, the Elf King of Thunder. Heya is puzzled by this.
It's the Wind Elf King she's calling on.
She didn't call on Levon. Levin said, he's here to deliver the Wind Elf King's message. He told you to shut up. He doesn't want to make a pact with you. Heya doesn't want to give up. She's still shouting, I am the greatest elf summoner of all time. I am the only one worthy of making a contract with you, so please appear before me. I can give you anything you want. Unable to get any response, Heya goes mad, shouting for the Wind Elf King to come out.
Watch her stand there and go mad. The Thunder Elf King sighs helplessly. Then it directly sent down the thunder, which made Heya burnt and tender, to stop her from going on.
After enjoying some death-defying electroshock therapy, Heya collapses to the ground with a flash of electricity. It's finally stopped. Before he leaves, Levin reminds Heya,
you can't give the Wind Elf King what he wants.
With the dark clouds lifting, the skies return to clear. Away, Levin murmurs something.
Storm seeks to move north to conquer the northern demon realm, fulfilling a regret that has not been forgotten in 100 years. 10 days later, Heya appears before Eugene with a disheveled look on her face. Eugene looks on in a cold sweat. Why is she so tired after 10 days? Concerned, he asks Heya what happened.
Did the contract go through? Unexpectedly, Heya cursed him. Why are you asking when you know the answer? You're an asshole.
A shivering Eugene muttered quietly.
Well, there's no need to yell at me. Unable to hold it in any longer, Heya exploded.
That damned Wind Elf King.
Blah, blah, blah. Meyer jumps out of his chair. Finally unable to take it anymore, she walks straight toward Heya.
She came to Heya's side. She warned, Ms. Wet Crotch, please keep quiet. But her claim made Heya scream in anger. Eugene can only plug his ears and suffer in silence.
He interrupts Heya's madness. Is it true the Wind Elf King didn't sign with you? Heya angrily dislikes he back.
She states that she has no need to lie.
Eugene, who had gotten his answer, patted his cloak. It's exactly 10 years straight to the day.
Get me back the sword now for a discount to 9 years. It took a long time for Heya to respond.
9 years?
She hurriedly handed Eugene back his Ned sword with trembling hands. She is devastated at the loss of her sword. Please take care of the dark cloak. Eugene can only sympathize.
Let her go home and get some rest. After sending Heya away,
Eugene reads the book of published adventures again.
This paragraph is about the encounter with the giants. They're big, they're thick, they're invincible.
Back then, tens of thousands of troops gathered to stop the attack of the Demon King's lackeys, the giants. Although the difference in size was too great to overcome.
But the people of the time were not alarmed,
because the great Belmet was at their side.
A giant of 10,000 feet tall mercilessly trampling on human homes. But mankind was not alarmed by their arrival.
Even if the giants were 1 against 1,000, and there were many of them, they could not bring mankind to its knees.
Because at this moment, the great Belmont is at their side.
His arrival was inspiring.
The knights swore an oath to follow him. Despite what the knights say,
it's just a way of rubbing off on Belmet's reputation so he can be remembered for generations to come.
After all, they're not good enough to be in it. There's only one person who can really fight alongside Belmet, the warrior Hamel.
Belmet's most trusted companion.
The tacit understanding between the two is unmatched.
Belmet signaled Hamel to attack the giant's left arm. He in turn fends off the giant's strong right hand. But Hamel says he's more interested in attacking the right hand, only because he thinks he's no worse than Belmutter.
Facing the immensely tall giant leader Cole,
only the two of them could have such a light-hearted conversation, because only the Holy Sword can cut off the power of the devil who protects Cole, and the Holy Sword only recognizes Belmet as its master. So Cole was finally killed by Belmet.
And finally,
the other giants were incinerated by the magic of the beautiful Xenia.
After reading this story, Eugene is pretty sure it was either written by Xenia or Anise.
Mel is stunned by his words for a long time. Then disgusted, she tells him not to say such crazy things. Eugene explains awkwardly.
There are a lot of noble adjective classes used here in the face of Xenia. But Mel retorts that that's insulting to Xenia. After all, who writes about themselves with so many adjectives? She then threatens Eugene with a raised fist. If you ever insult Lord Xenia like that again, I'll punch you in the chest. Eugene doesn't dare to argue with her anymore. Eugene says he needs to get some air. Mel curiously asks where he's going.
Eugene tells her he wants to try his hand at witchcraft again.
But Mel doesn't feel right about it. Thinks it's a bit arrogant to try again at his level. And Eugene thinks it's more fulfilling to challenge the impossible, doesn't he? Mel follows him and mocks him. You always fail. What's there to brag about? For 10 days Eugene has been trying his hand at witchcraft.
But now he still can't reach the black hole of eternity. An eternal black hole is a huge circle containing an infinite number of smaller circles.
It enhances any magic thrown into it, and Eugene is replacing the circle with a white inflammation style. So he's going to form more circles that way.
In his previous life, he gathered the strengths of many families to practice magic power. Xenia also helped him correct it. Eventually, he creates his own magic. It took him just 1 second to explode all his power.
Because his aura is formed in an explosive manner. With that alone, he easily severed the giant leader's finger.
Even Belmont praised his superb fighting talent. For him to pay high prices for cheap cultivation methods, though Xenia was puzzled. But she was also surprised that he could be so powerful with all this garbage.
That's how good Eugene is. A miracle in the form of a miracle.
At this time, Eugene once again entered the sorcery to realize the black hole of eternity.
Now he won't pass out at the sight of a black hole. Already able to see how magic works,
and how the infinitely recreated smaller circles within the larger circle are formed. Eugene is convinced that it is possible to reach the level of eternal black holes with the white flame style.
In Eugene's continued attempts,
2 years rushed by.
The man practiced magic every day without eating or drinking.
The ocean of magical power is a place where one can realize the supreme law of the land. Every day for 2 years has been boring and fulfilling.
It's summer after 2 years. In the library of Acreon, Eugene, 19, is working overtime on his thesis. He's too focused.
Mel called out for a long time before he responded. Mel had no choice but to repeatedly warn him to pay attention to rest.
Let's go get some lunch and come back. Eugene says he's not hungry. Leaving now would interfere with his writing thoughts.
Mel doesn't understand why he's in such a hurry to write his thesis. Besides, it's easy to make mistakes in such a hurry.
But Eugene thinks he's calm now. There's nothing wrong so far. Mel's not happy with his answer. A normal magician would take decades to complete his thesis. And you're arrogant enough to start writing it already.
Instead of wasting time, you should spend another 10 years consolidating your knowledge. Seeing her look so serious,
Eugene smiles and says, "What a cute little Mel."
His words instantly made Mel blush and freeze in place. Then she waved her fists anxiously.
"I'm over 200 years older than you. You need to learn to respect me. Hear this." Eugene responds with a bad smell.
"I didn't realize my little grandma was shy."
Mel is speechless for a moment. Has this kid always been so mouthy?
And that's when Eugene stopped joking. He just whispered,
"Do you want me to leave so badly?"
Mel was at a loss for words as to how to respond.
Eugene questions Mel. "I'm the only one who's been on this floor regularly for 2 years, right?" Mel panicked.
"That's because other wizards have studied witchcraft for a long time." All the magicians were amazed when they saw it for the first time.
Trying to master witchcraft, but ultimately failed. After that, they went to work on the magic they were good at. And you're not like them. You've been coming here every day for 2 years to study witchcraft. Your dedication and progress is unmatched by any other.
It's as if you've come to Acreon for the sole purpose of witchcraft.
You'll leave as soon as your thesis is done, right? Eugene doesn't deny it.
He don't think there's any reason for him to stay when the time comes.
Mel happily tells him about the benefits of staying. Barolian admires your talent. Whenever you want, Balorian will pass the tower to you. Counselor Victor is also fond of you. He wants to recruit you for his department.
Even Crown Prince Hua Nan likes you. If you work for him, you'll be famous for decades to come. But Eugene wasn't interested in any of Mel's offers. He has a lot of things to accomplish.
He doesn't want to be tied down. Mel's a little pissed off at his reaction. It's not like you're going to be the matriarch. Why do you have to go back to Reinhardt?
Eugene is a little speechless at this.
Why would I go back to Reinhardt just to become a clan leader? Mel is a bit overwhelmed by his answer. So you're sure you're leaving after the paper, right?
Eugene told her that he wasn't exactly writing a paper.
He's just sorting out the details of the magic formula. He didn't want to publish it, because Eugene understood.
He created a magic formula, the Ring of Fire, that no one could use.
When Barolian stated,
"Theoretically, other magicians can't learn the Ring of Fire."
You're using the white flame style of introductory magic. That's a very unique approach, but that doesn't mean that other clansmen who know the white flame style can imitate it. Balorian once tried Eugene's ring flame technique. Not being able to do the white flame style, he used circle magic instead, but it turns out the magic is flowing backwards. This proves that Eugene created the ring of fire for himself. No one else can practice it. Not only does Eugene rely on white flame style for star introductory magic, inside the circle he ignites his magic like Hamel did in his previous life to form countless spells. The spinning circle locks the magic in place. This is Eugene's own ring of fire. In a world where magicians spend half their lives trying to achieve something, a man creates his own unique practice in only 2 years. Even the esteemed master of the magic tower was full of praise for him. But he was not complacent. Instead, he tried to learn more about magic every day. From there, he utilized more fire magic to perfect his own ring of fire technique. After he studied under Barolian, Barolian helped him refine his ring of fire technique from time to time, assisted him in completing his dissertation. For 2 years, Barolian was very strict with him, but it also benefited him. End of memories. Eugene asks Mel, "Are you angry because I'm leaving?" "Why would I be angry? You're free to go wherever you want. I have no right to stop you." Mel spreads her small hands in mock indifference. "I never wanted to leave. But I couldn't leave Acreon even if I wanted to. That's why I'm not angry at you for leaving. Though it makes me feel lonely. I'm not technically human, but I do know that humans like to be free." Eugene is at peace with Mel's true feelings. As he puts away his papers, he asks Mel if he really thinks so. Mel states firmly, "I've been alive for over 200 years, certainly very sure of that, but at least..." At this point, Mel is unusually depressed. "But can you at least come and say goodbye to me when you leave? Don't leave without a word like Lord Xenia." Stupid Eugene casually agrees to Mel's request. Mel, whose emotions were just halfway brewing, choked on his words. Mel voices her displeasure loudly. "I said all that fondly, and you do nothing about it. You're such an asshole." Eugene, ready to leave, still doesn't know what's going on. Mel chases after him, cursing him. She questioned Eugene in an aggravated manner. "Is it so hard to accept the advice of your elders? Can't you just stay?" But then she suddenly lowered her head shyly. "But if you stay in a lot because of me, I'd be embarrassed." Her character is based on Xenia's infancy. Sometimes she acts childishly and uncontrollably, so she thinks what she just said was childish. I hope Eugene doesn't mind. Eugene remains calm and says he understands. Mel is embarrassed by this. She doesn't think Xenia would do such a thing. She feels her behavior is an insult to Xenia. Yet Eugene smiles gently at her. "The real Xenia would have done the same thing you did." Mel was a little happy to hear that. But she didn't think it was possible. "You've never even met Lord Xenia. How did you know she'd do something as childish as me?" But Eugene still responds to him with tenderness. "I'm sure of that." Mel thinks he got this ridiculous idea because he read that adventure book. Eugene does not continue to argue with her about this. He said he would leave a lot after he finished his dissertation. "If I wasn't greedy, I'll finish my dissertation by the end of the summer." For his behavior of forcibly changing the subject, Mel does not condemn, turn around and ignore him, but Eugene doesn't care. "I'll come and say goodbye before I leave. I might have something to say to you then." "Hear this," Mel warned him. "I'll kick your ass if you try to trick me." Eugene ignored her threat. He just smiled and watched her for a long time, as Mel waited blearily for him to say something. Instead, he turned around with a flourish. "Don't be hasty. I'll let you know when the time comes." A 200-something-year-old girl is mean and cute. But the man doesn't care about her threats. He smiles at her with tenderness. While the young girl waits with bated breath for his response, the man turns away in style. He says he'll tell her on his next visit. Eugene just ran into Victor as soon as he left the halls of Xenia. Looking at his incredibly bright smile, Eugene got a shit-eating look on his face all of a sudden. This guy is a real creep. He knows exactly what he's doing here. But he's not interested in that. Sure enough, Victor invites him to join the court magician again. He's been promised many favors, but Eugene still refused without a second thought. He doesn't want to be tied down. Undeterred, Victor immediately resorts to a roundabout tactic, claiming he could check Eugene's papers, trying to win favor. He says that the Red Tower Master specializes in summoning magic, and he's better at battle magic. More help to Eugene. Eugene refused. He euphemized that Victor didn't know what he was writing about. There shouldn't be any way to find out what's wrong. This makes Victor internally vomit. "It's because you're hiding it too well to show me." But still smiling on the outside. "If only I could see it." Can also make many suitable suggestions. Eugene had to decline again. "Thank you very much.
But that would be an offense to the Lord of the Red Tower. Victor hastened to say that they could do it quietly.
Just don't let the Red Tower master know. But Eugene doesn't care about him anymore.
And with a quick excuse me, he turns around and walks away. Victor sighs as he fails again.
Obviously a brat. Why is it so hard to fool?
And at this point Eugene is annoyed as well. If Victor realizes that he has formed an eternal black hole, Eugene is certain that in the days to come, even in his sleep, he is haunted by Victor. The thought of that scenario makes Eugene black with disgust.
However, the appearance when performing the circle flame technique is not much different from when performing the white flame style. If you don't pay attention, even Victor couldn't spot it.
This means that in the presence of a high-level magician, Eugene can also hide his strength. At this point, smoke is rising from the underground lab.
Barolian is silently observing something. Soon he gives his assessment.
Putting aside the magic you used, if you only look at the strength of your magic, you've reached the 5th circle. But Eugene says he's still at the top of lap 4. And higher level magic can't fit into an eternal black hole either.
Is this because I don't understand them well enough?
To which Barolian argues that it should be a capacity issue. After all, Eugene's ring of fire can't perfectly replicate sorcery.
You're replacing the circle with a white flame style star core.
You can't use normal measures of strength. Simply put, for every star you raise in your white flame style,
your eternal black hole,
I should say that the ring of fire technique becomes stronger.
But don't let your guard down. Although I can't see the drawbacks of the ring inferno technique at the moment.
But when you level up, there's a possibility of danger.
At this point, Barolian is about to stop talking. Eugene inquired if he wanted to keep himself from using advanced magic. Barolian warns him not to use 6th circle magic, because the circle flame trick is not a popularized circle magic. There are many hidden dangers.
Seeing how serious Barolian is,
Eugene understands the risks. He says he won't use advanced magic recklessly. After business, Barolian asks Eugene, "What's the plan after the paper? I hear you're not planning on returning to the Reinhardts?"
Eugene responds perfunctorily, "The world is a big place.
I want to see it.
First, I'd like to go to the Roar Kingdom and try some giant ice crabs."
Actually, it's because Roar was founded by the asshole moron.
He was trying to go there to find clues about his partner. The man is a master of magic at a young age. Now that he's accomplished his studies, he's ready to embark on a culinary journey to taste all the world's cuisines.
But that's in name only.
What he's really trying to do is to start a graveyard tour. He's going to look for clues in the places where his buddies from his past life have been.
Barolian didn't know he had a taste for food.
He said he didn't have to go that far. There's a specialty restaurant in a lot.
Eugene continues.
I like to go to the source and eat it fresh, it tastes better.
And I'd like to go to Naala after the big ice crab. I hear the cactus crab is good there too. Actually, it's because of that desert. It's where Anis, the former virgin of the Nahara Empire, was last seen. Barolian had no doubts.
Since you like crustaceans so much,
let's go eat lobster now. Soon, the two of them went to dine at Alat's famous lobster house.
But Eugene didn't expect to meet that man here.
Only to see Crown Prince Honan sitting across from Eugene.
He looks at him with admiration. Honan apologizes for interrupting their master and disciple's meal, says he'll keep it short and finish early. Eugene, if you'd like to take a job with the palace magicians,
I swear it on my honor,
I will put you at the head of the pack. Eugene is skeptical of his words.
I don't think you can make it that far now. Honan says it does.
But I will do it in 10 years.
Because then I will be King Olaf.
His words caused Barolian to frown, signaling him not to speak such treasonous words freely.
Prince Honan, it's dangerous for you to talk like that. Today's King Alat is still in good health. Honan says, you are mistaken. I have been promised by my father. My inheritance will not be in question in the slightest. The people of Alat are also very supportive of my succession.
He then continues where he left off. The court magician takes orders from the king. And in 10 years you'll be eligible to be their leader. And yet Eugene turned him down.
You're not really sure what level of magic I'm on.
Why are you so sure I'm qualified to be chief?
Honan responds with a smile.
You and the Red Magic Tower Master have been hiding so well these past 2 years.
I don't know why you're doing this, but there must be a reason why you're doing it. I don't think you're going to tell me.
Well, I guess I'll just have to speculate. With that, his eyes instantly sharpened to focus on Eugene. In his eyes, Eugene was full of magic.
The total amount is staggering. 5 circles of magicians can't reach this level. You're working on the eternal black hole of magicianry, right? And it looks like you've succeeded in comprehending it? His insight surprised Eugene a bit. Honan said helplessly, you could at least answer a question. Consider it as satisfying my curiosity.
Seeing this, Eugene states bluntly, though I wouldn't lie to you, Prince,
but I'm not going to tell the truth either. Just answer your previous question first. The location of the chief court magician. Not that I'm pretentious. It's true that I don't want it. Honan understands this. After all, given Eugene's talents, have a great deal anywhere you go. He changed his tune. And would the last 2 volumes on sorcery interest you?
Xenia is known to have created the witchcraft trilogy,
but Acreon only preserved the first one. The last 2 volumes are in the palace. I wonder if this is worth staying for. Both Eugene and Berolian are shocked at these words. Eugene clearly remembers Mel saying, the last 2 volumes of witchcraft disappeared along with Xenia. Berolian also nervously inquired about mixed Honen. When did the royal family come into possession of those 2 volumes? Do you know the whereabouts of Lord Xenia? Honen frowns. That was the copy Lord Xenia gifted to the royal family. The royal family doesn't know the whereabouts of Lord Xenia and the main text. That's when Eugene asked him, you mean you're willing to show me a copy of the royal collection? But Honen says not now.
After all, even he couldn't watch those 2 volumes as he wanted to. But when he became king, he promised to make Eugene study the last 2 volumes of witchcraft.
He then looks at Eugene with a sense of purpose. What do you think of this offer, Sir Eugene? Eugene watches him with indifference.
The crown prince is really something. This man drew a big pie and tried to get Eugene to work for him for 10 years.
He's got it all figured out, because it's an offer he can't refuse.
But Eugene looked at him and didn't say a word. The crown prince of today is really good at using the power of the emperor. Eugene has been studying Witchcraft Volume 1 for the past 2 years. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he still can't get through it. And that's not the only temptation Honen has given him. If he had access to the last 2 volumes of sorcery, he might be able to find a clue to what Xenia left behind. But he's not exactly the boy next door. There's no way he's going to take Huanan's offer so easily. Thinking about this, Eugene gives his answer. Since you said it would be 10 years before you could be crowned king,
we'll talk about it then.
Hearing this, Huanan was not offended. After all, it means there's still room for maneuver.
He happily agreed to write to Eugene when he was crowned. And then,
this important meeting ended on a happy note.
The summer is coming to an end, and Eugene's dissertation is finished. Eugene has been busy all the time since he was born again.
He never relaxes for a moment. That's why he writes his papers so efficiently.
Looking back on 19 years of youth and sweat, Eugene has a sigh.
But it was worth it to fulfill a long-cherished dream. In the past, he retired too early.
There are too many mysteries about what happened afterward. A niece who disappeared in the desert. Moram the fool who built the kingdom. And Xenia, who suddenly went into seclusion.
And Belmont, who dared to make a pact with imprisoned Demon King. The whereabouts of these companions and the contents of the pact, Eugene vows to find out. He can't believe those guys died so easily. They must still be out there somewhere in the world. That day Eugene came to the Acreon library as he had promised. Mel took the paper he gave him and studied it carefully. She was surprised by the contents. The perfect combination of star core and eternal black hole.
Structurally she couldn't even find anything to improve on, though it's not as good as Xenia's eternal black hole.
But Eugene's ring of fire has far surpassed current circle magic.
After reading the thesis, Mel couldn't help admiring. But looking at Eugene's look of ambition and satisfaction,
Mel proudly stated that there were still imperfections. The ring of fire can only be practiced by Eugene himself.
That's where the shortcomings lie.
She then pushes the paper aside to ask Eugene when he's leaving. Eugene said that since the paper was finished,
I'll be ready to leave the day after tomorrow. I thought you'd be gone by tomorrow. Eugene said helplessly, I'm human. I need to rest too.
And the Berolians are going to throw me a farewell party. Mel sulked at the news.
I envy you for being able to go and eat lots of delicious food,
and to receive congratulations from all over the world. Eugene smiled fondly at her loss and didn't answer. He changed the subject.
Remember what I said a couple months ago?
I'll tell you something when I leave.
Sure enough, that managed to get Mel's attention. She curiously asked what happened to Eugene.
Eugene, who is heading out, asks if she can keep a secret.
I don't suppose you'll tell anyone my secret?
Exasperated by the skepticism, Mel clasps her small hands together.
Where is the basic trust between people? Even though I'm not human. But how can you question my ability to keep secrets? She's chasing after me and won't let up. Are you afraid I'll tell another magician about the contents of your paper? Eugene is being a fool again. Yes, have you told anyone?
Mel was very sad to hear this.
Do you know what they did to me in the past, the Lord of the Green Magic Tower? Even if they dissect me and witchcraft, I wouldn't say anything.
I've stored all the conversations in the halls of Xenia in the deepest recesses of my sorcery.
Unless someone destroys it completely, your information will never be compromised.
After hearing his explanation, Eugene continued. And what I'm about to tell you, I ask you to keep to yourself. Unable to stand him, Mel had to ramble on again, explaining how much he kept his mouth shut.
Eugene interrupts her directly. I remember my past life. This comment silences Mel momentarily. It takes a long time before she inquires with an unnatural expression about what the fuck he's talking about, past life? Eugene repeated again, yes. I remember my past life, including bits and pieces of my past life. Mel couldn't believe such a thing. Tell him not to joke around. Besides, it's not funny. Eugene didn't care about Mel's questioning, just smiled and continued. My name in a previous life was Hamill Davis. What? What are you talking about? My past life, I was what you call a stupid Hamill. In this life my name is Eugene Reinhardt. Why is a 200-plus-year-old girl filled with helplessness? Because the man said he remembered his past life. At this point, Mel was shocked into silence. Slowly pops up. Are you serious? Eugene, meanwhile, waits quietly beside her as she digests the information. A moment later Eugene responds with a gentle smile. Do you think I'm lying? Mel blushes and avoids his gaze. You're making a statement that's hard to believe. Although reincarnation is nothing special. Most of the people in this world could be the reincarnation of someone. But it's almost impossible to find someone who retains the memories of their past life. If what you say is true, your many puzzles would make sense. After only 2 years of practicing magic, you have not only comprehended the eternal black hole of sorcery, you've replicated it perfectly and created your own version of the Ring of Fire. But Mel hesitated. If you really remember your past life, if you really are Hamill, a companion of the great Belmet, then you should know that stupid Hamill is a very unique person. The wise Lord Xenia grew up in the Elven Forest. He was taught magic by the elves themselves. Brave Molan is the son of the Northern Bayer tribe leader. Their tribe was known for their fighting prowess. And Anise is the alternate saint of the sacred empire of Eurus. Mel tries to explain that they both have amazing backgrounds. As for the great Belmet, Eugene looks at a vision of Belmet and interrupts her. I know, Belmet started out as a slave. Back in the day, the demons went around capturing humans for sacrifice. Belmet was among them. He stole the devil's sword to survive. With that sword alone, he managed to kill many demons and black magicians. Later, when leading the slaves to escape from Helmud, slaying hundreds of powerful beasts along the way. After hearing his account, Mel thought the legend was overblown. Because that's where a lot of the myths come from. Eugene said that although he had never seen that scene, but he thinks it's real. Because Belmet was that kind of monster. At this point Mel didn't answer. Just hesitates to talk about Hamill. Stupid Hamill doesn't have a strong background like they do. The village he lived in as a child was destroyed by the Wraith. Only the young him survived in the whole village. He became a mercenary and hated both the beasts and the Lich King. But even without a good background, he still worked his way up to the level where he could compete with his partners. So if you're really the reincarnation of Hamill, I can understand your incredible growth rate. Eugene says Mel's not entirely right. He's not that talented. When he focused on weapons because he had no magical talent, mastered the sword and spear through constant hard training. Even then he never once defeated Belmet. Mel dragged his little chin in a serious, contemplative manner. Even so, Hamill is also an extraordinary genius. Eugene, however, spreads his hands in disinterest. I don't care if people think I'm a genius. I just want to beat fucking Belmet. Even if it's just once. Though I never got my wish till the day I died. At this point Mel suddenly interrupts him talking to himself. Pointing at Hamill's phantom with a black face, he said, then you kept praising Hamill's handsomeness before. You were praising yourself. Why are you so shameless? To which Eugene continued to brag shamelessly. I did have a lot of charisma in my past life. What? Wasn't he attractive? After the playfulness, Mel is worried. You're telling me this out of the blue. Is it to find out the whereabouts of Lord Xenia? But I do not know. I don't really have that in mind. The reason I'm telling you this, it's just because every time I've looked at you for the past 2 years, I've thought of Xenia. Eugene looked at her favorably. You really do look like her, both in looks and personality. His gentle gaze makes Mel a little uncomfortable. After all, I was created using the infant Xenia-sama as a template. Dear little Mel, did I cross the line? You crossed the line. Sir Eugene, I'm over 200 years older than you. You should respect me. I'll forgive you this time. After all, you are Lord Xenia's partner. Eugene looked at Mel as if he saw Xenia. A moment of emotion. At this point Eugene suddenly asked a question. Do you think Xenia is still alive? Mel yells in excitement, Lord Xenia must be alive. Eugene is convinced of this as well. Xenia is not the type to die silently. That's why he's so obsessed with finding his partner's tracks. It's also one of his main goals since he was reborn. Bits and pieces of his past life with his buddies came to mind. The way they bickered beside each other is still fresh in my mind. Eugene believed that they must be alive somewhere in the world. He swore firmly to Mel. I will find them, no matter how long it takes.
300 years ago, this man and his companion ventured into the hall of the Lich King to save his partner from a sneak attack. He blocked the fatal blow with his body, leaving his companions to look at his body with empty sorrow. The woman who quarrels the most with him is the saddest. Now that he's returned from his reincarnation, he's learned a great deal, but he doesn't see his former companion. He swore to Mel that he would find her, no matter how long it took him. His vow struck a chord with Mel. Sir Eugene, are you telling the truth? Will you really bring back Lord Xenia? Eugene smiles and asks Mel, don't you trust me? Mel says of course he believes. I'm looking forward to that day. That being the case, I want to get that bastard back. How dare she abandon her lovely Mel for 200 years? The warm and fuzzy atmosphere was gone with these words. Annoyed, Mel told him not to insult Xenia. But Eugene looked even more offended. Do you know how many times she insulted me 300 years ago? I think you remember that adventure book. The person who wrote that book was either Xenia or Anise. How dare she name me Hamel the Fool? Don't she want me to be a stinker for the rest of my life? Hearing that, Mel stared at Eugene and the phantom of Hamel behind him with a strange expression for a long time. So do you remember that Hamel in the book also said, Xenia? I like you. This is driving Eugene crazy. I never said anything like that. That's totally slanderous. So you're saying Lord Xenia said you like her? What did she do that for? Eugene questioned Mel with displeasure. Are you shitting me? How do I know why she wrote that? Mel said breathlessly. Lord Xenia couldn't possibly put adjectives like beautiful or elegant on herself either. Eugene was also a bit shaken by this. I think that's what Arnie's wrote. That's the most likely thing that woman could have written. Mel didn't argue with him. Instead, she asked with slight concern, about you being the reincarnation of stupid Hamel. Can you swear before witchcraft? Listen to her call Hamel that again. Eugene is a little helpless. I'll swear to it. But can you please stop adding that damn nickname? Mel inquired as to what he would have to call it to get it right. Is it okay for asshole Hamel? Eugene said straight. Call me the Great Hamel. Or the Charismatic Hamel. The title makes Mel look disgusted. Looks like you really envy the title of Bell Knight. Eugene was a little embarrassed to see his mind being pierced. Mel ignores Eugene. Instead, she brought him before witchcraft to wait for his vows. Eugene raises his hand and solemnly swears, I, Eugene Reinhardt, once again swear by my blood. I am the reincarnation of Hamel Davis. There are no lies. Mel's eyes and the sorcery behind them glow brightly at the same time, as if to validate Eugene's words. Many magicians have dissected sorcery and me since Lord Xenia's seclusion, but there are some things they can't discover. This information is hidden in the deepest recesses of sorcery. Like I told you before, unless it destroys the sorcery, these secrets will never be revealed. And what I'm going to tell you now, that the whole of Alat has never known. Sometime before Lord Xenia went into seclusion, she once told me that her apostles had been killed. How dare someone kill Xenia's apostles? Besides, is Mel not the only apostles in Xenia? Mel continues to reveal to Eugene that Lord Xenia came to visit me in Acreon that day. Everything was going so well at first, but then Lord Xenia suddenly collapsed to the ground with a grunt of pain. I was terrified. She said her apostles was killed. Speaking of which, Mel is a little afraid to look at Eugene, but continues anyway. She said that the apostles was being. I have never seen Lord Xenia so angry. She said someone broke into Hamel's tomb. What are you talking about? I had a grave. Man alive, but told he has a grave. Teenage girl in her 200s says it's the grave of his past life, but now it's been vandalized. When his partner heard the news, she was furious. The man was astonished. He had thought it was impossible for his former self to have a grave after death. He was cursed in soul and body by a demon. It's only logical that his soul and body would dissipate into thin air after his death, so he never thought he'd have a grave. Mel said she didn't know until then either. And that's when Xenia disappeared. Mel sounded downcast, because Lord Xenia disappeared without telling anyone, so I don't want to tell anyone about this either. I'm afraid I'll get in trouble for her. But since you're the reincarnation of Hamel, then you have a right to know about it. After hearing that Eugene had an epiphany, now that he's reincarnated, then it's not surprising that I have a grave. Mel agrees with him on this. Since he can reincarnate, then it proves that his body from his previous life has also been preserved. The two discuss and Eugene comes to a conclusion. Xenia was definitely involved in my reincarnation. Eugene talked to Mel late into the night before leaving Acreon. At this point, Eugene kept wondering where the tomb might be. It's supposed to be kept in a secret place by Xenia. Could it be built where I died in my previous life? After the conclusion of the peace pact 300 years ago, the Demon King and the Demon Clan abandoned their invasion plans. Demons across the continent returned to Helmud. 100 years pass.
The Demon King of Destruction remains silent as always.
Imprisoned Demon King, as a representative of the demons, begins to repair the damage they've done.
But too many kingdoms are attacked by the demons, leading to destruction.
Even when the Demon King himself apologized,
there is still fear and hatred in the eyes of the survivors.
Imprisoned Demon King can only reorient himself to claim to the outside world.
Among the Demon Kings there are also peaceful and radical factions.
All the sins were committed by the late 3 demon lords, nothing to do with him as a pacifist. Even the Demon King of Destruction, who has remained neutral and unseen during the war. He was portrayed as hating the war. Of course, the dead lords had to take the blame. After all, they're already dead. There's no chance for them to object. The rest of their men have been taken over by Imprisoned Demon King. Besides, Imprisoned Demon King has also generously funded neighboring kingdoms, helping them rebuild their destroyed homes, also building magnificent cities around Helmet for the refugees, provided them with places to live. And not only that, but a lot of money was invested in reparations, into the main victimized kingdoms, paved roads to build new buildings for. 300 years later, this policy is still in effect. Those kingdoms still receive financial support from the Demon King. Helmut just became a huge empire. But it wasn't an empire to Eugene. It was just a hell where demons and black magicians who sold their souls to demons coexisted.
Yet many kingdoms still recognized Helmut as an empire, in order to continue to receive financial support from the Lich King.
And to name Helmut's capital the City of Disorder.
Imprisoned Demon King's castle is in it. So by this scenario,
Eugene's grave can't be in Helmet,
in the demonic realm. Xenia wouldn't have buried him there anyway.
To do otherwise would be an insult to Hamel's life's work.
In that case, the only place there is a tie to Hamel is, could it be in my former home? Just then Clock appears behind Eugene.
Eugene, interrupted in his thoughts, is quite upset. Impatiently, he turns back to Clock and asks him what's up.
Why did you make a surprise visit at midnight? Clock feels a little innocent. It seems like every time I see you, it's when you're in a bad mood. Is it because of me? Eugene dislikes him back in a low tone. What do you think? But Croc didn't answer and kept talking. I hear you're leaving Aloth, is that right? But you should know that the northern kingdom of Roar is very close to Helmet. It would be dangerous for you to go there. Eugene doesn't want to tangle with him too much, impatiently asking what he really meant. Croc speaks bluntly. House Reinhardt's influence doesn't reach there.
The kingdom of Roar once banned demons from its borders, but now the situation has changed.
And there's a lot of demonic presence in Helmut.
But not all of them take orders from Imprisoned Demon King. After all, there's more than just Imprisoned Demon King.
There's also the Demon King of Destruction, who is ranked number 1 in terms of power.
Eugene's face grimaces at these words.
You mean Demon King of Destruction is ready to start a new war? This man thinks he's handsome. Hands in your pockets. Very cool. But if he meets one person, he'll be defeated before he can fight. Even the best of moods can become irritated in an instant.
Just because this person is loved by everyone, flowers bloom and cars have flat tires.
The invisible aura is the most fatal. Will you stop making things up? Keep telling the storyline for them. Crocker makes it clear to Eugene.
If you insist on traveling to the Kingdom of Rule,
you may attract the attention of the Doomlord. Those words made Eugene think Demon King of Destruction was preparing to start another war. His face instantly grimaced. But Croc dismisses Eugene's speculation. He states that Demon King of Destruction doesn't like violence, also respects Imprisoned Demon King's decisions. As long as Imprisoned Demon King doesn't make a move, Demon King of Destruction won't make a move. The name brings back unpleasant memories for Eugene. The Demon King of Destruction is the most powerful of all, as is his title. Everywhere he goes, he destroys. He and his buddies had only seen the guy from afar. Everyone was horrified. They couldn't believe that something like that could exist. In fact, he couldn't be sure what it was that he was seeing at the time. There was only one red color moving slowly across the open plains, but the pressure is so strong, it's suffocating. Xenia's face is very ugly. Clenching the staff with 10 fingers and trembling, she asked her companions if they want to go together. Anise kneels down and keeps casting holy magic to calm her down. Impulsiveness only puts them in an awkward position. Hamel was indeed frozen in place by the pressure. Clock interrupts Eugene's memories. Even though Imprisoned Demon King and Demon King of Destruction are silent, but that doesn't mean the attitude of the other demons. Demons are violent, but have been silent for centuries due to peace pacts. That's a little funny to me, but it is true that the devil is not a man of peace. Eugene questioned him. Are you saying this because you think those demons are a threat to me? Clock says, it's okay if you interpret it that way. After all, there are a lot of demons who think that way. If your presence breaks this already precarious situation, they would do anything to break the chains of peace. Now 3 of the 5 evils are missing. All the higher demons want to sit on the 3 thrones. And now many demons are watching and waiting. Duke Bella is one of them. To which Eugene taunts, Can't they just vote it out? Crocker is amused. I'm afraid they'll smash the ballot box in that case. Eugene is finally starting to think seriously about this. Can I defeat a higher evil with my current strength? Cannot. He's confident, but not arrogant. He knows that 19 years of training is not enough. He needs time to continue to improve his strength. For now, he'll have to go to the Naala desert. After all, compared to Moron, Eugene thinks Anise would know more. After that, he still need to confirm the lunar sword. The shard he bought at the auction house came from Kazad's side, just passing through on my way to Roar. We can do some research on the way. Eugene then thanks Croc for the heads up, says he'll go to the Naala desert first, then he'll think about going to Roar. But Crocker's got to be careful when he tells him to go to Naala. After all, it's dangerous there too. This makes Eugene unsure. What do I need to be careful of? Are the dust storms bad there? Crocker said sternly. Beware of the woman named Amelia Mulwyn. Didn't imprisoned Demon King outwardly declare his friendship with the Reinhardts? Wouldn't imprisoned Demon King be disgraced if she made a move on me? She was a powerful black magician before she contracted with imprisoned Demon King. Imprisoned Demon King gave Amelia plenty of freedom, so there's a good chance she'll make a move on you. Speaking of which, Crocker summoned the card-style thing. Just in case, if you see her, give her this. That way no matter what you do to her, the odds are she won't hurt you. Eugene takes that from him. When did the black magician become so kind? After all, he'd never believed that a black magician could be kind. Eugene asks what's in here. Can I open it first? He thinks Crocker's gonna try to pull something out of this. Clock signaled Eugene to make himself at home. With Clock's permission, Eugene opens the envelope. He wanted to see what the clock was up to, but he was shocked when he saw what was inside. Clock, what the hell do you want? 100 years old, a very handsome man who never loses his cool. But today, he's being called out in a cold sweat and losing face. Sweep away the image of the past. Just because he just handed Eugene a letter indicates that when you meet Amelia, hand it over to keep you safe. But as a black magician, he can't be trusted by Eugene. With his permission, Eugene opens the envelope for inspection. But after reading the contents, Eugene immediately questioned what he wanted because the envelope was empty. Will I be killed if I hand it over? Are you trying to get me killed? Crook calmly explains, the content isn't the most important thing. What matters is that you have a letter from me. That's enough. With that, he casts a spell to reseal the envelope in its entirety. I can't deal with the crisis you're going to face in law, but I can deal with Amelia's resentment, so make sure you bring it with you. Upon hearing this, Eugene asked him what he wanted to do with himself. After all, there's no such thing as good without reason. But then Clock suddenly asked, do you hate black magicians? Eugene says that's for sure. After all, I am a Reinhardt. Can't manage not to hate black magicians. Clock shows that he understands his feelings. That kind of hatred is unavoidable. But if you could just be a little bit nice to me, I think I'd be very happy. This comment alerts Eugene instantly. Favorable feelings? Could it be that you're the legendary gay? Clock didn't realize his brain was so new. He was so speechless that he froze in place for a long time. Eugene continued. After all, you've been suspiciously kind to me, though I'm not that way inclined. I'm a little saddened and worried to see you like this. You can't be obsessed with me just because I'm handsome. After all, I really don't have that kind of interest. Clock interrupts at this point. Says he's a little panicked and needs to slow down. He's really afraid that Eugene, who is full of confidence, will say something stupid again. And then, sweating profusely, he told Eugene not to take it the wrong way. He's just trying to establish a friendly relationship with Eugene. Many of the people in a lot had this idea. After all, you're so young and talented. Realizing the misunderstanding, Eugene changed the subject. He thanks Croc for his kindness, and said he'd love to invite Croc to his farewell party tomorrow. But told Croc not to come over just because he said so. I'd be upset if you did show up. Although I have a slight crush on you. But I still hate black magicians. Croc, who hasn't slowed down yet, told him not to worry. He is definitely not going to go. Eugene says go ahead if you're okay. I'm impressed with your temperament. Lonely shadow of the cold river, old man of the river and lake. Why should we ever meet each other? You and I are destined to meet again. Clock didn't expect to get some recognition from Eugene before he left. Looking at Eugene's distant back in deep thought. The next day, a few people invited to the farewell party showed up on time. Everyone is happy to see each other. The party is going well. Pippi would also like to wish you who are watching the video. I wish you all the best, peace and joy. At this time, Blue Magic Tower Master Duress asked the question in his mind. Why did you invite me to your farewell party? I don't seem to know you very well. Eugene said that couldn't say he was completely unfamiliar with it. At least we've seen each other a couple times in the past 2 years, haven't we? Duress still doesn't quite get it. You're more familiar with the absent tower master than the absent one, aren't you? Hearing this, Eugene said helplessly, "Why ask when you know the answer?" Duras comforts him. "Don't always avoid the Lord of the Green Magic Tower and the Captain of the Court Magicians. They all appreciate your talent." Eugene ridicule him. "Looks like the Blue Magic Tower master doesn't think much of me." Duras says that he is interested in Eugene, though. But he's not the kind of person who would steal the disciple of the Red Magic Tower's master without a thought for his face. To this Eugene said, "But isn't that what the Green Magic Tower master has been doing all along?" Duras said that Orleans is stubborn and strong. Face isn't a big deal. But please don't hold it against him. Immediately after that he asks Eugene, though this was expected. "But I didn't realize you didn't invite Clock over." Eugene said that if he did, my master would be displeased. "I don't really want to see that." At this moment, Eugene suddenly changed the topic. "What kind of a person is Croc? I heard he was once a member of the Blue Magic Tower?" "The man is a notorious black magician, but once upon a time, he was a man of justice. Eugene has been taken care of by him, but he still can't trust him. After all, no matter how kind he was, now it's a fact that he's a black magician." Taking advantage of the farewell party, Eugene inquires about the past of the Blue Devil Tacklock. Just because Croc was a member of the Blue Magic Tower before he threw himself into the darkness. Still the brightest star of his time. Hearing him talk about Crocker, Duras says that both in the past and in the present, Croc are always mysterious. At that time, he could have become the most outstanding tower owner of the Blue Magic Tower, but he left the Tower of Blue Magic to go to Helmut under the pretext of expanding his knowledge of magic. It allowed me, who was weaker than him at the time, to become the Lord of the Blue Magic Tower, and he was never heard from again, until he returned 10 years later as a black magician, transferring registration information to the Tower of Black Magic, and became the Black Magic Tower Lord with overwhelming strength. Now that I think about it, he was trying to push the limits of human magic, but in the end, he couldn't surpass the magic of the Demon King. With that said, Duras doesn't want to discuss it any further. Instead, he changes the subject. Ask Eugene if he's going to the Naala Desert. Eugene was not upset after probably knowing Crocker's past. He states that he is indeed ready to travel to Naala. To which Duras reminds him, "It's a cruel place, suggest you don't reveal you're a Reinhardt." Hearing this, Eugene says his teacher cautioned the same thing. Is there a reason for this? Duras explains, "There's been a lot of assassin activity in Naala lately. It's likely they'll choose someone from House Reinhardt to strike. So be careful." Although they were a little unhappy before, but Eugene accepted his warning humbly. After all, the other man was concerned about himself. Eugene, who had left Aloth, finally arrived here. His cloak of darkness not only regulates his own temperature, it also comes with a transformation spell that allows him to change his appearance at will, lets him feel a little cooler in the desert heat. While the unassuming appearance isn't particularly stealthy, this makes him have to sigh. The empires of Aloth and Kiel are the powerhouses of magic. Aloth is known as a magical kingdom not only because of the existence of the 5 magical towers, it's also because everyone in the country is familiar with magic. Arlott uses magic in everything, except for Helmut. It's the only country that uses magic to this extent. It was at the forefront of the world in the construction of teleportation gates. Hundreds of teleportation gates can be easily maintained with a number of wizards, something no other nation can do. Like Naala, where Eugene is now, the only teleportation gates available are for nobles only, although he can enter with the name Eugene of Reinhardt. But he didn't so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. At this point Eugene pulls out his magic map. This map connects him to the coordinates of the space he's in. It will allow him to determine his position accurately. He is currently in the westernmost part of the Naala Desert. Now he can reach Tulas if he goes all the way north. And the tomb of his former life would be on the border of Tulas. That's where he came from in his past life. 300 years ago, the yellow sand blew up for no reason. Unusual sandstorms engulfed nearby villages. A former hometown is buried under the desert. Before that, Tulas was just a small country. In the face of such violent dust storms, they had no choice but to migrate. Abandoned territory became part of the Naala Desert. When first reading this history, Eugene knew it was man-made. The instigator of all this is the kingdom of Naala. 300 years ago, the Demon King was in chaos, and monsters were everywhere. Many nations rose up against the demonic invasion. But some nations took advantage of the chaos to expand their territories, and Naala was one of them. They were trying to invade the Kiel Empire, but in the end, they failed due to the presence of Belmt. Eugene hated Naala 300 years ago. This hatred grew even more when he learned of this history. But Eugene isn't going to bother with those guys. It was imperative that he find his own grave first. And, wait for me. Xenia, Anise. And Moron the Fool. Hamel is coming for you of all.